Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Legend Naruto builds harem in Konoha? Part 2. That was great Naruto, you really showed her who's boss. Sakura says as soon as Naruto reaches the group. Thanks for getting some revenge for me Naruto. The girls start showering Naruto with praises as the boys, specifically Kiba and Choji, watch on. The four Junins, Asuma, Kurenai, Zabuza and Hiashi all have their eyes on the top of the stadium, where the Hokage and the Kazekage are sitting. Having been alerted of the potential of an upcoming attack, they constantly scan the stands to pick out any signs of intruders. Chi-Chi-Ue, is something the matter? Huh, oh, no, nothing's wrong Hanabi. You guys are acting all weird, Ino says, looking at her sensei in particular. You're just imagining things Ino, Asuma says, noticing the look. Naruto looks at the four, knowing exactly what is troubling them. He wants to help every way he can. But the Hokage only assigned responsibilities for those who are Chunins or higher. Starting to look around himself, he finds no trace of Jiraiya or Tsunade or even Shizune. While he is trying to think of where the three are, the bodyguard of the Hokage appears on the stadium floor and talks to Genma, who then announced that the match between Sasuke and Gaara will be delayed and the matches after that would take place first instead. I give up, Kankuro screams from the balcony, I'm withdrawing from the match. Genma looks at the puppet master from his spot on the stadium floor, the feeling of uneasiness returning. He suppresses the feeling again as Shino enters the stadium floor. Looking up at the balcony again, he watches as Shikamaru moves back and forth, trying to decide whether to enter or not. Oi, Nara, are you going to be joining us anytime soon? Genma asks. Shikamaru, you better not give up or I'll pound you to the ground. Ino screams from her seat. Sighing, Shikamaru decides that facing Shino now would be better than facing Ino later. Stuffing his hands into his pockets, Shikamaru slowly descends the stairs and enters the stadium floor. Looking at the two Genins staring at each other, Genma starts the match before jumping out of the way of the swarm of bugs heading straight for Shikamaru. I can't hold this many bugs with my Kage main no jutsu, and I can't hold Shino because the bugs can move on their own. I'll have to use that technique, how troublesome, I can't control it perfectly yet. Jumping out of the way, Shikamaru turns toward Shino. He is out to use his new technique but decides to use his Kage main no jutsu at the last moment instead. Up in the stands, Ino cheers as soon as Shikamaru's technique connects, but another Shino suddenly OWS up behind Shikamaru and connects with a solid punch only for Shikamaru to turn into a log. The technique released, the Shino caught by the Kage main no jutsu dissipates into a swarm of bugs. Looking around the stadium, Shino finds Shikamaru kneeling on one knee near the wall of the stadium, his hands put together in a strange sign. Weary of moving close to the shadows, Shino waits as Shikamaru stays in his position and instead creates two mushi bunshin from his bugs. Forming hand seals, Shikamaru uses his shadow techniques again, aiming for both mushi bunshin and the real Shino. Trying to drain Shikamaru's chakra, Shino allows the two mushi bunshin to be caught but he jumps out of the way before he suffers the same fate. Using the shadows from Shino's clones, Shikamaru extends the shadow until it catches Shino as well. Suddenly, a large swarm of bugs comes out from the real Shino. Instead of wasting his chakra to bind all the bugs, he changes his hand seals and the shadow starts creeping up Shino's body. When did Shikamaru learn that? Asuma says, standing up from his seat. What's so surprising? My father taught me some new techniques too, Ino says. Mine too, Choji says, joining the conversation for a brief moment before going back to his chips. It would seem that Inoichi, Shikaku, and Shuza have the same idea as the rest of us, Hiashi says, observing the match in his usual calm manner. What's with you parents this past few weeks anyway? Shino was telling me how his father was accelerating his training and my mom was teaching me and my sis all kinds of new stuff. Do you want your parents to not teach you anything Kiba? No, that's not what I mean Kurenai-sensei, but what's with the pace of the teaching? It's probably just you. You never were much of a student in the first place Kiba. What did you say Ino? You heard me. All right, be quiet already, I'm trying to focus on the match. Hearing Naruto's cried out, Ino and Kiba shoot the boy a quick glare before quieting down and turning their attention back to the match. The shadow is starting to constrict around the real Shino but not the two Mushi Bunshin in order to conserve his chakra. And to keep a large number of Shino's bugs in place. Give up now Shino, there is no way you can escape. Suddenly, the shadow on Shino starts retracting, turning the technique into a normal Kage main no jutsu. Before his friends can comment, Shikamaru sends another shadow to his right into the tree there. Suddenly, another Shino is pulled out of the tree by the shadow and it once again creeps up his body. You shouldn't hide in the trees when you fight against me. The shadow from the leaves only helps me. You won't have enough chakra to hold me and my three Bunshin for much longer. You are the one who will lose Nara. Smirking, Shikamaru pulls something out of his weapons pouch and puts it in his mouth. Shino cocks an eyebrow as he can't tell what Shikamaru had in his hand. Up in the stands, everyone looks at each other, trying to find out exactly what Shino is wondering. That is, everyone except Choji, who continues to delve into his chips. Choji, what did you give Shikamaru? Ino demands. I have no idea what you're talking about Ino. You know something, Ino says, pointing to the floor, you'll only waste chips like that when you're nervous about something. Choji, you didn't give Shikamaru your family's recipe did you? Asuma asks. No, he just asked me for some soldier pills. Suddenly, Shino senses the shadow's grip becoming stronger instead of weaker like he is expecting. I see, yes, you are friends with the Akamichi after all. All I need to do is to extend my shadow around your neck. While I do have a limited supply of soldier pills, it's more than enough to defeat you. Give up now. It would seem that you tried to lure me in by wildly expending your chakra. Tried. Shino chooses his words too carefully for that to be just a casual statement. Suddenly, Shikamaru feels a large spike of chakra behind him. He turns around just in time to see a wall of bugs heading for him. As soon as Shikamaru is caught, the shadow holding the four, Shino, disappears and all four of them turns into bugs while the real Shino jumps out from behind the tree where the fourth Mushi Bunshin was caught. I am well aware of you intellect. That is why I realized you were using your weakness in your chakra capacity as a lure. When the bugs dissipate, Shikamaru is down on one knee while breathing very rapidly, the Kikaichu draining his chakra until he barely has enough to survive. Before Shikamaru can even reaches for more soldier pill, Shino has a kunai pressed against Shikamaru's neck. At this point, Genma steps in and declares Shino the winner. As Shikamaru and Shino clear the stadium floor, a swirl of leaves appears next to where is standing. When the leaves and dust settle down, Sasuke and Kakashi are standing in the spot. Looking around, Kakashi notes the damages around the stadium floor. You guys started already. Genma, are we late? Sasuke's match was delayed. You two are just in time. Ah good, Kakashi says, turning toward Sasuke. Well, I'll be watching upstairs. As Kakashi uses the Shunshin no Jutsu to join the others in the stands, Gaara uses the Suna Shunshin no Jutsu to join Sasuke on the stadium floor. The crowd's anti-see conned as the competitors stare at each other. Back upstairs, Kakashi chuckles nervously in the face of a fuming Sakura and a pouting Naruto. Just before the two can unleash their fury on Kakashi, Guy and a limping Lee show up to clear the tense situation. Ah, my rival Kakashi, you have arrived as well. It seems you have been training your student, but he still won't defeat my squad's Neji. Oh, did you say something? The other ninjas sweat drop as Guy goes into his overly dramatic exclamation about how he will defeat Kakashi. In their minds, Asuma and Kurenai pray that Guy doesn't come up with an why crazy challenges are self-imposed rules again. Meanwhile, Tenten sinks deeper and deeper into her chair, trying her hardest to disassociate herself with the embarrassing sensei for as long as possible. Not that I am complaining or anything, but I don't have a seat and you two are standing in the way Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei. I can't see what's happening on the stadium floor. Ah, my apologies Naruto. I thought you were in the balcony where the other competitors are. It's okay, Guy-sensei. I just want to hang out with everyone else here. I think Shikamaru is coming up too, Naruto says. Trying to keep his patience in check while thinking, now I know how he feels when Kakashi-sensei ignores him. How did your match and Neji's match go? Guy asks. Naruto defeated the Suna Kunoichi while Neji's opponent forfeited. Ah, there you are Tenten, I was wonder where you may be. Well, there are a lot of people here, Tenten says, putting on a strained smile before muttering to herself. Guy-sensei really needs to get his eyes checked, he was staring right at my seat. Everyone turns their attention back to the match when the crowd starts cheering as Sasuke moves in on Gaara. Everyone expects Sasuke's strikes to be blocked by Gaara's sand. Sasuke moves at speed that rivals Lee San's his training weights. Just like his fight against Lee, Gaara's sand cannot catch up to Sasuke. Finally finding a break in Sasuke's barrage, Gaara envelops himself in a wall of sand. Sasuke's attempt in breaking the wall only leaves him with hurt knuckles. Seeing that Gaara probably won't be coming out anytime soon, Sasuke jumps away from the private parts of sand. Going through a set of hand seals, Sasuke holds out his hand, sparks flying off every direction. Kakashi, you didn't. Why? Oh, we're not trying to lecture me or you Guy. Of all the people here you have the least right to do so. What kind of technique is that? Ino asks. That's my rival's only original technique, the Chidori. That's the same technique you used against me in Nami no Kuni. I knew it. You taught Sasuke a new technique and not me. Sasuke smirks at the screams of pain from Gaara but soon loses it when he feels a tug on his arm. Using all his strength, Sasuke manages to pull his arm out of the shell. A giant arm of sand comes out after Sasuke but soon loses strength and slams on the ground and slowly retracts back into the crumbling shell. Suddenly, the stadium starts quieting down. Detecting a genjutsu, Kurenai dispels the illusion and uses enough chakra to dispel the effect of it on the genins around her. What's going on here? Ino screams as Odo nins start appearing all over the stadium. It seems that Hokage-sama's contact is dependable after all, Guy commented. We're lucky to Avenue obtained the information when we did, Asuma says, all of our preparation is paying off. Where is Sasuke-kun and that Gaara? Sakura asks amidst the confusion from the attack. Sakura-chan, look out. Hearing Naruto's cried out, Sakura braces herself as Naruto jumps over her and knocks away the Odo nin behind her, whom Zabuza finishes off easily. Meanwhile, smoke starts billowing from the Hokage's box. Kakashi, do not be concerned about Hokage-sama, Guy. He said that he would be fine and we should trust him, Hiyashi says. Forming hand seals, Kakashi slams his palm on the back of the person in front of him. When the smoke clears, a small dog appears in that spot. I hope you don't mind if I borrow one of your students, Asuma. Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru, I want you three to go out on a mission. What kind of mission? Naruto asks excitedly. Sasuke went after Gaara. Your mission is to go after him and get him back. Just the three of us. Sakura chips in. Pakun will go with you, Kakashi answers, gesturing to the dog in front of him. You should assign another member to replace Shikamaru. There is no question that Odo nins will go after them. My team and I will go with them to protect them. I will go with them, Haku volunteers. I will check on the villagers. Evacuation with my team, Kurenai says. Tenten, go and assist Kurenai-san. Lee, try to stay out of harm's way. Hi, Guy-sensei. Nodding at each other, the ninjas all head off to their respective tasks, leaving Kakashi, Guy, Zabuza and Hiyashi there to fend off the enemies in the arena. Looking back at the four Junins one last time, Naruto puts up a determined face and follows Haku and Sakura in search of Sasuke. Up on the rooftop near the stadium, Orochimaru, who was posing as the cage as Tsunade and Jiraiya predicted, is holding the Hokage. Four Odo nins created a chakra barrier on the rooftop to prevent the pursuing Anbu from interfering. The Anbu can only watch helplessly as the Hokage and his former student faces off against each other. Go help the villagers, I will be fine. It serves no purpose for you to stay here and watch. But Hokage-sama, go. Hi, Hokage-sama, Rock. Himaru smirks as he watches the Anbu moves out according to the Hokage's order after casting injured glances back. Looking back to the old man dressed in ancient ninja gears, Orochimaru gestures for E4 Odo nins to continue holding up the barrier. You are trying to lure me into lowering the barrier. I won't fall for such tricks so easily. Orochimaru is slightly unnerved by the smile on Sandame's lips. but passes it off as the Hokage trying to bluff his way out of the fight. The two continue to perform jutsus and exchange blows, and when Sandaime tries to use Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Orochimaru performs a Kuchio's no Jutsu which opens a portal and two coffins starts coming out from the portal. Suddenly, Sandaime cancels the Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and a large frog crash down on top of the coffins, sending them back into the portal and canceling Orochimaru's technique. Before he can get angry at the interruption, he feels a slight shift of the tiles under him and jumps out of the way before being slammed by an uppercut through the roof of the building they are standing on. Oi, Jiraiya, I'd appreciate if you don't slam my grandfather and granduncle's coffin again. As long as you promise to keep them underground, Tsunade. So, it seems that you came prepared, Sarutobi-sensei. That's why you were so confident in letting the Anbu go. A little birdie told Tsunade. And you are coming for the tournament. What kind of teammates would we be if we don't come to see how you're doing? You can't possibly escape from us, Orochimaru. Kuchio's no Jutsu, Enkoo Enma. Following the Hokage's lead, Tsunade and Jiraiya also summon their familiar to help them. Seeing that he's outnumbered, he backs away to the edge of the barrier and with a wave of the hand, the Fu Oto Nins takes down the barrier and moves to Orochimaru's side. Giving the trio one last glare, Orochimaru escapes with his 4 followers. Sarutobi-sensei, are you all right? It seems I am getting old after all. I never expect a few simple jutsus will take so much out of me. You take care of Sarutobi-sensei, Tsunade. I'll go and help the people in the village. I'll make sure that no one lays a hand on Sarutobi-sensei. Just as Asuma predicted, 2 squads of Oto Nins went after them as soon as they left the stadium. He and his team stay behind to deal with the pursuers, leaving the task of getting Sasuke to the hands of Naruto, Sakura, and Haku. By the time the 3 got to Sasuke, he's already sporting a few open wounds from his-looking Gaara. While Sakura checks on Sasuke, Naruto starts looking around the immediate area but finds no signs of the Suna Nins that were with Gaara. Meanwhile, utilizing what she learned in her training, Haku manages to form her Maku Hyusho around Gaara from just water vapor, only to have Gaara destroy all the mirrors with his sand in one move. Haku-chan, Naruto screams as he catches the unconscious girl. Is she all right? Asks Akance. RNED Sakura as Naruto lays Haku on the branch they are standing on. Sakura-chan, Sasuke-tem, get Haku-chan and get out of here. I'll hold off this monster. But Naruto, Sakura-chan, go. Slinging Haku's arm over her shoulder, Sakura cast one last look at Naruto before leading her away along with the disgruntled Sasuke. A few yards away, hidden from everyone else, Temari watches in horror as the 3 Konoha Nins abandon their friend. Having seen Gaara's power in action many times before, she knows that the orange-clad ninja won't stand a chance facing her brother alone. If they manage to stay together, there is a slight chance that they can escape together, but only having one stay behind like this not only won't hold Gaara for long, it also hurts the other's chance of escaping when Gaara goes after them after taking care of this one. Once he makes sure that Sakura, Sasuke, and Haku are out of the way, Naruto turns his attention back toward Gaara. Already having an agreement with the Kyuubi, Naruto uses the demon's chakra as he faces down his opponent. This power, now that they are side by side, there is no question about it. That's why I found it so familiar. It's almost identical to Gaara's chakra. Just what is this kid? From Temari's angle, she can't see the swirling chakra taking a form behind Naruto. But from Gaara's angle it's clear as day. From the fox's face ring above Naruto for a brief moment to the 2 chakra tails swirling behind Naruto, Gaara can tell that the boy in front of him is exactly like him, maybe even stronger than him. It's also the first time he can feel the fear from the being inside him. Submitting to the voice inside his head, he allows the being inside to completely take over, turning himself into the giant demon. No way. Gaara is going to use that. I need to get out of here. Temari says. Naruto knows that he can't defeat the giant even with the Kyuubi's chakra just from size alone. Gathering the chakra, Naruto starts to draw marks on the tree bark with his blood and uses the Kuchio's no Jutsu. However, instead of summoning Gamabunta, He feels something being drawn out of him, and when the smoke clears, the Kyuubi AP pairs in the spot where Naruto was expecting to see the Toad Boss. "What are you doing out here?" Naruto screams, back to his normal self after expending all the chakra Kyuubi gave him. "You only used my chakra and didn't use any of your own chakra. That's why you summoned me instead of the stupid toad. How did you get out?" "Relax, my physical body isn't actually here, just a temporary body formed from chakra. I haven't seen Shukaku for so long, I think I'll have a little fun with him." "Well, try not to trash the place like you did the last time you were out here." Seeing the Lord of Demon actually in front of him scares Shukaku even more than before. Even though Ikibi no Shukaku is a Biju itself, it still doesn't stand much of a chance against Kyuubi no Yuko, even if it's weakened by not possessing a physical body. The more she observes the two demons staring down each other, the more Temari is surprised by amount of power and will the Konoha nin possess, to be so similar Gaara yet so different at the same time. "Oi, you darn fox, stop staring at each other and get rid of that guy. I only have a limited amount of chakra in this form. I'm going to need you to wake up the Jinchuriki." Jinchuriki, the host. Quote, "What do you mean? That red hair boy on top of Shukaku's head. How did I manage to be stuck with an idiot? Fine, I'm going to need you to hold that thing down to get close to him. I'm going to lend you some more chakra, create a couple of Kage Bunshin for me. I'll hold him down with that." "What?" Suddenly, Naruto feels another wave of Kyuubi's power flowing inside him. Deciding that it's pointless to argue with the demon fox, Naruto uses Kyuubi's chakra and forms two Kage Bunshin for the fox. Having the two Bunshins charge ahead while hiding behind them, the Kyuubi allows Shukaku to destroy the two Bunshins and absorbs the chakra itself and relay it back to Naruto slowly to regulate the chakra flow rather than allowing the chakra to overflow and destroy his host. With the boost of chakra, the Kyuubi charges through the smokescreen left behind by the destroyed Bunshins and grabs onto Shukaku. Taking advantage that Gaara's demon cannot move for a brief moment, Naruto charges on top of its head and punches the sleeping Gaara. As Gaara is waking up from its forced slumber in order to protect himself against Naruto's barrage, Shukaku's 4M starts crumbling as its chakra source is becoming weakened. Seeing that Shukaku will no longer provide a threat to Naruto, Kyuubi increased the pace to which its chakra is returned to Naruto and Disa. P pairs when he deems Naruto able to handle the remaining chakra in one go. Revitalized by the influx of chakra, Naruto walks over to the exhausted Gaara. Before he can get close, Temari comes out of her hiding spot and moves between Naruto and Gaara. "You want to kill him, you'll have to get through me. I already beat you once today. Besides, I don't want to kill him at all," Naruto says, holding out a small pill. "What's this?" "It's a chakra recovery pill. Haku-chan gave this to me this morning in anticipation of the tournament." "Why would I trust you? That's probably poison. Gaara will recover just fine without your help. Suit yourself. You should probably get him out of here before Asuma Jii-san's team come after me." Suddenly, Kankuro jumps into the clearing next to Temari. Seeing Naruto there, Kankuro gets into his battle stance but is stopped by Temari. Helping Gaara escape is more important. Studying the situation, Kankuro reluctantly nods his head in agreement. Swinging Gaara's arms over their shoulders, the two Suna nins carry their brother away. Just as Naruto's checking up on injuries after the siblings' escape, Asuma shows up in the clearing with his squad. "Naruto, are you all right? Don't worry about me, Ino-chan. I'm just fine." "So troublesome. Why did Sakura make us come all the way out here again?" "You think everything is troublesome, Shikamaru. Now are you sure you're all right?" "Yes, I'm fine, Ino-chan." "So, where's the monster Sakura was talking about?" Choji asks. "He got away. Sorry." "Don't worry about it, Naruto," Asuma says, patting him on the back. Looking around the clearing, Asuma knows full well that this section of the forest was still full of trees the day before. He can't even imagine the sheer size of the battle to have caused this much destruction. Seeing that her teacher has zoned out on them again, Ino gives Asuma a hard slap on the back to wake him up. "Mo Asuma-sensei, I think Shikamaru is rubbing off on you." "Nonsense. Did you want to say something, Ino?" "I said that maybe we should start heading back." "Yeah, let's go. There's nothing else to do out here." Having known about the attack, Konoha comes out of the battle relatively unharmed. There is a small number of shinobi deaths but no civilian deaths and structural damage is kept to a minimum. Sandame retires as the Hokage soon after the attack and makes his student Tsunade as the Godime Hokage, a move that surprises even the new Hokage herself. The shinobi hospital soon admits a badly beaten Jiraiya into the intensive care unit, after allegedly being seen by the new Hokage in the streets. As her first two tasks as the Godime, she negotiated the terms of Suna's surrender as well as promoting Shikamaru, Shino, and Naruto to the ranks of Chunin. As soon as the ceremonies are over, Tsunade dismisses Shikamaru and Shino but holds Naruto back when he liberate with his friends. What do you want, Tsunade-ba-chan? Tsunade-sama, they're here. Good, let them in. Shizune. The door opens to reveal the three defected ninjas, Zabuza, Haku, and Kin. They all look at each other in confusion, wondering what the others are doing in the room. Waving her hand, Tsunade gestures for Kin to move closer. Starting today, Kin will be added to your squad. Zabuza, Haku, and she will be moving into your place. Wait a minute, the place is crowded enough already. Why can't you just find her a new place to stay? Tsunade-ba-chan. Naruto says, from what I understand, you'll still have 2 more guest rooms even after Kin moves in. It's a lot easier to put her with someone she knows than to find and furnish a new place for her, Tsunade says. Besides, I believe Zabuza is the owner of the place you are staying in anyway. You have no say in the matter. You're just trying to save up money so you can gamble them away. What did you say? Shizune covers Naruto's mouth before he draws more punishment on himself. Chuckling nervously, Shizune tries to calm the anger of the new Hokage with the help of Haku. Finally calming down, Tsunade kicks the group out of her office before Naruto can complain again, and he grumbles the entire way back home. Much to the annoyance of Haku and Zabuza. While Kin is settling in, Haku tries to make Naruto accept Kin the only way she knows how, through his stomach. Haku is somewhat pleased about the progress, that is, until Kin decides to come down from her room. Oi! Naruto hentai. Naruto almost chokes on his food upon hearing the name. Haku lets out an exasperated sigh as Naruto and Kin glare at each other and secretly wishes that she had gone to training with Zabuza. Leaving the two to their device, Haku goes to the kitchen to prepare lunch for Kin and herself, praying that they won't tear each other or any furniture apart. When she emerges from the kitchen again, she finds Naruto and Kin sitting at opposite ends of the table pouting and with their back toward each other. By the time they finish lunch, Haku is losing patience with the silence in the room. Naruto-san, maybe you should show Kin-san around the village. Looking at each other, Naruto and Kin is about to complain until they notice the small specks of ice floating around Haku. Not wanting to infuriate the ice mistress anymore, Naruto and Kin begrudgingly agree and leave the house. Sighing, Naruto decides that he might Saint as well listen to Haku and shows Kin around. Walking about, Naruto finds someone who will brighten his day. Ahaya, Sakura-chan. Hi Naruto. What are you doing here? Oh, if it isn't little Pinky, Kin says nonchalantly. Wait, Sakura-chan. Kin-chan is a Konoha nin now. A Konoha nin? How? Kin-chan is the one who told Gigi about the attack. That's why everything turned out okay. So you knew about invasion and didn't tell us? Sakura asks. Haku-chan knew about it too. Beside, Gigi told us not to tell anyone or Orochi-tem might find out. I guess that makes sense. So, Sakura-chan, I made Chunin. I know, everyone is talking about it. And you promised that you'll go out on a date with me if I made. Ow. Naruto hentai. I can stand the fact you two are talking up a storm while ignoring me completely. But don't you dare ask another girl out on a date while we're together. Kin yells, twisting Naruto's ear for added effect. Serves you right, you playboy, Sakura says, giggling. I'm going to talk to you later, Naruto. I'm supposed to meet Ino Buddha at the flower shop. Oh, okay, Sakura-chan. Waving goodbye to the girl, Naruto and Kin continue on their tour, meeting Naruto's friends on the way and explaining why Kin is walking along the orange-clad ninja. The routine continues until Kin sees someone out of the corner of her eye coming toward them in high speed. Before they even realize what's going on, A girl attaches herself to Naruto's right arm. Naruto. Tenten-chan. What's going on? I heard that you are very familiar with Tsunade-sama. Is that true? Tsunade-ba-chan. Yeah, I guess you can say that. Can you introduce me to her? Please. Yeah, sure. Arigato Naruto. Naruto blushes bright red as Tenten gives him a bear hug and kisses him on the cheek. It's only when Tenten feels the killer intent to her left that she notices Kin standing there, trembling, trying to keep herself calm. Tilting her head slightly, Tenten tries to remember where she has seen the girl before. Hey, I know who you are. You're the one from the preliminary. The one that Naruto faced in the preliminary. Kin interjects before Tenten announced to the whole world what happened. Am I interrupting you in Naruto? I'm just showing Kin-chan around the village. Oh, then I'm not going to keep you any longer. Have fun Naruto. I'll talk to you about introducing me to Tsunade-sama later. Naruto looks back at Kin as Tenten leaves, not sure what the girl is so angry about. Turning around abruptly, kicking Naruto's calf in the process, Kin stumps off down the street, making Naruto run after her. What's gotten into you? Nothing. Hey, wait up. Ahaya Naruto ni sama. Kin comes to an abrupt stop as she hears another girl calls out Naruto's name. Turning around, she's about to give him a piece of her mind when she notices a small girl looking back at her. Both blinks in confusion a few times before recomposing themselves. Naruto ni sama, are you busy? I'm just showing Kin-chan around the village since she just joined Konoha. I see. Is there something you need Hanabi-chan? I'm just wondering when you'll come to help me and Onisama train. Kin cringes as Hanabi grabs Naruto's hand with both of her own. Even though Kin is standing off to the side, Hanabi can still see the girl's reaction out of the corner of her eye. Smirking, Hanabi practically wraps her arms around Naruto's waist. You haven't visited since before the Chunin tournament and Onisama and I miss you very much. Wait. Hanabi-chan, what are you? Naruto ni sama. Hanabi says, whimpering. All right, I'll come over in a few days. Really? I never break my promise, Naruto says, kneeling down to Hanabi's level after finally getting out of her grasp. Arigato Naruto ni sama, Hanabi says, kissing him on the cheek. Naruto can swear he heard a low growl to the side as soon as Hanabi gave him the peck. Looking over, he sees that Kin is already walking away back toward their home. Saying a quick goodbye to Hanabi, Naruto tries to catch up to Kin before she runs into anyone who can recognizes her and cause a mess. It seems that Hi's prayers aren't answered as Kin literally runs into Ino. Watch where you're going. You. Ino-chan. Wait, Naruto screams, running up and getting in between Ino and Kin before they start fighting. Naruto. What are you doing with her? She is a Konoha nin now, Naruto says, still trying to catch his breath. Aren't you supposed to meet Sakura-chan at the flower shop? Well, she's late so I came out to look for her. Actually, we ran into her a few minutes ago so we probably held her up. Oh, I see, Ino says, nodding her head. What are you doing with her? She's new to the village so I'm just showing her around, Naruto says, tired of giving the same explanation over and over again. So you two are on a date? I thought we had something together, Ino says, getting teary-eyed. Ino-chan. Naruto stutters as Kin storms away again. Wait, Kin-chan. She gets jealous easily, Ino says, suddenly completely recovered. Man, this is the fourth time today, fourth time. No wonder she's upset. Listen, Ino-chan, I'll talk to you later. Go ahead Naruto. I should probably head back. Sakura should be there by now if what you said is true. Back at home, Haku almost jumps out of her chair when the front door suddenly slams close. A few seconds later, a fuming Kin stumps up the stairs and goes back to her room, slamming that door close in the process as Haku hides behind her chair. Putting some distance in bedwest later, Naruto slowly enters the living room, glad that the little tour is over. Naruto-san, what happened? We ran into a few girls along the way. But why would she be so angry? I thought you two hate each other, so why would she care? I wish I knew. I will talk to her later, but can you give me a little bit of time Naruto-san? Okay, I'll go and take a walk. I need to speak to someone anyway. Arigato Naruto-san. Everything should be fine by dinner time. Walking around the village, Naruto sighs as he is kicked out of his own house twice in one day. He has been hoping to talk to Tenten but he hasn't had any luck finding her. Walking along the river running through the village trying to get to his team's training ground, he runs in to two people wearing a straw hat and an odd cloak. Uzumaki Naruto, I presume. What do you want? You will be coming with us. That won't be happening, a voice says behind Naruto. Asuma Jii-san, Kurenai-sensei. Che, Itachi. Looks like we're going to get to fight today after all. If you intend to hurt Naruto, then you'll have to get through me first, Kisame. Well, if it isn't Zabuza. I thought you died back in Nami no Kuni. Asuma, Kurenai, protect Naruto. Zabuza and I will take care of these two. Kakashi, are you sure? Ignoring Asuma's question, Kakashi and Zabuza charges at Itachi and Kisame. As the four ninjas exchange blows, a loud chirping sound suddenly comes from behind Itachi. Turning around, Itachi grabs hold of the charging Sasuke and throws him toward Asuma and Kurenai, the Chidori still flaring. Stunned, the two Junins cannot get out of the way but someone catches Sasuke before he crashes into them. Jiraiya-sama, the two Junin say. So, they managed to sneak into the village. Kisame, it appears that Naruto won't be coming with us today. Let's leave for now. Itachi. Before anyone can stop him, Sasuke charges at Itachi with his Chidori again. Itachi catches him easily before Sasuke can make contact and lifts him up to eye level by his wrist. Sasuke glares into Itachi's face but soon realizes his mistake when Itachi uses his Dujutsu. Closing his eyes, Itachi tosses the unconscious Sasuke over his shoulder as he and Kisame walk off. Seeing what they did to Sasuke, Naruto almost charges after them but Jiraiya stops him before Naruto can take a step. Let's get the kid to Tsunade first. We'll take care of it, Asuma and Kurenai offer. Nodding his head, Jiraiya hands Sasuke over to the two Junins and they speed off toward the Hokage Tower. Catching the quick glance from Kakashi, Zabuza nods and walks off as well, saying how he's going to tell the girls that Naruto won't be going home today. If they manage to get into the village just like that, we'll need to step up the process, Kakashi says. Yes, it looks like we'll have to do that, Jiraiya says. What are you two talking about now? Naruto complains, and what does Zabuza mean I won't be going home? Simple, you'll be training with us today, and probably for a good while after. Ignoring any further complaints from Naruto, Jiraiya and Kakashi take the boy to Team 7's training ground. Plopping to the ground, Naruto pouts as Jiraiya and Kakashi try to come up with a training schedule. Not that Naruto minds the training, but he would much rather be able to sleep at home. Besides, it's not like they are taking him out of the village for training, it makes no sense for them to keep him from going home. When he approaches the two, the only reason Jiraiya gives is that the girls will be a distraction from the training. All right Naruto, I already told you how Kage Bunshin could help you learn. It's time to apply that lesson again. Kakashi will create about 50 Kage Bunshin himself, each showing you a new jutsu. But unlike you, we can't maintain our Kage Bunshin for too long if they keep using jutsu over and over again. They'll show you the technique once, twice max. Then they will only be observing you, giving you pointers. At that rate, Kakashi should be able to hold them for about an hour. After that I will take over and we'll keep rotating. So how many do I need to create then? Well, let's say about 10 per jutsu, so let's start with 550. Well, what's the other 50 going to do? There is one technique that I will be teaching you. Those 50 will be training with me. While your Kage Bunshin will be training with us, you should try to meditate again and see if the Kyuubi would be any help in your training. Oh, that's right. The fox said that he can give me a few pointers, but I've been so busy lately that I haven't been able to talk to him since that one time. Well then get to it. Kakashi, let's go. Nodding their head, Kakashi and Naruto create their Kage Bunshin and begin their training. Finding a quiet spot a small distance away, Naruto starts meditating, trying to find his way to the Kyuubi again. Oi, you darn fox, wake up. I'm here for the training you promised. So you finally decide to show up. I hope you're prepared. I have over 500 Kage Bunshin training out there and you ask me if I'm ready. Fine, Your first lesson is to learn how to adapt to my chakra. It has a tendency to make the Jinchuriki more aggressive, as does the chakra of the other bijus, as I'm sure you've seen from Gaara. So what do I need to do? You're already using some of my chakra in creating those Kage Bunshin. I'll send you some more chakra, just enough to get you berserk, and it's up to you to keep yourself under control. If it gets out of hand, I'll cut off the chakra supply. When you're finally in complete control, come back here and I'll increase the amount of chakra. So how do I learn to control the anger? By meditation, but don't come by here while you do that. A couple of weeks into the training, Naruto can already safely handle about 2 taels of chakra. The training with Kakashi has progressed well and he has mastered Injurjutsus, even if Kakashi continues to refuse to teach Naruto to use the Chidori. The training with Jiraiya is also moving along smoothly, even if it takes 5 times as many Bunshin to learn the Rasengan. Naruto, Sasuke-kun, please stop. You still haven't completely recovered. Sakura, Sasuke, what are you two doing here? Sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I tried to stop Sasuke-kun. Kakashi notices how Sakura is looking around as she is speaking. Sasuke looks at her in annoyance for her obvious lie. She didn't try to stop him when he left the hospital. In fact, she helped him get out of the hospital. And now she is trying to act like a good little student and doing a pathetic job of it. Sorry to break this to you too, but Naruto isn't here. What? Do you mean Naruto isn't here, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asks. Hokage-sama just sent her assistant over and summoned Naruto and Jiraiya-sama a short while ago. Glaring at Kakashi, Sakura walks over to one of the trees lining the training ground. Putting her hands on the trunk, Sakura forms the hand seal for dispelling genjutsu. Suddenly, the tree disappears and in its place is Jiraiya, with Naruto standing on his shoulder. Your lies are as awful as always, Kakashi-sensei. Maybe I shouldn't have taught you how to detect genjutsu after all, Sakura. Sakura sticks her tongue out at Kakashi as Jiraiya throws Naruto off his shoulder. Walking over, Sakura helps Naruto up with Sasuke joining them seconds later. Naruto, spar with me. But Sasuke-kun, you're not completely recovered, Sakura says. That's none of your business. I'll be just fine. She's just worried about you. Quiet, Naruto, are you going to fight me or not? Fine, let's go, if it matters to you that much. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura says, looking to her sensei for help. I'm not going to stop you two, but you have to refrain from killing each other. I'll step in if it gets too intense. Jiraiya and Sakura move out of the way to give the two more room. Jumping back, Naruto and Sasuke stares at each other across the clearing. Even after Kakashi begins the match, the two remain in their spot, waiting for the other to make th. Naruto creates 2 Kage Bunshin and sends them to attack Sasuke. Forming the hand seals, Sasuke uses Kaden Hausenka no Jutsu to destroy the Bunshin with enough fire private parts to attack Naruto directly. Instead of trying to counter the attack, Naruto jumps out of the way of the attack, giving Sasuke an opening to move in an attack. With him helpless in the air, Sasuke easily lands a series of blows only to have it explode into a large cloud of smoke. A Bunshin. That's right, Sasuke Tem. Jumping through the smokescreen, Naruto punches Sasuke and sends him plummeting to the ground. Sakura wants to go in and check on Sasuke, but Jiraiya stops her from moving. Struggling to get up, Sasuke jumps out of the way just in time to avoid a kick from Naruto. Getting frustrated, Sasuke forms a set of hand seals and holds out his right hand with sparks flying off it. Having seen it in action against Gaara, Naruto knows that he doesn't have the speed to get away from the strike, so he uses the only thing he knows has enough power to block the Chidori, the newly learned Rasengan. Before the two techniques crash against each, Jiraiya and Kakashi move in and restrain the two. Hot, I told you two not to use techniques that can kill. Gomen, Kakashi-sensei. Che, I'm going home. Sasuke-kun. Sakura mutters, watching the retreating back of the said boy before turning her attention on her other teammate. Naruto, are you okay? Of course I am, Sakura-chan. He didn't even lay a finger on me. By the way, have you talked to Haku-chan and Kin-chan since I started training? Yes, why, are they angry? Kakashi-sensei and Ero Sennin said that the training is over and I can go home. Well, let's just say that I heard Asuma-sensei say that he saw Zabuza sleeping at the RK when I visited Ino Buddha's flower shop a few days ago. That's not good, is it? Nope. Listen, Sakura-chan, do you think Haruno-san would mind if I stay over a couple of days? I don't think Mom would mind. But if you think they are angry that you didn't go home from training before, imagine how angry they'd be if they find out you didn't go home even after training. Well, I can always take Hiyashi Jii-san's offer and go to the Hyuga compound to train with Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan for a few days. Oh boy. You remember something? 'Cause I remember Hanabi storming out of your house about 10 days ago. I promised Hanabi I would train with her, but then I got stuck training with Kakashi-sensei and Ero Sennin. She's going to kill me. Oh, it's not that bad. Hanabi just goes na tirade whenever your name is brought up in the last get-together, that's all. Though she almost destroyed the table doing so. Well, I can always go visit Ten. Arg. She finished the job Hanabi started on the table. What did you do this time? I promised Tenten-chan that I'll introduce her to Tsunade-ba-chan, Sakura-chan. Only you and Ino-chan can save me. Be a man and face your punishment. No one can help you with this mess, Naruto. Sakura-chan is so cruel. Anyway, I think Hokage-sama is looking for the two of you, Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sama. Catching the look in Sakura's eye, the two ninjas nod their head and run out of the clearing while Naruto is still staying there contemplating his next move. Walking up to Naruto with a serious look on her face, Sakura wishes the boy good luck before going home herself. Scratching his head in confusion, Naruto turns around just in time to jump out of the way of a Jiyuken strike from an irate Hanabi. Running behind her, Naruto grabs Hanabi's arms and keep her at arm's length so she can't land any kicks. Hanabi-chan, calm down. Naruto-ni-sama is a liar. Calm down. I'll go to the Hyuga compound tomorrow, okay? I don't trust you. Well, hey, I know. Naruto says, letting the girl go and reaching behind his head, untying his hattie. Here, you hold on to this, and I promise I'll go to the Hyuga compound to pick it up and train with you. Looking at the hattie, Hanabi snatches it out of Naruto's hand and tie it around her own forehead. Sticking her tongue out at Naruto when he ruffles her hair, Hanabi runs home. Determined to show off her new prize to her sister. Looking around the training ground to make sure no one will be jumping him, he hurries out of area and head for the Hokage Tower, hoping he see. And there before any other girls can find him. Tsunade-ba-chan. Naruto screams as he runs inside the Hokage's office. What do you want now, brat? Hey, where are Kakashi-sensei and Ero Sennin? I thought you called them here. Why would I do that? Anyway, what do you want? Why would Sakura-chan lie? Oh well. Tsunade-ba-chan, come with me. Naruto says, pulling Tsunade out of her chair. Hey, wait a minute. No time to talk. Come on. I can walk myself. Stop pulling. Whatever, just hurry up. Following the blonde ninja, Tsunade finds herself in front of a small apartment. Ringing the doorbell, Naruto runs behind Tsunade just in case something bad happens when the door opens. There's a loud crash followed by a string of curses. When the door opens, it reveals Tenten, who has a few minor cuts on her left arm. Who is it? Hi Tenten-chan, Naruto says, peeking out from behind Tsunade. Naruto. Tenten screams, not noticing the person standing before her. Now why did you bring me out here again, Naruto? Tsunade-sama. I kinda promised Tenten-chan I would introduce her to you, but then Ero Sennin made me train with him for 2 weeks and threw off everything. I see, so that's why you're hiding behind me. Quote, anyway, you two should get to know each other. I have to head home. Sighing, Tsunade gestures for him to go, but Tenten is too busy admiring her idol to notice the boy is gone. Sneaking inside his home, he closes the door as gently as he could so it wouldn't alert Haku and Kin that he is home. When he turns around, he's pinned to the door by a barrage of Senbon. Welcome home, Naruto-san, Haku says, twirling around a Senbon needle in her hand. What she said, Naruto hentai, Kin says, standing next to Haku with another Senbon in hand. Hi girls. So, what did you do these 2 weeks? Naruto-san, I was training with Arrow Sennin. On what? It's not reading, I hope, Haku says, taking aim with her Senbon. No, Kakashi-sensei and Arrow Sennin made me learn a bunch of new jutsus. I see, the girls say, putting the weapons away and helping Naruto down from the door. I heard that Zabuza was sleeping in the park. Oh, he came home too weak. Go telling us that you won't be coming back for a while, Kin says, so we sent him out to bring you back, and told him not to bother coming home until he can do so. Isn't that a bit much? No, Haku says. Anyway, I think I'm going to take a quick nap. Can you wake me up when dinner's ready, Haku-chan? Sure, Naruto-san. Later that night, Naruto wakes up to the sound of someone knocking on the door. Rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, he realizes that the sky is already dark. Getting out of his bed, he walks slowly to answer the door to find Haku and Kin all dressed up. Is dinner ready? Naruto asks, still half asleep. Go change, we are going out for dinner, Kin says. What? You girls should have told me that we're going out. Well, we're telling you now, so let's go, Naruto hentai. Stop calling me that. What? You don't think you deserve that name? Haku may not know your reaction, but I was sitting on your lap when we were supposed to distract you. Naruto wants to argue, but he knows that the more he says, the worse the situation would become. Sighing, he sends the girls out of his room and changes into the same clothes he wore for his date with Sakura. Leaving their house, Haku and Kin leads Naruto toward the better-off section of the village. Naruto was hoping that he can visit Ichiraku since he was only living on ninja ration that Kakashi and Jiraiya gave him during the last 2 weeks. But hearing the reactions the girls had during his training mission, he's not about to airing the girls any further. When the girls finally stop, Naruto has to check his wallet before turning toward the girls. Girls, don't worry, Naruto-san, this place is really cheap despite its appearance, Haku says. What Naruto doesn't know is that this is a reward from Tsunade for surviving the difficult training, and what Haku and Kin doesn't know is that the other girls caught wind of the arrangement and they managed to convince Tsunade to let them join the 3 ninjas. As soon as they walk into the restaurant, someone runs up and wraps her arms around Naruto's waist. What took you so long, Naruto-ni-sama? Hanabi-chan, what are you doing here? Everyone is here, silly. Look. Following the girl's hand, the 3 ninjas find the others sitting at a table in the corner waving their hands. Forcing a smile, Haku and Kin wave back, but Naruto can easily say the temperature suddenly getting colder all of a sudden. Chuckling nervously, Naruto untangles himself from Hanabi and tries to lead Haku and Kin to a different table when Hanabi, seeing what he's trying to do, grabs hold of his hand and pull him toward the girls' table with some help from Tenten. When he gets close enough, Hanabi pushes Naruto into an empty chair and immediately takes the seat to his right. Not wanting to be outdone, Haku and Tenten moves for the chair to the left of Naruto but only ends up slowing each other down, giving Kin the opportunity to sit there. Looking around the table, Hanabi notices that Sakura, Ino, and Hinata don't appear to care about the seating arrangement. Not knowing too much about the former Oto Nin, Hanabi congratulates herself in keeping her rivals from sitting next to Naruto. In his seat, Naruto is becoming increasingly uncomfortable with the situation. From his seat, he can easily see Sakura and Ino in a glaring match sitting to the opposite side of the table while Tenten and Haku looks like they are about to go to their arsenal and start firing weapons at moment's notice to his left past Kin. If not for the little buffer zone formed by Kin to his left and Hanabi followed by Hinata to his right, he might be on the receiving end of some injuries before the night's out. When the food arrives, Naruto soon finds the food on his plate starting to pile up with every girl sharing what they have with Naruto. Even Kin did the same thing, though the look on her eyes shows a sign of annoyance, as though she wants nothing to do with it, but it would be weird if she is the only one who wouldn't do it. By the time the dinner is over, he finally realizes why he ordered extra food when he knows that they can't possibly eat so much. It's because they were counting on sharing with him and now he's so full he can barely walk. It's getting late, maybe we should all head home. Remember Naruto-ni-sama, you have to come over tomorrow to help Oni-sama and I train. Hanabi says, loud enough for everyone to hear as they walk out of the restaurant. Yeah, I need that hatayat after all, Naruto says, flicking the small piece of metal now resting on Hanabi's forehead. Before anyone can comment on it, Hanabi pulled Hinata home, determined to rest up before the big day tomorrow. And when they turn toward Naruto, he's already being helped home by Kin and Haku. Sakura, Ino, and Tenten watches on until they travel for a couple of blocks and suddenly there's a loud slap and the distinctive yell from Kin about Naruto being a pervert. The only response Naruto gave is that his hand slipped and he didn't mean to touch her there. While the three girls don't have any idea where there is, but the way Kin and Haku were helping Naruto WALK and the reaction from Kin gave them a pretty good idea. Sighing, the three girls decide to head home themselves. The next morning, Naruto sets out to the Hyuga compound after a quick breakfast. When he gets there, Hinata is already sparring with Hanabi while Hiashi is training Neji on the side. Seeing her Oni-sama, Hanabi breaks the spar and runs up to Naruto. She pulls to a stop and looks back sheepishly when Hiashi clears his throat. "Welcome, Naruto. Here to train with Hinata and Hanabi I presume." "Hi, Hiashi Jii-san. I promised Hanabi-chan I would come today. So, yes, a special L. Why since it would be rather difficult for you to perform any other ninja duties without your hatayat." "Yeah, I kinda promised Hanabi-chan 2 weeks ago that I would come, but then something came up. And Kakashi-sensei and Ero Sennin made me train with them for 2 weeks." "Ero Sennin? Who is that Naruto-kun?" Hinata asks. "I think his name is Jiraiya or something. I've been calling him Ero Sennin ever since we first met." "You mean the teammate of Hokage-sama and one of the 3 Sannin Jiraiya-sama?" "Yeah, but he's a real pervert. Make sure he doesn't get close to you Hinata-chan." "You too Hanabi-chan." "Okay, Naruto-ni-sama. Now that you're here, I'll allow you to practice your duty as Chunin and lead the training for the girls," Hiashi says. "Neji and I shall practice in another section of the compound." "Okay, leave it to me." Naruto salutes Hiashi as the Hyuga clan head and Neji walk off but slumps his shoulders when they disappear around the corner. Turning around, Naruto Ds Hinata and Hanabi looking back at him, obviously trying to hold back a giggle at his reaction, though Hanabi is not having as much success as her older sister. "So what should we do Naruto-senpai?" Naruto shoots a glare at Hanabi, slightly agitated at her choice of title that's obviously making fun of him. Sighing, Naruto takes a seat on the ground and stares at the two girls having no idea what he's supposed to do. "Maybe you two should keep practicing Jiyuken or something." "Ah, that's boring Naruto-senpai. So what do you suggest Hanabi-chan? You said your sensei and that Ero Sennin taught a bunch of ninjutsu right? Teach us those. Chichi-Yui doesn't really teach us any ninjutsu or genjutsu," Hanabi says, taking a seat to the left of Naruto with Hinata sitting to his right. "Really?" Naruto asks, looking toward Hinata for confirmation. "Yes, Otoyu-sama wants us to focus on developing our Jiyuken until we have fully mastered it." "Okay, I'm not very good with genjutsu either, so I guess I'll start with some weaker ninjutsu." Nodding their head, the girls watch as Naruto stands up and stretches. He spends the rest of the morning teaching the two girls some basic elemental ninjutsu like Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu, Doden, Shinjiu Zanshu no Jutsu, Kurigakure no Jutsu, Kei's no Yoiba, and Kumo Bunshin no Jutsu. After a quick lunch, Naruto, Hinata and Hanabi return to training. This time, the training involves Naruto sparring against both Hinata and Hanabi to see how well the girls can incorporate the new techniques into their fight per the request of Hiashi. "Are you two ready? Let's go. We'll beat you for sure Naruto-senpai." As soon as Hiashi gestures for the match to begin, Hinata jumps back next to the pond and uses the water to perform the Kurigakure no Jutsu, creating a mist screen to allow Hanabi to move in with her Jiyuken strikes. Sensing the chakra emitting from Hanabi's strikes, Naruto manages to dodge away from all of them. Suddenly, Naruto hears the ground opening up and Hinata jumps out of the hole, her right arm cut up with the Kei's no Yoiba. Before she can land the blow, Naruto manages to leap up into the air and adjust his body with the help of a cage bunshin and kicks Hinata on the shoulder. Instead of being pushed back by the kick like Naruto is expecting, Hinata disappears into a plume of smoke. Just as his feet touches the ground, a large fireball comes flying toward him. Knowing that he doesn't have enough time to dodge, Naruto braces for impact instead. Hearing a loud yelp and something glowing through the fog moving about frantically, Hinata cancels the Kurigakure no Jutsu. When the smoke clears, Hinata and Hanabi sees Naruto running about, the left sleeve of his jacket on fire. When Hinata and Hanabi rush toward Naruto, trying to help him put out the flame, Naruto simply turns toward them and smiles. Before they recognize what is happening, they turn around and find a water dragon coming toward them. Naruto-senpai, Hanabi yells after the water rushed through, soaking the sisters from head to toe. That's not fair. You have to expect the unexpected. Hanabi-chan. 1. You knew Hinata-chan used the Kumo Bunshin Kanban. Ed with Shinjiu Zanshu no Jutsu and Kei's no Yoiba to get me in the air. You should expect that I would use Kage Bunshin to block your Gukaku no Jutsu. 2. Hiyashi Jii-san never ended the match. No. To mention that I just showed you the next ninjutsu I want to teach you, the Suiryuden no Jutsu. Well, the watered-down version anyway. Hinata and Hanabi groan at the awful joke, poking fun at their condition. Determined to get her revenge, Hanabi pushes Naruto toward the pond. However, instead of falling into the pond like Hanabi is expecting, Naruto starts walking on the pond, further irritating Hanabi. How come you can stand on water? Hanabi says. Kakashi-sensei taught me this exercise to practice my chakra control. I'm going to change. Please excuse us for a moment, Naruto-kun. Hinata says, bowing before running off with her sister. The training continues into the evening. When Hinata and Hanabi invites Naruto to stay for dinner, he refuses, saying how he promised Haku and Kin that he would go home for dinner. In truth, he never made that promise, but he saw how angry Haku and Kin were after the dinner yesterday and he wants to make it up to those two. The next morning, Naruto and the two girls are interrupted during breakfast by loud banging on the door. Grumbling, Naruto gets up and answers it. He's about to give the person a piece of his mind, until he sees Shikamaru standing there hunched over trying to catch his breath. Knowing Shikamaru's personality, Naruto knows something major must have come up. Sasuke left the village, Shikamaru says in between gasps. Hokage-sama wants us to form a team to bring him back. Hearing what Shikamaru said, Haku and Kin grab the weapon pouches on a stand near the front door. Handing one to Naruto, the three ninjas set out after Shikamaru in search of other ninjas for the mission. In the end, they manage to find Choji, Neji, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. Sakura and Ino wanted to help but Shikamaru refused, thinking that they will become distracted and endanger themselves in the mission. All right, Kiba, you and Akamaru go up front and track down Sasuke. There shouldn't be any ambushes, but just in case, Neji, Hinata, you two take the flanks and scout the area with your Byakugan, Shikamaru says. The rest of us will follow behind you three. Nodding their head, everyone moves into formation and sets out. Hen finally catches up to where they presume Sasuke to be. Naruto notices Kin starting to tremble in the back. Kin-chan, are you all right? Naruto asks. It's the Odo 4. They're the personal bodyguards of Orochimaru. I never thought that Orochimaru would send them to get Sasuke. Don't be scared, Kin-chan, Naruto says, wrapping his arms around Kin's shoulders. Why don't you stay back here? We'll go in there. Get Sasuke, then we'll all go back together. Oh, okay, be careful. Catching the nod from Naruto, Shikamaru gestures for everyone to get into position. Once everyone is in position, Shikamaru turns back toward Naruto, who nods again after catching the signal. Forming two Kage Bunshin, Naruto sends them into attack and gauge the opponent's strength. As quickly as the two Bunshin enters the clearing, they are destroyed by one of the Odo 4, namely the giant amongst the group. So, it's just a bunch of kids. Don't worry about them, Jirobu, I got them, the six-arm Odo nin says. With a flick of the wrist, the said ninja pulls everyone beside Kin out of their hiding spots. Looking down, the Konoha nins find at least one small string connected to them. Laughing, the four Odo nins watches on, finding entertainment in the Konoha nins' struggle to get the chakra web off them. Is he a puppeteer like that guy from Suna? Naruto screams, trying to pry the strings off him. No, These are more like a spider web than chakra strings, Shikamaru says, trying to do the same. I think I can cut through them with my Jiyuken, Neji says. As Neji and Hinata try to free everyone, Shikamaru can't help but find it strange that the 4 Odo nins don't even try to stop them. As soon as almost everyone is freed, the biggest of the 4, Jirobu, as the 6-arm one call him, stands up and start flexing his arms. Doden Kekai. Duro Dumu. Just as the last thread is cut, a large dome of rock rises up and covers the group. Seeing the others caught, Kin starts going back and forth, arguing with herself whether or not to go out there and help them. When she sees the other 3 Odo nins trying to leave, Kin jumps up in the air and fires out Injursenban, forcing them to jump back. Looks like there is one left after all, Jirobu says, standing in his spot with his hands still holding the dome together. Kin, what are you doing here? To Yuya-senpai, I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to leave. So, you knew that the brat is still alive. Orochimaru-sama won't be too happy to find out. Be quiet, Saken, and not a word out of you, Kitamaru. I was the one that let her go. I'll take care of her. Take care of her how? Let her run away again. I bet she's the reason our last operation failed, Saken says. No, it's best I kill her now. That way, we'll know she's dead for sure. Their conversation reaches the ears of the Konoha nins trapped inside the dome. Knowing that Kin is in trouble, Naruto starts becoming more and more agitated. Looking back toward everyone that's trapped with him, he makes the decision that his friend's life is more important than keeping a secret and starts drawing on the Kyuubi's chakra. Everyone beside Haku looks toward Naruto in surprise as they feel his chakra level increasing dramatically. Even Jirobu outside seems to have difficulty holding the dome together. Forming the Rasengan, Naruto slams it through the wall, forcing Jirobu to jump back to avoid the strike. Kin-chan, stay back. We'll take over from here, Naruto says, the Kyuubi's chakra flaring, one chakra tail moving about behind him. Orochimaru-sama is expecting us to deliver Sasuke to him. I'll hold them back. The rest of you go ahead, Jirobu says, moving in front of Naruto. Make sure you do your job right, Jirobu, Kitamaru says, picking up the barrel in the clearing. The Konoha nins watch as the other 3 Odo nins scrambles away with Jirobu standing between the 2 groups, daring the Konoha nins to make a move. Based on their conversation, the Konoha nins realize that Sasuke is inside the barrel that Kitamaru is carrying away. Forming hand seals, Shikamaru catches Jirobu with his Kage main no jutsu. Choji and I will take care of this guy. The rest of you go ahead and go after Sasuke. But Shikamaru is right. Go ahead, Naruto. We'll catch up as soon as we beat this guy. Seeing the determined glint in their eyes, Naruto nods and moves out to catch up with the others who had already set out after Sasuke. About another mile into the forest, the group of Konoha nins manages to catch up to the 3 Odo nins. Looking back, Kitamaru fires a large chakra web, trying to delay the Konoha nins. Seeing what Kitamaru is trying to do, Neji and Hinata moves in front of everyone. Hakusho Kaden, Shugo Hake Rokujiu Yansho. When the group turns its attention back toward the Odo nin, they find Kitamaru standing there by himself smirking. Looking around him, they see Saken and Tayuya running away with the barrel. Focusing on the Odo nin in front of her, Hinata gestures for the others to continue. Hinata-chan, please do not be concerned about me, Naruto-kun. Catching up to Sasuke-san is more important. Hinata-sama is right. Don't worry, I will protect Hinata-sama with my life. Sighing, Naruto nods his head and runs after Saken and Tayuya with the others and leaves the 2 Hyugas to handle Kitamaru. When they catch up, Augustrated and charges toward the group, leaving the barrel with Tayuya. Saken manages to hold them up for a while, until Kiba and Shino takes Saken with them down into a ravine, allowing the others to go after Tayuya. When they find the Kunoichi, Tayuya puts down the barrel and turns around to face the 3 remaining Konoha nins. I never thought I would see you again, Kin. Much less us facing off against each other like this. I'm sorry, Tayuya-senpai, but I cannot allow you to leave. It seems that you not only failed in your task to retrieve Sasuke, but you failed to eliminate Kin as well. Quote, Kimamaru, what are you doing here? Orochimaru-sama assigned me to retrieve the body. I will deal with you when you get back. If you want to redeem yourself, you will hold them back. Arg, exactly how many of them are there? Naruto screams as Kimimaro carries the barrel away. Naruto hentai, Haku-san. You two go after Sasuke. I will hold off to Yuya-senpai. No, you won't be strong enough to do it by yourself. I will stay back to help you as well. Naruto-san, it's up to you to bring Sasuke-san back. Kin-chan, Haku-chan, go. Who says you're going anywhere? Before Yuya can attack Naruto, she's pushed back by a barrage of Senbon from Haku and Kin. By the time Yuya looks back toward Naruto, he has already gone after Kimimaro, cried out in frustration. Yuya turns back toward Kin and Haku in anger. Further down the trail, Naruto finally catches up to Kimimaro in the edge of the forest. I should have known better than to leave such an important task to Yuya. I will make sure she will pay for her failure. Just one problem. You won't make it back. Naruto screams. You and your friends will never be able to survive facing against the Oto 5. We will win and we will bring Sasuke back to Konoha. How can you be so confident? Because I trust my friends. Trust. Shikamaru releases the hold on Jirobu once everyone else is out of sight. Choji walks up next to his teammate, who is bent over trying to catch his breath. Are you all right, Shikamaru? It took a lot more chakra to hold him down than I expected. At least we did our part to let the others keep up the chase. Yeah, but now we have to take this guy down so we can go on and help the others. The only place you two are going is to the underworld. Rakenkan. Taken. Lowering his shoulder, Jirobu charges at Shikamaru and Choji, forcing the two to split up and jump to the side. Jirobu thought that the fight would be over quickly, but he is slowly becoming tired from dealing with two opponents. If he focuses on Shikamaru, Choji would help his teammate with his Buban Baika no Jutsu, and if Jirobu turns his attention on Choji, Shikamaru would strike with his Kage Kyubi Shibari no Jutsu. This is taking way too long. Be grateful you get to see me using my full power. Shikamaru and Choji watch as black marks start spreading across Jirobu's body, similar to those that appeared on Sasuke's body on a number of occasions. Knowing what the marks did for Sasuke, the two Konoha nins prepare themselves for a new round of assault. To their surprise, the marks eventually cover Jirobu's body, changing him into a demonic-looking creature. Slamming his hands on the floor, Jirobu pulls up a large boulder. Doden. Doryu Dango. Shikamaru and Choji barely have enough time to jump away from the giant rock. Taking a long chain with a lot of kunais attached to it, Choji uses his Baika no Jutsu and wraps the chain around his body. Seeing what his friend is doing, Shikamaru tries to hold Jirobu down with his Kage Kyubi Shibari no Jutsu again, remembering the effect it had on Jirobu before and confident that it can hold Jirobu long enough for Choji to strike. However, Jirobu breaks out of Shikamaru's technique easily and slams his hands on the ground again while staring down Choji's Nikuden Horizonsha. Doden. Doroku Gari. Pulling up a large slab of rock, Jirobu uses the wall to block Choji's attack. The rotating private parts of human flesh barely have enough power to drill through the wall, and Jirobu easily knocks Choji away when he crashes through, the kunais wrapped around his body long since rendered useless by the wall. Choji, are you all right? Shikamaru asks, sliding in front of his friend to protect him. Yeah, you think you can distract him for a little while, Shikamaru? I need time to prepare. You're not thinking of using those pills, are you? That's our best chance for winning. Do you think you can at least avoid the third pill? I'll try, but we both know that chances are I'll need to use it. Go, I'll hold him down even if I need to exhaust my chakra. Nodding his head, Choji runs for cover behind the tree next to him. Reaching into his pocket, Shikamaru pulls out a flash grenade and tosses it behind him, staring at Jirobu charging toward him. Knowing what Shikamaru is doing, Choji covers his eyes before the bomb hits the ground, but Jirobu is left standing in his spot temporarily blinded. Taking advantage of the extra shadow created by the flash grenade, Shikamaru catches Jirobu with his Kage main no Jutsu and focuses all of his chakra into holding Jirobu. Pulling out a case containing 3 pills, Choji opens the chamber and puts the first pill in his mouth before bracing for the effect. Once the first wave of pain passes, Choji puts the second pill in his mouth before joining Shikamaru. Take a quick break Shikamaru, I'll take over. Shikamaru glances at Choji nervously until the Akamichi taps his right pocket and a soft rattling sound is heard. Suddenly, Choji pushes Shikamaru away and blocks an incoming punch with his left arm. Jirobu cocks an eyebrow when his fist makes contact, fully expecting the Konoha nin to be flying into the tree behind him. He is even more surprised when Choji lands an uppercut with his right arm that sends him in the air. The two Konoha nins stare in shock as Jirobu gets up from the hit without so much as a scratch. Showing a disturbing smile, Jirobu charges toward Choji again. Instead of holding back like last time, Jirobu puts everything behind this punch and sends Choji flying toward Shikamaru and lets the momentum slams both of them into a tree. Landing in a heap, Shikamaru sees Choji reaching into his pocket. Choji, wait, he's no longer toying around with us. We can't possibly survive this fight without using the last pill. But that last pill, I won't let myself die yet. I still need to give Sasuke a piece of my mind when Naruto brings him back. I understand. I'll distract him. Thanks Shikamaru, you're the best pal ever. Standing in front of Choji again, Shikamaru tries to use his family's technique again only to find he doesn't have nearly enough chakra. Chuckling, Shikamaru reaches for his weapons pouch and retrieves two kunais. Charging toward Jirobu, Shikamaru fires off one of the kunais before continuing on, trying to stab Jirobu when he is distracted by the first kunai. Jirobu simply slams his hand down, blocking the thrown kunai and catching Shikamaru's arm. Lifting Shikamaru up to eye level, Jirobu shows a darn grin before throwing Shikamaru to the side, slamming his back into a tree. Looking back toward the other Konoha nin, Jirobu notices Choji slowly getting up, his knees still shaking slightly. Choji's entire physique has changed, becoming much thinner than he was just minutes ago. On his back are wings of chakra, giving him the appearance of a butterfly. From his angle, Jirobu can't see the large amount of chakra gathered in Choji's right palm. Looking to finish the two Konoha nins off, Jirobu charges toward Choji. Fists raised trying to end the fight against the obviously weakened Akamichi. Choji easily stops Jirobu by catching his wrist. Turning his body, Choji slams the large amount of chakra into Jirobu's stomach, sending him flying through numerous trees before sliding to a stop. Choji, are you all right? Yeah, is it over? I don't think he'll be getting back. You think I have anything left, Choji? Let me help you back to the village. But what about? I don't think we'll be much help in our condition. Besides, the side effects will kick in soon. I suppose you're right. Naruto will bring Sasuke back. He's too stubborn to let Sasuke leave. With Kidomaru standing in front of them, Neji keeps casting quick glances over toward Hinata. Perhaps it's best you head back to the village. Hinata-sama. I want to. No, I need to prove to myself that I have become stronger, Hinata answers, activating her Byakugan. Very well, Neji says, activating his Byakugan as well. Please be careful Hinata-sama. Are you two done talking? 'Cause I'm ready to start. Humo Nenkin. Spitting his webs again, the web quickly hardens and turns into two blades. Taking aim, Kidomaru throws the two blades at the two Hyugas. Neji and Hinata dodge away from the blades easily, but they can't get away from the large swarm of chakra webs that Kidomaru unleashes right after the two blades. With the two Hyugas pinned to the trees, Kidomaru forms two chakra web spears and hurls them at Neji and Hinata. Kidomaru's smirk quickly disappears from his face when he sees Neji, and Hinata easily breaking out of the chakra webs and dodges the incoming spear. Before he can even take a step, Neji is already standing next to Kidomaru as his Jiyuken stance. This match is over. Hake Rokujiu Yansho. Hinata watches as Neji easily lands all 64 strikes. Both of them notice something off when Kidomaru's body hits the floor, and when the dust settles, the Oto nin is standing there with a gold shell covering his body. How? Phew. Just in time. It seems I can't toy around with the two of you after all, Kidomaru says, smirking as curse marks start spreading across his body. You shouldn't just focus on Neji ni-sama. Hake Rokujiu Yansho. Kidomaru turns around just in time to see Hinata descending on him. 64 Jiyuken strikes later, Kidomaru slams onto the ground. Like last time, He stands up as soon as the smoke clears, though it's obvious that he's struggling slightly since he can't put up a defense in time to block the surprise attack from behind. Shooting a hatred-filled glare at the two Konoha nins, the curse marks start spreading even quicker, until he is turned into a demonic form. Seeing that Shikamaru is recovering quickly, Neji and Hinata tries to move in and land the finishing blow. Instead, they walk right into a trap as hundreds of chakra spikes shoots up from the ground. Using the Hakusho Kaden and the Shugo Hake Rokujiu Yansho, Neji and Hinata manages to deflect all the spikes. As Neji's spinning is coming to an end, Shikamaru fires more chakra spikes, and with no means of defending himself, the spikes embed themselves in Neji's body. Hinata rushes to Neji's aid just as Shikamaru leaps away into the trees. "Neji ni-sama, are you all right?" "Yes, I'll be fine, watch out." Neji pushes Hinata out of the way as a large chakra spear comes crashing down from the sky, punching a hole through Neji's left shoulder. "Neji ni-sama, watch out, there's another one coming." Hinata tries to jump out of the way, but it still leaves a moderate-size cut on her right ankle. Looking over to Hinata, Neji notices something falling off the end of the spear. So, he uses his webs to guide the spears. "Hinata-sama, I have a plan, but I need you to draw the Oto Nin's attack. It'll be dangerous." "I'll do it," Hinata says without a second thought. "Please be prepared." Moving in front of Neji, Hinata gets into the Jiyuken stank. Eat a feint protecting Neji and draw the attack again. Sure enough, Shikamaru launches the same attack again and Hinata jumps out of the way to the right while Neji moves up on the left and grabs the chakra string as soon as the spear impales itself to the ground. Using the chakra string as an extension to Shikamaru's body, Neji pours his chakra into string and uses it to carry the attack to Shikamaru's body before he cuts the string and forms another spear. A small distance away, Shikamaru starts to feel the effect as he cuts the string and slams to the ground. Before his body makes contact, Hinata is already next to him to land the finishing blow. Soon, Neji walks up and puts his hand on Hinata's shoulder as she watches the dead body of Shikamaru. "Hinata-sama, I'm all right, Neji ni-sama, after all. This is what we must do as ninjas." Neji doesn't need to look at her face to know that Hinata is crying. If he had a choice, he would much rather be the one to kill Shikamaru to save the kind-hearted Hinata from the distress of her first kill. Suddenly, Neji world starts spinning around wildly as he collapses to the ground. "Neji ni-sama," Hinata screams, her mind quickly taken off her first kill. "You're losing too much blood. I need to get you back to Konoha for treatment." "But the mission, we should trust that Naruto-kun would not let this mission end in failure." "I suppose you are right. Let's head back now." Shino manages to soften the fall for Kiba and himself with his bugs. Looking down the narrow path on the bottom of the ravine, they see Saken standing up. His appearance long since changed into that of a demon. What surprises them even more is the fact that another body is moving about a few feet behind Saken. It appears this will be a 2-on-2 fight after all. "No, the numbers are still on our side, isn't that right, boy?" "I suppose you are correct, Kiba, for once. I'm so going to get you for that one after we take care of these two freaks." Kiba and Shino charge in for the first strike. Surprisingly, at least to Kiba and Shino, it doesn't appear that either of the demons is sporting any form of injury despite the long fall from the top of the ravine to the bottom. Without anything in between breaking their fall. Soon enough, Kiba and Akamaru use the Jiyujin Bunshin to improve the number on their side. However, even with a 3-to-2 advantage, the Konoha nins are still struggling to defeat the two Oto nins. "Looks like we're going to need to use our new attack, Akamaru. Shino, please back up a little." Looking at his teammate for a brief moment, Shino notices a determined glint in Kiba's eyes as the Inuzuka takes a solider pill. Shino has seen the new technique before during one of their training, but he also knows what kind of strain it puts on Kiba and Akamaru. However, Shino also knows that there is no arguing with his teammate when he becomes this determined. Nodding his head, Shino jumps back and gets into a defensive stance just in case anything goes wrong. "Jinjiu Kanbi Henge. Sutaro. I have to admit they scared me for a moment, Saken." "Oh, it's rare for you to admit to being scared, Uken. But then again, it is just another pathetic dog. If you think I'm just another dog, you'll be sorry. Garuga. Spinning around rapidly, the technique tears through the ground as it heads toward Saken and Uken. The two barely manage to jump out of the way, but the technique still manages to cause some damage on their push-off leg. From the back, Shino sees Kiba and Akamaru's combined form trembling slightly. During practice, Kiba barely manages to pull one Garuga off. Even with the help of the soldier pill, Shino knows that Kiba and Akamaru are almost at their limit. They will be risking chakra exhaustion if they attempt another Garuga. Letting the bugs flow out of his body, Shino prepares to help Kiba after the next strike. Here we go again. Garuga, Kuchios. Rashomon. A giant gate appears from the ground and Kiba and Akamaru's combined form slams right into it, knocking him near unconsciousness. Kiba and Akamaru separate as they fall to the ground completely exhausted from using the taxing technique twice. All they can see is Saken and Uken moving in to strike and Shino suddenly jumping in front of him to protect them. Lying on the ground, Kiba watches as Saken is suddenly engulfed by a swarm of bugs. Looking around, Kiba can't find Uken anywhere as Shino's neck. Ah! Kiba screams from shock. Kisekikai no Jutsu. This is my Kekkei Genkei. Uken says, I can combine with anyone on a cellular level. Whatever damage you do to me, you also do to yourself. Now Bug Boy, tell your bugs to let my brother go. As that's so, Shino says, canceling the genjutsu hiding him from everyone. What? That's the last thing Uken says before the Shino he is attached to breaks up into a large swarm of bugs and begins draining his chakra like they are doing to his brother. By the time the bugs leave their body, Saken and Uken are no longer breathing due to complete chakra exhaustion. This river should lead us back to Konoha, Shino says as he looks up the cliff. What do you mean back to Konoha? We need to go after Sasuke. We don't have the means to scale the cliff and you don't have the strength to proceed with the mission. We already placed our faith in others to complete the mission when we decided to distract Saken and separate from the group. We should maintain that faith. Arg, fine. As soon as Naruto got away from her, Tayuya turns her anger on Haku. Kin wants to help her friend. But she also doesn't want to hurt the person that she looks up to all her life and saved her life. Gomen Tayuya Senpai, Kin thinks to herself as she fires of a bunch of Senbon. To intercept Tayuya before she can land a kick on Haku. You stay out of this, Kin. I can't do that. I see. So you're forcing me to fight you. You don't have time to look around. Jumping toward Tayuya, Haku lands a kick on her stomach, knocking Tayuya from the branch she is standing on. Glaring at the two girls, Tayuya jumps back and takes out her flute. Seeing what Tayuya has in her hand, Kin leaps forward, trying to stop Tayuya before she can use it. Blocking the punch, Tayuya uses Kin's momentum and throws her into a tree. Mateki. Mugenonsa. Before Haku and Kin are caught in the genjutsu, Kin fires a Senbon in Tayuya's direction. Tayuya dodges the Senbon easily before turning toward Kin with an annoyed glare. I will take care of you later. Sensatsu Susho. What? Tayuya ba. Relai jumps out of the way of the ice needles crashing down on her, breaking the genjutsu in the process. Turning her attention toward Haku, Tayuya notices the Senbon Kin threw lodged in Haku's left shoulder. Piecing everything together, Tayuya finally realizes who Kin was aiming for when she fired her Senbon. Why that little? Doesn't matter. I'll finish both of you off right here. Putting her flute to her mouth, curse marks starts creeping across Tayuya's body until she transforms into a female demon. Kuchio's no Jutsu. Megan. Jinbusokyuku. Watch out, Haku-san. The demons will follow Yuya Senpai's commands through the flute. The three demons move into formation and charges at Haku. Haku ends up running around in circles trying to dodge the demons, attacks and lure them into position. When she feels that she can trap all three demons along with Tayuya, she stops suddenly and forms a series of hand seals. Makyu Hyusho. Ice mirrors starts forming around Tayuya and the demons from all angles. Stepping into the mirrors, Haku prepares for the next barrage of attack. Sensatsu Susho. Having needles flying at her from all angles while being trapped in the small area, Tayuya uses the only thing she has to protect herself, by moving the three demons around her to take the blow. With the smoke coming from the demons returning to their realm, Tayuya tries to find a way out of the mirror formation. Just as she is about to get out, 2 needles pierces through Tayuya's throat right in front of the anxious Kin outside. Tears start welling up in Kin's eyes as she watches Tayuya's curse marks dissipate, transforming her back to her human form. You have her trapped. Why? Why did you have to kill her? Let's get her back to Konoha, Haku says, picking up Tayuya. What's the point? She's already dead. If we don't find a place to remove the needles and treat her, she really would be dead. What? I aimed at the pressure points on the back of her neck. It only puts her in a temporary stasis. But if she wakes up before we treat the wound and starts struggling, I can't promise I can save her. Then we should get them out now. No, it's a very delicate procedure. We need to find flat ground. If we keep going toward where Naruto-san went, we would be dragged into the fight. So we have to head back. Then we don't have time to waste. Let's go, Haku says while looking in the direction Naruto had gone. Naruto-san, please be careful. Trust. What a useless concept. The only person you can count on is yourself. You're wrong. It's this trust that makes us strong. Then tell me, did you trust Sasuke? What does that have to do with anything? Because he ends up betraying your trust in the end. And his betrayal will cost you your life. BP. Proud that you can see me use my Kekkei Genkai. Tilting his head to one side, Kimimaro pulls a bone sword out from his shoulder. Surprised, Naruto uses his most trusted technique to test Kimimaro's strength. After a few rounds and close to 100 destroyed clones, smoke starts billowing from the barrel behind Kimimaro. With a loud explosion, Sasuke breaks out of the barrel and runs toward Otogaku. Wait, Sasuke, you don't have time to look around. Konoha Senpuu. Suddenly, Lee barges into the scene and kicks Kimimaro away before he can bring his blade down on Naruto. Before Kimimaro can turn his anger on Lee, a large of sand rises up from the ground and surrounds Kimimaro. Lee, Gaara, Naruto, allow us to handle this unyouthful ninja. Uzumaki, go after the Uchiha and I will deal with this ninja. Do not be concerned about your companions, Temari and Kenkuro have already set out to retrieve them. Thanks, I'm counting on you too. Gaara and Lee watch Naruto chasing after Sasuke as they stand between him and Kimimaro. As soon as Naruto is out of sight, Lee takes out a bottle and takes a drink, saying that he needs to take his medicine and shoots a weary glare at Gaara. As soon as the liquid touches his throat, suddenly, Lee pushes Gaara away before charging toward Kimimaro. Gaara watches Lee stagger toward the Oto Nin, surprised that Lee pushes him away without any reason or warning. Moving about in a strange manner, Lee manages to dodge away from Kimimaro's strikes while landing injured blows himself. Karamatsu no Mai. Lee is pushed back as Kimaro's ribs start protrudes from his body. A sand wall appears in front of Lee as he tries to get up and move in again. What are you doing? It is obvious that your tactic will no longer serve its purpose and that your body is beginning to slow. Leave the fighting to me. Go back to the village. Sabaku no Gaara. Interesting. I'm curious to see if you are as strong as Orochimaru-sama says. With a wave of his hand, the sand carries a struggling Lee back toward the forest and erects a wall to keep him from interrupting. The sand around Gaara starts rising around him, forming a sand sphere. Eyeing his opponent, Kimimaro removes the top part of his robe as curse marks start spreading across his body. Gaara observes the transformation from inside the shell through Dai-san no Mi and he is shocked when Arrow pulls his own spine out from his back to serve a whip. Swinging his arm, Kimimaro wraps the whip around the sand shell. Gaara watches as the shell begins to crack from the pressure. If he moves the sand to form spikes to counter, it will put the shell under even more pressure and it may even disintegrate. Gathering more and more sand from the ground, Gaara concentrates his chakra to use his ultimate shield as Kimimaro forms a spear on his left arm. Psycho Zatai Bugyo. Shukaku no Tate. Tessenka no Mai. Hana. Kimimaro punches the spear into the large sand raccoon. To his surprise, the spear shatters into a million pieces. Suddenly, he starts sinking into a quicksand that Gaara creates during the fight. Using his Kekkei Genkai, Kimimaro covers his body with an exoskeleton to protect himself from the pressure. Soarabi nuisance of large bone spikes comes up from the ground, turning the plain into a forest of bones. Gaara barely has enough time to escape by forming a sand platform and floating above the spikes. Meanwhile, Lee is trying to climb through the spikes from the edge of the forest, where the spikes didn't reach, before Gaara's sand starts wrapping around his ankle. Using the platform, Gaara floats to Lee's location as he looks back toward the transformed battleground. Should we make sure that he won't be fighting anymore? The amount of chakra required to perform this technique would lead to complete chakra exhaustion, even for me. He was desperate to take someone with him to the underworld. Yosh, now we can go help Naruto-kun. You were in no position to fight. Didn't you already miss a dose of medicine? Lee is about to argue when pain starts shooting through his body. As much as he tries to hide the pain, he knows that he will only be in the way if he does pursue Naruto and Sasuke. His shoulder slumping, Lee allows Gaara's sand to form a platform under him and carry him back to Konoha. After getting away from Shikamaru, Naruto starts chasing after Sasuke again. Running for an hour, Naruto finally finds Sasuke standing on top of a waterfall waiting for him. So, you finally decide to show up. Sasuke, quit fooling around. We need to get back to the village now. I found something in the Uchiha compound that is quite interesting. It was the guide to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. With that, I can finally defeat Itachi. And run. Ning all the way out here will help you get it. You can say that. It requires a certain sacrifice, the death of a close friend by my own hands, and you fit the description. So, you lured me out here to kill me, is that it? That's right, Sasuke says, turning toward Naruto, Sharingan flaring. Naruto takes his battle stance, knowing he won't be able to bring Sasuke back to Konoha without a fight. The two engage in a taijutsu battle for a while until they decide they've had enough warm-ups and begin trading ninjutsus. The longer the battle lasts, the angrier Sasuke become, and eventually, Earth's marks start appearing all over his body. I never thought you would be able to push me this far, but I will kill you with my new power. Sasuke's body starts turning into a sickly gray tone and Woe demonic wings sprouts from Sasuke's back. Sensing the amount of dark chakra, Naruto's survival instincts kick in and he calls on the Kyuubi's chakra, up to the maximum level he can maintain control. The two begin exchanging blows again, and the shock wave created by the two massive chakra colliding would be enough to demolish the trees lining the area below the waterfall if they were any closer. In fact, some sections of the bank lining the river that leads into the waterfall is already crumbling away, both from the shock wave and the body of the two fighters crashing into the ground. So, it looks like even Orochimaru's curse seal didn't do much for you after all, Naruto taunts despite breathing hard. I will give you credit. You have gotten stronger, but you die now. Chidori. Naruto watches as Sasuke crashes down from the sky with Kakashi's prized technique. He has been holding back from using the Rasengan in fear of killing Sasuke, but he doesn't have a choice but to use it to protect himself against the Chidori. Charging the chakra sphere in his right hand, Naruto jumps up to meet Sasuke in midair. Before the two techniques crash against each other, Naruto suddenly remembers the look Ino and Sakura had when the team was about to leave the village and chase after Sasuke. Furrowing his eyebrows, Naruto decreases the power of the Rasengan and points it away from Sasuke, leaving himself open as the Chidori punches through his chest. As they get back to the ground, Sasuke removes his hand from Naruto and stares at the blood covering it in shock. Hearing the coughs from the fallen boy, Sasuke turns his attention toward Naruto. Naruto, why? You said that you need to kill your best friend and I fit the description, Naruto says in between coughs. I don't mind at all, if it means that you'll go back to Konoha. Naruto, you idiot. Looks like you've taken care of Orochimaru-sama's biggest concern as your gift of joining us, Sasuke, a voice said behind them. Kabuto, what do you want? Orochimaru-sama wants me to ensure that his newest student will be arriving according to schedule, Kabuto says, and it seems that you will. I'll be bringing your Mangekyo Sharingan with you. After all, there is no way anyone can survive with so much blood loss. Look, he's already unconscious, it shouldn't be long now. Hearing the words, Sasuke turns toward Kabuto in anger. Kabuto simply chuckles as Sasuke's curse seal-induced transformation dissipates, deeming him too weak to be of any threat. However, Kabuto realizes his mistake when he looks into Sasuke's eyes. Suddenly, Kabuto's world is covered in darkness and he feels his body becoming completely paralyzed. You're right, I did gain the Mangekyo Sharingan, but I won't be going to Orochimaru. It is no longer necessary. Within seconds, Kabuto personally experiences the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. As he loses consciousness, he sees Sasuke lifting Naruto and heading in the direction of Konoha. Kakashi managed to find an exhausted Sasuke struggling to carry Naruto back toward Konoha. Helping his student, Kakashi and Sasuke return to the gate of Konoha where a large crowd had gathered since news of Sasuke leaving the village started spreading. Seeing the bloody and unconscious Naruto in Kakashi's arm, some in the crowd starts cheering Sasuke as their hero, no longer in fear of Sandame's law with Naruto presumably dead. Having seen Naruto's power in action, Sasuke has already pieced some of the puzzle together, and hearing what the crowd is cheering helps complete the picture. In a sudden bout of anger, Sasuke powers up through the first stage of the curse seal again and lunges at the one civilian who is cheering the loudest, wrapping his fingers around his neck. If I ever hear anything bad said about Naruto again, I will not hesitate to kill you. And that goes for the rest of you. Sasuke, getting Naruto to the hospital is more important. Hand him to me, I can get there fastest with the curse seal aiding me. Good, I'll clear a path for you, Kakashi says. The ground starts trembling as Kakashi goes through hand seal after hand seal. Suddenly, a dragon made of earth rises from the ground down the main street, clearing the way for Sasuke. Kakashi fights through the crowd as soon as Sasuke is out of sight, taking care of injured members of the cheering section along the way. When Kakashi arrives at the hospital, he finds most of the Konoha Rookie 12 standing outside one particular operation room along with the Suna squad. Is Naruto? I wouldn't worry about Naruto. He's too stubborn to die before he becomes the Hokage. Everyone seems to relax a slight bit hearing Asuma's words, but the uneasy silence soon envelops the grow up once more as they start becoming more and more concerned with each passing second. About 2 hours later, Tsunade finally emerges from the operation room. Everyone moves toward her as she removes the blood-soaked gloves on her hands. He's going to be fine. Shizune is taking him to his room now. Can we? Kakashi starts. He's still unconscious. I'll let you guys know when he wakes up. About 2 days later, Naruto wakes up and finds himself in a spotless white room. At first he thinks he's finally passed away and ended up in heaven until he noticed the distinctive smell of medicine and loud cried out nearby. Getting up slowly and wincing at the pain from the still healing wound in his chest, Naruto staggers to the door and tries to find the source of the noise. As soon as he opens the door, he can easily identify the voice belonging to Kin. Looking around the hallway, he sees the said girl standing at the door a few rooms down. Using the wall for Suver to see what is happening. Naruto-san, what are you doing out of bed? Shizune, one of the many people inside, screams. What is going on here? Naruto asks, taking note of the people in the room. Naruto, please help Tayuya-senpai. They are going to take her to the interrogation division. Naruto almost jumps back in surprise when Kin grabs his arm. She doesn't even know if Naruto would be any help at all, but she's too scared to think properly at the moment, and whomever she can bring to her side would be helpful in her confused mind. Tayuya, why does that name sound so familiar? Hey, I remember. Isn't that one of the people who tried to take Sasuke to Orochimaru? That's right, Tsunade says. She has valuable information regarding Orochimaru and we need to get it out her. And if I can talk her into giving up the information willingly? Naruto asks, seeing the desperate look in Kin's eyes. Well, in that case, why do you care so much, Naruto? Tayuya also saved Kin, didn't she? So she is partly responsible for us winning against Oto. Which means she's partly a hero to this village. You'll never give up till you have your way, Tsunade says, sighing. I'll give the two of you 3 days to get the information out of her. If you fail, then we do thing my way. But Tsunade-sama, that's enough, Shizune. It's much better if we don't have to resort to using violence anyway. Hi, Tsunade-sama. As soon as Tsunade, Shizune, and the Anbu clear the room, Kin rushes over to Tayuya. Naruto follows hesitantly, weary of any Potential surprise attacks. When he gets close, Naruto notices that Tayuya barely has enough strength to speak, much less actually going on the offensive. I see you have recovered, Naruto-san, a voice says behind them. Haku-chan, you're probably wondering what happened to Tayuya-san, am I correct, Naruto-san? Well, sort of. The same thing that happened to Zabuza-san when your squad first fought against him. What? Got her butt kick? Naruto jokes, putting his arms behind his head. Well, that too, Haku says with a smirk. I hit 2 pressure points on her neck with my senbons. Ah, just like when you put Zabuza in that fake death state, right? Yes, Kin-san was quite upset when the senbons found their marks. You two should be glad that I can't move a muscle right now or else you're both dead. Tayuya-senpai, please calm yourself. How can you help them capture me, Kin? You should know what would happen to me. I only know what would happen to you if you go back to Oto. Kin, all Orochimaru cares about is himself. With Sasuke back in Konoha, you would be killed by Orochimaru the moment you step foot in Oto. He's the one who, even if he is the one who saved us from the streets, that doesn't give him the right to kill us when he deems it convenient. I don't want to find out that someone close to me is killed by Orochimaru. Again, Kin-san. Haku tries to comfort the hysteric girl by putting her hands on Kin's shoulder, but she simply shakes them off and runs toward the window, determined to hide her crying face from the other occupants in the room. Haku tries to move toward Kin again only to have Naruto stop her. Shaking his head, He gestures for Haku to take a seat and let Kin release her pent-up anger. Kin-chan's really worried about you. So would you stop worrying her and just tell Tsunade-ba-chan what she wants to know? I am sure Kin-chan and I can convince Tsunade-ba-chan to let you start a new life here in Konoha. Like they'll ever allow an enemy to stay here. They let Kin-chan stay here. And perhaps you don't know, but Haku-chan and Zabuza were from Kiri. And even if they let me stay, they'll still have someone following me around at all times like a prisoner. I doubt Konoha has that type of manpower. They are constantly trying to protect themselves against Oto, Haku says. Please, Tayuya-senpai, just tell Hokage-sama what she wants to know, Kin says, turning around and showing her tear-streaked face. Fine, only if they promise not to treat me like a criminal. Don't worry, Haku-chan. Can you get Tsunade-ba-chan for us? Nodding her head, Haku leaves the room in search of the Hokage. Walking over to Kin, Naruto puts his hand on the now calmer girl. When Tsunade and Haku returns, they find Kin once again by Tayuya's bedside while Naruto is sleeping in the other bed in the room. Seeing who has entered, Kin moves toward Naruto's bed and wakes him up. Naruto, Hokage-sama is here. Ahaya, Tsunade-ba-chan. Naruto says, yawning, did Haku tell? She told me everything. All agree to the stipulation if the information proves useful. Then it's probably pointless, Tayuya says. Orochimaru should be making his escape as we speak. There should still be some form of defense at the place. But I doubt you'll find Orochimaru himself. There, that's fine. It's helpful enough if it weakens Orochimaru's forces. Tsunade gestures for Haku to take note on everything Tayuya says. About half an hour later, Tayuya finishes telling everyone in the room about everything she knows about Oto. Smiling as she reads through all the notes, Tsunade nods as she stands up. Stopping before she reaches the door, Tsunade turns back toward the teenagers with a disturbing grin. Oh yes, Tayuya, about your housing arrangement. It seems that you are very close to Kin, therefore you will be moving with her once you are cleared to leave the hospital. What? Why do you have to throw another person to my house? It's crowded enough as it is. Well, according to what I know, it's not your house. It's Zabuza and Haku's house. You don't have any problem with Tayuya moving into you, Haku? Tsunade asks, challenging her to say no. No, not at all, Haku says, catching the hint in Tsun's tone. Huffing, Naruto lays back down onto the hospital bed. Smirking at another apparent victory against the blonde boy, Tsunade adds one more line before leaving. Well, you seem to enjoy Tayuya's sense enough to sleep in the same room as her. After all, knowing your condition, if you're healthy enough to be walking about, you're free to go. Naruto jumps out of the bed blushing from the implication of Tsunade's words. Muttering under his breath, Naruto leaves the girls and goes back to his room to pack. Giving Kin and Tayuya a bit of time to themselves, Haku excuses herself to help Naruto. 2 days later, even though Tayuya is still physically weakened, Tsunade discharges her from the hospital. Kin and Haku are there waiting as soon as they get the news to help Tayuya home. When they get home, Tayuya mentions that an old man was looking for Naruto just as she was preparing to leave the hospital. After getting a more detailed description from Tayuya, who didn't hesitate to attach a few colorful adjectives to the description, Naruto leaves his house wondering what Jiraiya wants with him. It doesn't take Naruto long to find Jiraiya peeking at one of the few bathhouses nearby. "Oi, Ero Sennin," Naruto says quietly to save himself from the extra running. "Oh, there you are, kid. I was looking all over for you." "Right, I'm sure you would be able to find me inside a female bathhouse," Naruto says sarcastically. "Well, with your popularity these days, who knows for sure. Anyway, I want to talk to you about a training trip." "Why?" "Well, you already know about Itachi and Kisame coming after you. There will be others, to capture you for what you have inside you. And we can't train here because all the people here will be a distraction. Beside, I'm sure you don't want them to use your friends as hostages against you, at least until you're strong enough to save them. I do want you to know though, it will be a lot longer than that little 2-week training session you had." "Fine, when do we leave?" "Whenever you feel you're ready. Just make sure it's really early in the morning. The last thing we need is an emotional send-off, or for me to suffer a worse fate than Zabuza." "Fine, let's just get this over with before I have a chance to think about it." "Tomorrow at the gate." "Good, then I will see you tomorrow." "Okay," Naruto says, walking a short distance away, Ero Sennin. Running away laughing his head off, he can hear a ruckus inside the bathhouse as a number of kunoichi inside gather their things and charges out to attack the old pervert. Naruto stops at the front door when he gets home, trying to recompose himself and keep his upcoming training trip from the girls. That night, he prepares a letter explaining the reason for his leaving. Putting the letter under the door to Haku's room, Naruto sneaks out the next morning with his lightly packed backpack. When he gets to the gate, he sees 3 people standing there waiting. "Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke-tem, what are you two doing here?" "Well, it seems that Jiraiya-sama have the same idea I had. I'm taking Sasuke on a training trip to both improve his ability and hide from Orochimaru." "I see. When we come back, we'll see who's the stronger one again. And at that time, I don't want you to hold back. Yeah, I'm going to give you a butt-kicking you've never experienced before." "Hey wait, if all 3 of us are leaving, what will happen to Sakura-chan?" She had already asked Tsunade to train her. "I wouldn't worry about her, kid. Let's go before they know we're missing," Jiraiya says. "Yes, that's a good idea. The council would be in an uproar if they found out Hokage-sama had approved our training trips. I for one don't want to be around when that happens. Let's go." Sasuke. 2 figures, one teenager and one elderly man, are seen walking through the forest heading toward Konoha. The old man seems to have trouble catching up to teenager, who has since slowed down to wait for the old man, albeit not quietly. "Hurry up." "Shut up, Gaki. If you hadn't put my leg in a cast, I would have beaten you to the village by now." "Yeah, I won fair and square. It's not my fault your bones have gotten fragile with age. I'm not old." Quote, "Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Just hurry it up, I want to be there before sunset. The last time I talked to anyone from back home is on those 2 missions almost 2 years ago." "Fine, fine, if it means I'll be rid of you." A couple of hours later, the 2 finally reaches the gates of the village. The guards take 1 step toward them before recognizing the old man and backs away, saluting. In a blink of the eye, the teenager disappeared. The 2 guards look around frantically until they notice the old man looking up. Following his gaze, the 2 find the teenager standing on top of the gates. The old man walks up to one of them and taps on his shoulder and said something, and the guard disappears after nodding his head. "It's good to be back to this village. So you've finally decided to come back, Naruto," a voice says near him. "Kakashi-sensei, you're back too. Does that mean that he..." "Yes, We came back about 3 months ago. Managed to take care of a couple of pursuers from Orochimaru along the way. If that's the best Orochimaru has, then I'm glad I didn't go to him. Sasuke Tem. So, how strong have you gotten, Naruto? I could ask you the same thing. You two didn't forget about me, did you? Sakura-chan. Oi, the four of you get down from there. Hi, Tsunade-ba-chan, Naruto says, I barely got back to the village and she starts ordering me around already. The four ninjas jump down from the rooftop to join the two Sannin on the ground. Walking next to Naruto, Jiraiya elbows him to the side and gestures toward Kakashi with his head. As though he suddenly remembered something, Naruto reaches into his weapons pouch and takes out a book and hands it to Kakashi. This is, I still don't see why you would want to read something like this. I couldn't read through 2 pages of this junk. You mean you read it? Naruto suddenly notices a large amount of killing intent behind him. Looking to his side, Naruto sees Sasuke taking a couple of steps away from Naruto and Kakashi. Turning toward his sensei, he is just in time to see Kakashi teleporting away with his new book. Sakura-chan. 1 punch, 2 broken walls, and 3 down trees later, Naruto finds himself hanging upside down with his ankle caught by the main branch of the 4th tree he slammed into. Gulping, Naruto watches as Sakura advances toward him, leaving behind a trail of inch-deep footprints until Tsunade stops the raging girl. Is it over? Kakashi asks, appearing on the branch Naruto's ankle is caught on. Kakashi-sensei, you coward, help me get down from here now. Dope, be careful what you say or else you're going to get all of us in trouble, Sasuke says, showing up next to Kakashi and helping Naruto, as you can see. Sakura now has the strength to go along with her temper. I thought Sakura-chan is only learning how to be a medic nin. Why did Tsunade-ba-chan teach Sakura-chan her crazy strength too? What did you just say, Naruto? That's enough, Sakura. We don't need you destroying any more buildings around the village. You're lucky they were going to take down that abandoned house you punched Naruto through before anyway. Or else you'll be the one paying the bill, Tsunade says before turning toward Kakashi. Oh right, Kakashi says, noticing the look, now that all of you are back together after so long. I'm going to test your teamwork. Again. The stupid bell test again. You have to come up with something better, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto says. Though it'll be fun to show Kakashi-sensei up for what he did to us the last time we took this test, Sakura says. I suppose it would be helpful for each of us to know the other's strengths and weaknesses, Sasuke says. While you four go ahead and do that, I'll organize a gathering for tomorrow to celebrate your return. Why? Don't argue with Tsunade-sensei. Sakura whispers, she's been trying to find an excuse to get away from all the work for weeks. Now, what work? Hokage-sama has a lot of responsibilities. She has to make decision on many things regarding the village. So, well, she needs to examine all the paper or can consider the pros and cons before she can make decisions that may impact the village, and that takes a lot of time, Sakura continues to explain. I wouldn't need any time at all if I'm the Hokage. That's what every Hokage said dating back to my grandfather, Tsunade says, jumping in. What makes you so different? Because I know how to cut down on the time it takes to read through every document. If I can go through the small library in the Hokage Tower as just about 2 weeks 3 years ago, how long do you think it would take for me to read through all the paperwork? That's only cause you used Kage Bunshin. Oh. Exactly, Tsunade-ba-chan no baka. Well, I think we should get started, Kakashi says, trying to get Naruto away before Jiraiya loses his grip on Tsunade's shoulder. Team 7 soon find themselves back in their old training ground after escaping Tsunade's wrath. While the 3 teenagers try to catch their breath, Kakashi takes out 3 bells to show the kids. Before Kakashi can go on explaining the exam, Naruto screams for Kakashi to begin the exam. Sighing at his ever-impatient student, Kakashi closes his precious new book and puts it away. I thought you would like my present, Kakashi-sensei, I'm hurt. Naruto, you're the only unknown on this team. I personally trained Sasuke and we all saw Sakura's power in action. This is more a test to see if the 3 of you can incorporate a complete unknown to your team. Yeah, All we need to do is to take the bells from you. Yes, that is the goal, but it's important for the three of you to understand the pure. Whatever. I just want to get this done and go to Ichiraku. Same old Naruto. I'll have to remember to ask Tsunade Shisho to hire Ayame-san for the party, Sakura says. Ramen. Naruto whispers as he starts to daydream. Let's just get started before we lose him completely, Sasuke grumbles. Naruto refocuses on the task at hand after Sakura slaps him on the back of the head gently. Kakashi gestures for them to begin with a Y the last time. All three ninjas disappear from sight. Looking around, Kakashi finds that all three have greatly improved their stealth ability. Sighing, Kakashi lifts his Hitayat and reveals his Sharingan. Using the power of the Kekkei Genkai, Kakashi suddenly notices slight movements coming closer and closer toward him. Putting his hands together, Kakashi dispels the genjutsu just in time for him to block a punch from Naruto. Darn it, Kakashi hears Sakura cried out. If stealth won't work, then we attack head-on. Sasuke screams, charging out from the forest. Kakashi leaps over a sweeping leg kick from Sasuke before grabbing the wrist of the descending Sakura and throwing her into Sasuke. When the two bodies collide with each other, they disappear and a large plume of smoke erupts from where they were. As soon as Kakashi's feet touch the ground, it collapses under him. Even with all the noise coming from the crumbling ground, Kakashi can still hear a distinctive "cha" from the kunoichi in his squad. Suddenly, Kakashi notices a trail of sparks coming toward him. Leaping up in the air, Kakashi manages to leap over the Chidori and out of the smoke cloud from the ground's destruction. Looking around, he sees Sakura and Sasuke standing around smirking while Naruto is jumping up parallel from him about 10 meters away. Kakashi puts up his arms to block a kunai thrown by Naruto. While Kakashi is distracted, Naruto forms a cage bunshin and throws the clone at Kakashi. With Kakashi's arms occupied, the clone easily snatches the bells and throws two of them to Sakura and Sasuke. Instead of risking throwing the bell past Sharingan Kakashi, the cage bunshin waits for Naruto to run around to retrieve it. A rather crude tactic, but effective nonetheless. Very well, I will report back to the Hokage. Naruto and Sakura cheer as Kakashi leaves the training ground. Looking toward the pink-haired girl next to him, Naruto opens his mouth only to close it again quickly when he looks past her at the small crater said girl created. Rubbing the back of his head while chuckling nervously, Naruto turns around as though nothing happened and heads back toward the village to his favorite eatery. Nay, Naruto, is something the matter Sakura-chan? Are you going to Ichiraku? Yeah, so, see you guys tomorrow. Wait, I'm a bit hungry too. You don't mind if I tag along, right? Sasuke, are you going to come as well? I suppose it would be good to catch up. Well then that settles it. Let's go. Naruto receives a warm W. Elcone when Chuki and Ayame recognize who walked past the curtain, which happened when he decides to order his lunch. While they are eating, Naruto starts asking about their friends. Sasuke slows down as well. He never asked Sakura about it, but he is still slightly curious about them. He decides to follow Kakashi's advice and tries to mend his relationship with the other Konoha nins. Well, you'll get to meet them tomorrow. But I guess telling you now can't hurt. So what do you want to know about specifically? Well, how about everyone who took the Genin exam with us? Well, everyone is still basically the same. Everyone, or at least Chunin by now, even Sasuke, who came back just in time for the last Chunin examination. Neji-san and Shino-san both made Junin already, along with Haku-san, Kin-san, and Tayuya-san. Shikamaru probably would have too, if he isn't so darn lazy and actually take the darn exam. Yeah, typical Shikamaru. Tamari-san and Kenkuro-san from Suna also made Junin. I think Tamari-san is in the village for some official business. She might be there at the party tomorrow. What about Gaara? I haven't seen him in almost 2 years. Well, nothing happened to him, right? Come on Sakura-chan, tell me. Naruto asks, concerned. Even if you don't tell him Sakura, he'll find out soon enough. Gaara became the Godime Kazakage about a year ago. Really? That's great. Naruto, you're not upset? Sakura asks. Why should I be upset? Well, you always wanted to be the Hokage. I thought you might be upset if Gaara-san became the Kazekage before you. Him becoming Kazekage has nothing to do with me becoming Hokage or not Sakura-chan. Actually, it gives me more confidence. Naruto. Sakura whispers, seeing the faraway look on Naruto's face. You two knows about me, don't you? What I have inside me. Sakura and Sasuke nod their head at what Naruto is implying. The two had wondered about the ability Naruto shown in Nami no Kuni for the longest time. Sasuke had found out when he brought Naruto back to Konoha after their fight at the Valley of the End. In fact, he almost killed Injure of the more rowdy mobsters, but Naruto was unconscious at the time. Sakura had found out when she started training under Tsunade and received the power to study the file of some of her friends. Tsunade made it her initiation test to gauge Sakura's reaction when she found out the truth Naruto. And she's proud to say that she passed that test with flying colors. I'm almost the same as Gaara. If he is accepted by his village, then maybe I would too. Don't let them get to you, dope, Sasuke says. Looking away, if they can't see you for who you are, then it's their problem. Yeah, I suppose. Come on, Naruto. Don't look so down, Sakura says, putting her hand on his shoulder. Let's run through a few sparring sessions after we're done. That should cheer you up. Yeah, you're right, Sakura-chan. Besides, Sasuke-tem still owes me a fight. Watch it, you two. I don't want to get my cloths all dirty because I have to put you two back together in one piece. I said a sparring session, not an all-out fight. Yeah, I can't guarantee that you won't have to treat Sasuke. But I bet he won't even land a hit on me. I'll make sure you get to spend plenty of time getting to know Sakura better by the time the fight is over, Dobi. Oh yeah, I'm going to destroy you. Che. Sakura smiles as she watches her two teammates arguing. She was slightly worried that the training trip would make Naruto lose his cheerful self. She has seen plenty of saws of ninjas losing their personality after going through rigorous training, predominantly those in the ANBU. She did calm a bit after Sasuke returned and seeing his demeanor mellow out during his training. Though a small part of her became even more worried since the trip can change Sasuke's personality, who knows what it would do to Naruto. But seeing them together again, arguing like they are still 12 years old, lifts all the worry she has. Hey, Naruto, Sasuke. What is it, Sakura-chan? Naruto asks as the two turn their attention on the kunoichi. Do you two want to come over for dinner after the sparring session? I'm going to pass. Well, I suppose I can go, Sakura-chan. Yep, just like old times, Sakura thinks to herself, sighing. Okay, I should head home to tell my mom. I'll see you two at the training ground. Try not to kill each other until I get there. But you still haven't paid. What? You should be grateful to have such a beautiful lady accompanying you two for lunch. And now you want me to pay for my own meal. I'll see you two later. Arg, Sakura-chan must be spending too much time with Ino-chan. I wouldn't know. They haven't been following me around anymore. Thank goodness. What? How could that be? They used to worship you. Used to. And I'm glad at the lack of attention. It was annoying. How can you say that? You'll see eventually, Sasuke says before taking a look at Naruto. Or maybe not. While Naruto isn't exactly the sharpest knife in the drawer, he knows when someone is talking down on him. From the infamous smirk to the way his is looking at him. It doesn't take long for Naruto to switch to berserk mode. Just as the two are about to take it outside on their way to fighting all the way to the training ground, Chuki reaches Veer the counter and lifts the two Chunins up by the collar and gestures with his head toward the empty bowls piled up on the table. Chuckling nervously, Sasuke and Naruto immediately delves in pay for their meal before scrambling to the training ground. The sparring and the subsequent dinner are pretty standard affairs, nothing too unpredictable happened. The sparring session produced nothing more. Even a few deep bruises on both sides and a destroyed training ground from Sakura destroying the ground before Sasuke can charge up his Chidori, or likewise for Naruto and his Rasengan. Sakura can be Jin to see disturbing similarities between the rivalry of Sasuke and Naruto and that of Kakashi and Guy. Sakura reminds herself to talk to Tenten when she has time to learn how to control the two like how Tenten has control over Lee and Neji's so-called rivalry. After Sakura fixed Sasuke's ankle, which was caught in the line of fire from Sakura's punch. The Uchiha heads home grumbling. At dinner, Sakura finds out that Naruto's training included a very bland diet as Naruto almost devoured everything her mom set out on the table. The two Haruno watch in amazement as Naruto almost cleaned out their food supply. Naruto didn't exactly have a light lunch at Ichiraku, even for his standard, but his eating rate during dinner is ridiculous. It's almost like he hasn't eaten in a week. Which, coincidentally, Sakura finds out that did happen about a year ago during his training trip. After dinner, when Sakura asks Naruto to stay over, Naruto quickly refuses. It's bad enough that he couldn't communicate with anyone during the last 2 years of his training trip. The girls will have his head if they find out he refuses to go home even after he has returned. Sakura giggles at how fearful he is of Haku and Kin, but doesn't insist for him to stay nonetheless. By the time Naruto gets home, he is already starting to feel the effect of the afternoon's training. Opening the door, he slumps into his room and falls face first into his bed. Suddenly, there is a loud cried out followed by a thud as Naruto's half-asleep body slams onto the floor. The first thing Naruto sees with only the moonlight outside is the green hair on the head of the person who pushed him off his own bed. Eek! A pervert has broken in. The person, whom Naruto identifies as a girl, screams. What's going on? Another girl screams as she charges into the room and turns on the light. Haku-chan, who are you? The said girl asks, glaring at him and reaching for the weapons to the desk next to her. Wait, it's me, Naruto. Naruto-san. Haku asks wide-eyed and frozen in place. What's with all the ruckus? Another girl asks as 3 other girls walk in. Naruto-san is back, Haku says. Naruto hentai. Mo-kin-chan, would you stop calling me that? And you must be Tayuya-chan, right? But, who are these two? And why is this one sleeping in my room? You mean you don't remember us, Naruto-san? The 2 girls ask, obviously saddened. Naruto looks back and forth between the 2 girls. One of them has orange hair while the other one has dark green hair. Naruto keep wrecking his brain but he can't remember ever seeing the 2 girls. After giving it a few more seconds, Naruto shakes his head to answer in the negative. Kin-chan, do you have to tell everyone that accident? The orange-hair girl demands. Huh, wait. You mean, Sasama-chan. Then you must be, Isaribi-chan. When did you 2 come to Konoha? You asked us to come to Konoha, genius, Sasama says, crossing her arms. It's good to see you again, Naruto-san, Isaribi says. Finally getting out of bed. Gomen, Naruto-san. Tsunade-sama made them move in with us and we didn't have enough rooms, so we let Isaribi-san stay in this room, Haku says. Baka Tsunade-ba-chan. Well, I would love to catch up with you girls, but I'm really tired, Naruto says, yawning. I'll sleep on the sofa. See you girls in the morning. Wait, Naruto-san. We have a new room for you. We move your things to Zabuza-san's room, Haku says. Then what about Zabuza? He is no longer staying here. What happened? Zabuza-san simply moved to another house nearby with his new family. Yeah, he said something about the overflow of female presence is bad for his son, Chiyuya says. New family, son, more like stepson. Do you remember Tazuna-san from Nami no Kuni? Haku says. Yeah, I wanted to visit them but Ero-senin said I can't be distracted from training. Well, you would only be able to find Tazuna-san in Nami no Kuni. Tsunami-san and Inari are no longer living there. What happened to them? Where did they go? I knew it. You really are an idiot. How many clues does Haku have to tell you before you get it? Chiyuya says. Zabuza-san has married Tsunami-san. Inari is living with them. He is Zabuza-san's stepson. Really? That's great. Haku notices that Naruto is not speaking with the same enthusiasm he normally would and that he, on injured occasions, has tried to be polite and hides his yawns as the others are talking. Gesturing for the other girls to stop, Haku pushes Naruto out of Isaribi's room and into his before closing the door. And telling the girls to go back to sleep. The next morning, Haku invites Zabuza and his family over for breakfast. Zabuza looks at the girl in confusion at the way she practically orders him to bring his family over. Shrugging it off, he does as he was told and finds his son tackling someone out of his chair as soon as they enter the house. Ah Naruto. I see that you are back, Zabuza says, prying Inari off the said teenager. And I see that you're married, Naruto says, ruffling Inari's hair. Yeah, happened about a year or so ago. Never thought I would see you settling down, considering how you were. Well, things happened. Some back in Nami no Kuni, some after Tsunami came to Konoha. Naruto notices a slight hint of pink on Tsunami's cheeks. It doesn't take much for Naruto to put all the clues together. Chuckling, Naruto elbows Zabuza in the ribs. Would Inari be expecting a little brother anytime soon? Mom, Naruto-kun is just kidding dear. Well, I don't quite mind actually. If you're worried about my feelings. Inari, your mother is embarrassed enough as it is. Gomen dad. Okay, breakfast is ready. Haku screams from the dining room. Yay, Haku ne-chan's cooking is the best. Ow. Mom. Inari whines, nursing the bump on his head. You deserved it Inari, Naruto says, chuckling. Getting to the table, Zabuza notes how the girls are quietly fighting over the seats next to Naruto. When Inari tries to take one of the seats, Zabuza pulls him out of harm's way before he faces the girl's wrath. Eventually, Haku and Tayuya win the fight and the other girls grumble as they take their seat around the table. Glancing over, Zabuza notes that Tsunami is giggling at the girl's expression. Reaching over, Zabuza ruffles Inari's hair as he grumbles about not being able to sit next to his idol. So, anything happened between you and Isaribi last night Naruto? Zabuza asks. Naruto almost chokes on the food he's eating. Reaching over, Haku pats Naruto's back as he tries to clear his airway. Inari looks at his idol in confusion for a brief moment before getting a slight idea from Isaribi's blush. Grinning from ear to ear, Inari turns toward Naruto as he seems to have finally recovered. So, as Isaribi ne-chan you're this? Inari asks, holding up his pinky. Naruto almost sprays his food all over the table as he's caught in another coughing fit. Isaribi is completely frozen sitting opposite to Naruto, face blushing so red that it would put Hinata to shame. Slowly recovering, Naruto notices that Isaribi's body no longer has the scales that she received when she was an experiment to Orochimaru. Her hair covered her face last night and the pajamas covered the rest of her body. Reaching over, Naruto touches Isaribi's cheek to make sure that it's not a henge. Isaribi freezes once again as soon as Naruto's hand touches her cheek, the blush flaring up again. Finally realizing what Naruto is feeling for, Isaribi smiles at her savior. Tsunade-sama treated my condition successfully. Isaribi answers Naruto's unasked question. Really? That's great. Say, Zabuza-sensei, are we going to train him kinda hoping to get a day off so we can catch up with Naruto, Sasama says. Me too Zabuza-sensei, Isaribi says, but Hanabi-chan would probably complain. You mean you are the Chunin instructor for Sasama-chan, Isaribi-chan, and Hanabi-chan? Thou. GHT they would have told you already Naruto, Zabuza says, it lets me stay in the village more often. As for your request, Hokage-sama has asked me to bring my team to this mansion. Yeah, Tsunade-ba, A-chan said that she would throw a party to celebrate my return. Really? Yay, party. Zabuza-sensei has been working us to the ground lately. Isaribi, Sasama says, elbowing the said girl in gestu. Ring toward a growling Zabuza with her head. Later that day, Tsunade personally arranges for all of Naruto's friends to appear at the party, which is held in a mansion near the village's wall. Of everyone present, only 4 people know the true function of the mansion. To everyone else it's just another large mansion on the edge of the village, but to Tsunade, Jiraiya, Sarutobi, and Kakashi, the mansion is the former home of the Yondaime. Looking around the crowd, Naruto is surprised to see how much his friends change in appearance but remain the same in personality. Suddenly, someone clings to his arm from behind, causing him to almost choke on his drink. Naruto-kun, I missed you so much. Tamari-chan. By this point, most of the female attention, predominantly female teenagers' attention, is focused on the pair. Naruto-kun, why did you leave without telling me? I thought we had something special together. What? Naruto stutters, too confused to form coherent thoughts. Remember all those nights we spent together? Granted, There was some difficulty in the first night and it kind of hurt. Naruto. Wait. Sakura-chan, it's a misunderstanding. Why do you get jealous so easily, Sakura? I'll let you join us next time. Have you no decency? Ino screams, and you have the nerve to invite other people to join. Okay, no need to yell, you can join us too. The same goes for the rest of you girls. As long as you can stay quiet enough to not destroy the mood and not wake up the whole neighborhood. You perverted. Sakura stutters, blushing beet red much like the other girls. Perverted. You girls are the only ones who are perverted. What's so bad about stargazing? Temari-chan, you are the one who misled them, Naruto says, sighing. Whatever do you mean, Naru-chan? Temari says with the fakest innocent look. But what about those things about first time? Ino asks. Oh, about that. Well, I was sitting on the roof of the Cage compound one night, trying to set up for the night when I noticed that the light in Naruto's room is still on, so I decide to ask him if he wants to join me. Instead of running back inside, I decide to go through the window instead. But I didn't know that he set up traps around the room. Ero Sennin made me put them up as practice since he didn't think anyone would try to break in. Getting a satisfactory explanation, the girls turn their glares on each other. Most of them have long identified a small group of girls as their competition, but never in their wildest dream did they think that there will be so much competition. It is at this point that the girls notice. Temari still has her arms around Naruto. In his spot, Naruto starts trembling from the girls' glare. Toward the other end of the room, Sasuke smirks at the looks on the girl's face. He is sure that Naruto notices too, the same look that Sakura and Ino would have when they both appear in the vicinity of Sasuke when they were younger. Okay, that's enough. Tsunade says as the girls start advancing on Temari. Just because I'm hosting a party here doesn't mean you can trash the place. Take your problems outside. While most of the girls disperse back into the party, one girl in particular braved the sneaking glares from Temari and approaches Naruto. While she is smiling on the outside, the girl is absolutely seething on the inside because so many girls exposed themselves as, at minimum, an admirer of Naruto. Due to her age in comparison to the others, she has to keep that many more girls away from Naruto much longer in order for her appearance to develop enough to attract any romantic feelings toward her. Naruto-ni-sama, Hanabi says, tugging on Naruto's jacket, you must have gotten a lot stronger from your training, right? This caught the said teenage boy's attention. Turning toward Hanabi, Naruto starts telling her everything that happened during the trip, including his 6-month stay in Suna to train with Gaara and the 2 missions that Tsunade assigned to him, which resulted in him meeting Sasama and Isaribi, sans the small bit of detail involving his hand and Sasama's chest, of course. Then he goes into all training he gone through in the subsequent 2 years as he traveled through the ninja world with Jiraiya. Hanabi listens to her beloved Ni-sama, or just beloved period when she's by herself, about how much stronger he has become. So that means you can help me train, right? Sasama and Isaribi keep complaining when Zabuza-sensei tries to train me, so I hardly get adequate training and the Chunin exam will be here in a few months. Well, I suppose I kinda promised Hiashi Jii-san that I would help. I still have to go through training sessions and go on missions, but I can help you when I have time. Arigato Naruto-ni-sama, Hanabi screams as she wraps her arms around Naruto. All right Hanabi-chan, leave Naruto-kun alone so he can enjoy the party, Hinata says, walking over. Naruto miss. Ed the sparks flying between Hinata and Hanabi as Ayame brings out the ramen from the kitchen. Attracted by the aroma, Naruto starts stumbling across the room toward the table Ayame is setting up. Ayame-chan, what flavor is it? Naruto asks, grabbing a bowl and waits for Ayame to fill it with his favorite food. Miso, of course. You would think that I know what my favorite customer's favorite food is. Ayame giggles at how Naruto salivates as he watches the ramen filling his bowl. Haku stares at his reaction and determines that she needs to pick up their recipe. Like they say, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Did you say something, Haku-san? Sasama asks. What? Oh, no, nothing. Don't worry about it. By the time the party ends that night, Tsunade is questioning whether it's a good decision to host a party after all. She saw the way the girls were acting when Temari pulled her little trick. If what Jiraiya told her about Akatsuki and Orochimaru prior to the party is true, this is the worst time for the ninjas to turn against each other. However, after downing a couple bottles of sake, the troubles are the last thing in her mind. Chasing all the youngsters out of the building, she leaves it in the hands of the Junins to clean up the place before heading home herself. A couple of days later, Kakashi's team is standing in Tsunade's office waiting for their first team mission in almost 3 years. As soon as Tsunade's hand reaches for the pile of D-rank mission, Naruto starts his outburst complaining about the mission. Naruto, really now? Kakashi grumbles behind him. Still as enthusiastic as ever, I see. Gigi, what are you doing here? Well, I thought I'd drop by to see how everything is going. That and I wanted to talk to Tsunade about the missions she's been putting my grandson's team through. See Kakashi-sensei, I'm not the only one complaining about the missions. We have a huge problem, Hokage-sama. Oh, greetings Sandaime-sama. Please excuse my rudeness. What is it, Shizune? Tsunade asks. We've just received an urgent message from Suna, Shizune says, handing a scroll to Tsunade. Tsunade's brows furrow as she reads the message. Sighing, Tsunade tosses the scroll at Naruto. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke all lean in to see what the message is about and why Tsunade would allow Naruto to read it. Their eyes all widen after reading the message. Team 7, your mission is to head immediately to Suna to provide. I will be sending more teams to assist you later on. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Team 7 heads back to their respective home to pack for the mission before meeting back at the gate. Using his kage bunshin, Naruto wants to find Temari and tell her what happened, only to find out that she had just left the village a few hours ago. Don't worry Naruto, we should come across Temari-san during our trip, Sakura says when they regroup. Let's head out. We've wasted enough time as it is, Kakashi orders. Nodding their head, the team sets out toward Suna. About a couple of miles outside the village, Sakura spots Temari walking along at a slow pace admiring the scenery. Calling out her name, Sakura gives Temari a brief summary of what happened in Suna. Temari was about to go berserk before Naruto screams for her to calm down. The group watches Naruto in stunned silence for a brief moment before noticing that he had already moved ahead and starts running after him. When night starts to set in, Kakashi tries to get the group to settle down and set up camp for night. The group ignores Kakashi's recommendation and presses on for more hours until Kakashi orders them to rest up. With the extra traveling, Team 7 manages to arrive at Suna in just about 2.5 days, cutting almost half a day on the 3 days trip. As soon as they get to the gate, Temari rushes in and demands a report from the ninja staging around the village, and Team 7 listens in, trying to get as much information as they can. Sakura only steps in when she hears about someone being poisoned. They all rush over to the cage compound where Kankuro is bedridden. As Sakura treats Kankuro's poisoning, Temari starts grilling him for answers. The only thing they get is a name. Akasuna Sasori, one of the few names that Jiraiya warned him about. The puppet master of the Akatsuki, Naruto mutters. You've heard of him. Kankuro almost jumps out of the bed before slamming back down, still too tired to move. Ero Sennin told me about him. He is a nuke nin from Suna, right? Yeah, and there was an Iwa nuke nin with him. This him? Kakashi asks, holding up his bingo book. That's him. Deidara, Kakashi mutters. Akatsuki works in pairs. These two are the leaders of this operation, but there is no telling how big of a following they have. Naruto comments. After identifying the poison, Sakura creates injured doses of antidote before preparing to set out. At the gate, Team 7 is greeted by the sight of their reinforcement, Team Asuma. Team Kurenai led by Zabuza, and Team Guy. With nothing but a few glances passing between them, they nod their head and set out, with Kiba and Akamaru in the lead, racing the ever-fading scent of Kenkuro's blood and Gaara's sand. Eventually, they find themselves standing in front of a cave with its entrance closed by a giant boulder. It's a kekai of some sort, Kakashi says, looking at the seal on the boulder. Neji, Guy says, looking over his shoulder. Nodding his head, Neji activates his Byakugan and searches around the area. A few seconds later, Neji closes his eyes and deactivates the Byakugan. There are 4 more seals, located at separate locations a small distance away. Then my squad will remove them. My team will go with you guy. No Asuma. No matter what is the secret of the seals, the enemies inside this cave is much stronger and much more important. The more help we leave here, the better. My team can handle this on our own. Before Asuma can argue, Guy tosses a communicator to Kakashi and each of the members of his own team before each heads out to their target. Walking past the others, Sakura moves in front of the boulder and looks back toward Kakashi. Waiting for his signal. About a minute later, Kakashi gives the signal and Sakura punches the boulder with her chakra-enhanced strength, obliterating it and shocking everyone inside. Gaara. Naruto screams, charging inside. I suppose the extraction will have to take place another time, a voice says to Naruto's left. Following the voice, Naruto sees a Nuke Suna Nin, holding Gaara with his tail and handing the cage to the Nuke Iwa Nin next to him. The Nuke Iwa Nin is about to get away with Gaara through a sand bird he created until Sasuke shoots it down with one of his Kaden techniques. Another Uchiha. The Nuke Suna Nin says, "This must be the little brother that Itachi talked about. I would have thought Orochimaru would have gotten his hands on this boy by now." Sasori. Deidara. Release Gaara right now. Naruto screams. The Kyuubi kid. Sasori. Looks like there will be 2 extractions after our exercise 12 Konoha Nin. Should we take 6 each, or do you want more? 6 sounds fine. After all, we need to conserve some energy for the 2 extractions. Maybe we should leave Itachi's little brother alone and kill everyone with him. After all, Itachi keeps complaining that his hatred isn't strong enough. The hatred he is talking about isn't hatred toward him, Sasuke says. I understand that after gaining the Mangekyo Sharingan. It's hatred toward myself. That hatred is the key to acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan. He wants me to gain that power and to defeat him, to release him from his self-hatred. Now I only feel pity for him. Because he cannot let go of his hatred of himself. He talks too much. I think Itachi won't mind if we kill him, Sasori says. Sakura-chan. Naruto whispers as Sasori and Deidara have their attention on Sasuke. What is it? When the fight starts, I'll create a diversion for you. Go get Gaara and treat his injuries and revive him if you can. We are going to need all the help we can get in this fight. Hiding behind everyone, Naruto starts gathering chakra in his right palm. At the same time, Kakashi and Sasuke both charge up their Chidori. Jumping out from behind them, Kiba and Akamaru uses Gatsuga to attack Deidara, who barely manages to jump out of the way, his reaction slightly delayed with Sasuke and Kakashi hiding Kiba for that extra split second. Once they have Deidara in the air, Sasuke jumps up and strikes with the Chidori while Kakashi aims for Sasori. Deidara forces Sasuke to back away with his bombs and Sasori blocks Kakashi's strike with his tail. However, with two Akatsuki members on the defensive, Naruto finds the opening that he is looking for. Sakura-chan. Now, Naruto screams, running toward Sasori. Raising his hand, Naruto slams the Udama Rasengan into Sasori's back while Sakura pulls Gaara away with Asuma's team covering her. Just as Naruto is about to congratulate himself for coming up with the plan, something jumps out of Sasori's mutilated body and lands next to Deidara, who has moved a few steps back to give himself more time to react to the Konoha Nin's attacks. Looks like we can't fool around in this fight. Then perhaps you should start paying attention. So I guess you had enough warm-ups to Sasori. What's going on? I landed a direct hit with my Udama Rasengan. It looks like that was just a shell. A puppet of some sort, Kakashi answers, looking at the shattered shell. Great. I wasted all that chakra for nothing. Not quite. There has to be a reason he is wearing that armor. It must mean that his close-range combat skill is lacking. Now that we got him out, we can use that to our advantage. You really think so, Kakashi-sensei? No matter if it's a weakness or not, we still have to take them seriously. They didn't get into Akatsuki by being weak. If you two are done talking, we'd like to get started. After all, things will get quite complicated if that pink-hair girl revives the Ikibi. Jinchuriki, Deidara says. Besides, I can't wait to show you some of my artwork. Akahigi. Hyaki no Suin. Oi. Just because we need to get serious doesn't mean you have to use that technique. You know, how I hate all those puppets of yours. Good, the feeling's mutual. I can't stand your art either, Sasori says. Beside, we need them to stop the Konoha nins from escaping. Moving his hands around, Sasori moves his puppets and Suma's team and Zabuza's team all surround Sakura and Gaara to give the medic nin some time to revive the cage. Gathering his chakra, Naruto creates a SS of Cage Bunshin to counter Sasori's technique. In the chaos that follows, Naruto's clones manage to take out most of Sasori's puppets before being completely wiped out by Deidara's clay bomb. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki is starting to prove troublesome. It seems that I have to use my best puppet after all. The Konoha nins watch as another puppet appears and a large swarm of black sand appears around it. Suddenly, the black sand turns into hundreds of spikes and slams toward the Konoha nins. Before the spikes make contact, a large wall of sand appears around the Konoha nins and shields them. Gaara, you're awake, Naruto screams, looking behind him. This is probably all I can do for now. Do me a favor and beat that puppet master and get that puppet back for me. Does that thing belong to Kenkuro or something? No, that is the body of Sandame Cage. The Setetsu is the Sandame's signature technique. What? How? The skill to turn a human body into a Hitokugutsu is a forbidden technique. Not only did he perform the technique on Sandame, but it looks like he used it on himself as well. However, in order for him to have free control on his movement, there must be a small part that is still human. That is his weakness. Dear little Cage, you didn't forget about me. Deidara screams, sending 5 clay bombs toward Gaara. Ninpu. Kajime. The shadow pierces through the bombs, detonating them on contact. A large swarm of bugs comes through the dust created by the explosion toward Sasori and Deidara. Sasori controls the Hitokugutsu to turn the iron sand into SMA. LL pellets and fires them into the swarm, killing most of them on contact. While Sasori and Deidara are distracted by Shikamaru and Shino, Sasuke charges next to Sasori with the Chidori. All we need to do is to cut him down to size to find the weak spot right. That should be easy. Sasuke's Chidori is about to make contact with Sasori's right waist when Deidara detonates a bomb next to Sasuke, Nding him flying back toward the other Konoha nins while the 2 Akatsuki members uses the force of the explosion to put more distance between them and the Konoha nins. They just keep on backing away. That proves it. They can't fight in a close-range battle, Naruto says. Unfortunately for them, we have quite a few good close-range fighters, don't we, Kakashi-sensei? You sound like you have an idea, Naruto. Thanks to Sasuke almost getting himself killed. Just get on with it, dope. Sakura-chan, we need a distraction. Shikamaru, I need you to back us up with that technique you just used. Hinata-chan, use Jiyuken and go after Deidara with me. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, you two go after Sasori with your Chidori. The rest of you go and protect Gaara. That shouldn't be too hard. Just give me the signal, Naruto. Sakura says. I'm ready, Naruto-kun. Sasori only has one place left on his body that is covered by a piece of armor. That's the spot Sasuke and I will be aiming for. Hinata-chan, I'm going to need you to knock Deidara off his feet for me. I have just the technique, Naruto-kun. Neji ni-sama taught me this move a few months back. Good. Now, Sakura-chan, go. Sakura slams her fist on the ground, creating a shock wave that makes it difficult for anyone to have a solid footing in the cave. At that point, the 4 ninjas move in with Shikamaru preparing his technique. Sasuke manages to get to Sasori first and he forces Sasori to jump up to avoid the Chidori and Kakashi follows up with another Chidori into Sasori's chest. Deidara tried to help Sasori before Kakashi's technique hits, but Shikamaru's technique caused the bombs to explode before they even left Deidara's hand. Distracted by the explosion, Deidara can't get away from Hinata's strike. Zesho. Hachiman Hushiki. Good job, Hinata-chan. Udama Rasengan. Kakashi and Sasuke can tell that they've found the weak spot by the warm red liquid running down Kakashi's arm. On the other side, Deidara's body slams to the ground after receiving 2 damaging strikes. You might have been able to defeat us, Deidara says, staggering to his feet, but I'll make sure that you don't win the fight. Everyone, find a place to hide. Hinata screams, looking at Deidara's warping form. A loud explosion rocks the cave as soon as the Konoha ninjas dive for cover behind large boulders around the cave. While the Junins are checking the blast site, Naruto walks over to the corpse of Sasori, which was thrown to the wall of the cave by the blast. Quickly taking the ring from Sasori's finger, Naruto scrambles to rejoin the others before they notice what he's doing. When the Konoha ninjas help Gaara out of the cave, a mass of Chunin suddenly appears around them with Team Guy in tow. "Gaara, are you all right?" Temari and Kankuro say, running up to the cage. "Yeah," Gaara says, "why are all of you here? We got worried so we set out to find you as soon as Kankuro recovered." "Hey, Temari-chan, Kankuro. Deidara managed to get away but Sasori is inside. Since he was a Chunin and all, I guess you might want to take care of that body. It appears I owe you yet another favor, Uzumaki Naruto." "Come on Gaara, don't say that. We're friends and friends don't owe each other favors. Let's head back to Suna. We'll rest up for the day then head back to Konoha," Zabuza says, supporting Kakashi out of the cave. "Oh, I almost forgot. Hokage-sama asked us to deliver this scroll if the mission is a success," Asuma says, handing the said object to Gaara. "Does she want a response right away?" Gaara asks, taking the scroll. "No, she said that you can send a message later." "Very well." Beside Kakashi, who has been admitted to the hospital as soon as he arrives in Konoha, the 15 ninjas L stand in front of the Hokage in her office. Gathering all the information, Tsunade dismisses everyone but Naruto has other ideas. "What about Orochimaru Tem? I want to go after him for what he did to everyone. We couldn't find him before, but now we can get information from the spy," Naruto says, referring to a scroll found on Sasori by the Chunin. "And you think that the information is dependable? For all we know, it's another trap by the Akatsuki to lure you in and capture you." "Well, we won't know until we check it out. Beside, we just beat 2 Akatsuki members. And if they send 4, 8, Akatsuki works in pairs." "Tsunade, I thought I told you that," Jiraiya says. "Yeah, but like Naruto said, they just defeated 2 Akatsuki members. Even if they send just 2 again, they will be much stronger." "I agree with Naruto. We should go check it out," Sasuke says. "You only say that because Itachi might be there," Tsunade counters. "Besides, all the argument is meaningless, Becca. Use your squad don't even have a team leader." "Well, we got plenty of Junins here, we can just pick one to lead the team. There is no arguing with him. The boy is too stubborn. I thought you would know that, Tsunade." "Sarutobi-sensei, with all respect, do you realize the danger the mission would entail?" "I am well aware of the danger, but it's a chance that we shouldn't pass up." "Fine, but I get to assign the Junin leader. Now go home and rest up." Satisfied, the ninjas head out of the office, leaving the Sandaime and his 2 students in the office. A week later, Team 7 reports back in the Hokage's office, where they find a ninja there, waiting for them. "Is this the Team Hokage-sama?" "Yes, they used to be taught by Kakashi, so you should be able to work with them quite easily." "Oi, Tsunade-ba-chan, who is this? Why can't you just assign someone we know?" Yamato used to be working under Kakashi during their Anbu days. He is the most ideal replacement. "Greetings Yamato Taiko." "Ah, Sasuke, it's nice to see you again. You know him Sasuke?" Naruto asks. "Yes, Kakashi and I was given a mission to prove my loyalty during my training trip and Yamato Taiko and another our team for that mission. It seems that your teammate would get you into trouble more often than any decent ninjas would." "Yes, but he can also get us out of jams that even some of the best ninjas would have trouble surviving." "Let's just go already. We're running short on time as it is," Naruto says. "He's an eager one, isn't he?" "Yeah, he's the troublemaker that I told you about." "I see. Well, you seem to be in a hurry. Go back and gather anything you need for the mission. We'll meet at the gate in half an hour." They approach their target quietly, trying to keep themselves hidden. Yamato has already gone to the bridge disguised as Sasori according to the plan they made up the night before, and they want to get as close as possible just in case Yamato needs backup. Just as the 3 get to the edge of the forest, Kabuto appears at the other end of the bridge. From their position, they can't hear what is being said, but they can see Orochimaru appearing on the opposite sea. Leaf and Kabuto cutting through Yamato's disguise. Knowing that they can't wait any longer, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke rush out, trying to help their temporary Chunin squad leader. "Ah, Sasuke, it's nice to see you again. It seems that you have not been putting my gift to good use." "Che, I don't need your power. After all, if you can't defeat Itachi, how can I hope to defeat him by training under you? It would make much more sense to train with someone who also wields the Sharingan. It was my mistake to stay on the sideline. I never consider the possibility that you might not come to Otogake. You or if you gained the Mangekyo Sharingan," Kabuto says, moving next to Orochimaru, "and considering that you won't be joining us willingly, I would feel no guilt in avenging what you did to me at the Valley of the End." "Just try it," Naruto screams, Kyuubi's chakra flaring. Before they can exchange blows, they suddenly feel three sources of massive chakra heading their way. Not knowing which side the three ninjas are on, they all remain in their spot until they can identify them. Eventually, three ninjas charge into the field, one Kumo nin, one Nuke Taki nin, and one Nuke Yu nin. Naruto can easily identify the two Nuke nins by their coat. "Akatsuki," Naruto mutters. "Oi, Kakuzu, look. It's the Kyuubi brat that Deidara talked about," the Nuke Kusa-nin says. "And it appears that he is fighting against our old friend Orochimaru." Quote, "So, which one do we take on? We can't fight all three at the same time, even with your ability Kakuzu, especially if the Kyuubi brat is as strong as Deidara makes him out to be. Orochimaru is more elusive. We take care of him now. We need someone to take over for Sasori after all. Naruto, let's get out of here before they decide to take care of us instead," Sakura whispers. "I agree, let's withdraw for now. It would be difficult to keep both of you safe while fighting all four of them," Yamato says to Naruto and Sasuke before they can object, and that Kumo nin is in no condition to fight even if she's willing to help. "Fine," Sasuke mutters. Naruto turns his attention back and forth between his team and the other five ninjas. Grumbling, Naruto lowers his head. Just as Sakura and Yamato think that they have the two under control, Naruto charges toward the five ninjas. Reaching into his weapons pouch, Naruto draws 4 shuriken and fires them at the 2 Akatsuki members and the 2 Oto nins before grabbing the Kumo nin's wrist and pulling her away with him. Yamato, Sasuke and Sakura barely register what Naruto has done when Naruto runs past them back in the direction of Konoha, the Kumo nin's hand still linked to his. The 3 Konoha nins take a quick look at each other before running after Naruto. None of them even considered street hopping until they feel that they are a safe distance away. By the time they set up camp for the night, they have already covered half the distance back to Konoha, and the Konoha nins are determined to get back to Konoha the next day. However, the Kumo nin isn't so eager. "Gomen Kumo nin-san," Yamato says. "Yugito. My name is Ni Yugito. Yugito-san, I'm sure you would understand if I have some questions." "Go ahead." "Well, we should start with why the Akatsuki is after you." "Because I'm the Jinchuriki of Nibi no Nekomata." "How did you get out here if you were a Kumo nin?" "I was exiled as S. Soon as word of the cage being captured by the Akatsuki reached Kumo, they were worried of the destruction the Akatsuki might bring to the village." "Where did you intend to go after leaving Kumo?" "To Suna, until Akatsuki caught up to me." "Why?" "I've heard rumors that the cage survived the attack. I thought that they might be able to protect me. They would kick you out so fast you won't know what happened." "Naruto, I'm doing the talking." "Gomen Yamato Taiko, if your destination is Suna, then we part in the morning," Yamato says, turning his attention back to Yugito. "Wait," Yugito screams. "Please, if it's possible, allow me to go back to Konoha with you." "Excuse me." Yamato looks at the girl shocked. "I don't care if it's as a prisoner. The 2 Akatsuki members seem to be concerned with you. I might be safer in Konoha than in Suna. That would be quite difficult. But Yamato Taiko, it would be a lot easier to fight against Akatsuki and Orochimaru with Yugito-chan helping us. I know the benefits, Naruto. I'm just concerned about the negative aspects." "What negative aspects are you referring to, Yamato Taiko?" Sakura asks. "First of all, she might be a spy. From Kumo or Akatsuki. I swear I'm not a. Even if you are not, there is still the problem between the Hyugas and Kumo. I knew this would come in handy, Sasuke says, taking out a scroll, Kaka. She and I thought that the Odo Hatayat from the Odo Nins chasing us would be useful for infiltration missions. I get it, we will just say that she escaped from Odo and defected to us if anyone asks, Sakura says. That won't work. Tsunade Ba-chan would want information that we don't have. Well, if she's going to be very helpful in fighting against the Akatsuki, I'm sure we can see. Convince Tsunade Shisho to keep the secret, and if anyone asks, we'll say that it's confidential information. Still, Kin-chan and Tayuya-chan. Orochimaru has plenty of bases around the world, Sasuke says. There must be some that even they don't know about. Why do you three want to help Yugito so much? Yamato asks. Well, she is very helpful in fighting against the Akatsuki, right? She'll be useful in fighting against Orochimaru. Yamato sighs at their response. Sakura's answer shows her concern for the threat Akatsuki poses, more so on Naruto than on the village. If what Akatsuki did in Suna is any indication, Akatsuki has no interest in attacking the village directly. However, he can tell that Yugito isn't lying about being kicked out of her village, so if the Raikage can be influenced by Akatsuki's threat, he would hold off judgment about Sakura's intention for now. As for Sasuke, it seems that he is still concerned about Orochimaru. As for Naruto, Yamato knows that he is trying to help Yugito by coming up with the perfect excuse, but he can't understand why, much like everything Naruto has done since Yamato met him. Nodding his head, Yamato agrees to help and orders everyone to rest up after getting Yugito's Kumo Hatayat. Tsunade rubs her temple as she looks at the 5 ninjas standing in front of him. She has just finished reading the mission report and is currently glaring at Yugito, trying to read the girl's reaction to the scrutiny. However, like most ninjas, she can hide her emotions very well. So, you want to become a Konoha nin? Hi, Hokage-sama. And not only are you a former Kumo nin, you are also the Jinchuriki of Nibi no Nekomata. Hi, Hokage-sama. And the rest of you are in agreement and come up with a plan to hide those facts from the populace. Hi, Tsunade Shisho. Sakura answers, weary of what the Hokage's reaction might be. I'm sure you'll understand if we are Hesitanmo nin into our ranks. I understand, Yugito says, expecting a rejection to the request. However, at this point, Konoha can use some help in improving our defense. Very well, but if her identity is leaked into the wrong hands, I have no part in it. Naruto, tell Haku, Kin, and Tayuya I've found them a new teammate and she'll join them after the Yondaime festival. Speaking of which, hey Suan Ba-chan, what mission do you have that allows me to be out of the village? Even if I have one, you won't be getting it, Naruto. Your participation is needed for this year's festival. In fact, you are to serve as Sabaku no Temari's escort for tomorrow afternoon's festival and led her to the Hokage Tower that night. But, no buts, it is not a suggestion, it is a mission. Hi Tsunade Ba-chan. Okay, besides Sasuke, all of you are dismissed. Shizune, please show Yugito to the guest room in the tower. Also, please bring our other guest here. Hey Sasuke, Sakura-chan and I will wait for you outside and we'll get some lunch at Ichiraku after you're done. That won't be necessary. Sasuke will be rather busy for the rest of the day, Tsunade says. The 3 Chunins look at Tsunade with a confused look. Getting out of her seat, Tsunade pushes Naruto and Sakura out of her office just as Shizune leads a pink-hair foreign kunoichi into the Hokage's office. The last thing Naruto and Sakura see is the shocked look on Sasuke's face just as the door closes. As the door closes, Sasuke stares wide-eyed at the foreign kunoichi before turning his head toward Tsunade looking for an explanation. Ignoring Sasuke's look, Tsunade calmly takes a seat back at her desk and gestures for Sasuke and the foreign kunoichi to sit down. Hokage-sama, what is she doing here? Let's ignore that for now. Now it's my understanding that one of your goals in life is to rebuild your clan. Am I right? Yes, what of it? Well, after receiving the reports on your performance in your mission from Yamato, the council has decided to forgive you for your little runaway scheme, Tsunade says. A little too easily for my taste still, but at least I found out that those old fools really will do anything for their precious Uchiha. It still doesn't explain why we are sitting here. I'm getting to that, Uchiha. The council has recommended the application of a law that hasn't been used since Nadime's time, the Clan Resurrection Law. The Clan Resurrection Law, yes. It was created after a long period of wars which left a small amount of male citizens and large amount of female citizens. The law allows for the male to take multiple wives in order to rebuild the population. In your case it will be applied narrowly to you and only one other shinobi. Okay, that explains why I'm here, but why is she here? And they call you a genius. Well, the Princess of Yuki no. Well, Naru no Kuni offered us an alliance through political marriage. However, the stipulation is that you will be the groom, and Kakuyoku Fubuki-san here will be your bride. Sasuke sighs as he tries to process all the information. He casts a couple of glances at Fubuki, who is not looking at him or showing any sign of reaction. I understand that you might be somewhat hesitant, Sasuke. Which is why I want you two to spend some time together before making a decision. You two are free to go now. Hi, Hokage-sama. Outside the Hokage Tower, Sakura is casting glances at the disgruntled Naruto, waiting for him to calm down before speaking to him. It soon becomes apparent to Sakura that Naruto won't get out of his foul mood anytime soon without drastic measures. Tugging at his sleeve, Sakura gestures toward Ichiraku as they walk past the ramen stand. No matter how upset he is, Naruto still can't help but become a slave to his favorite food. Nodding his head dumbly, Naruto follows Sakura into the stand. Now Naruto, tell me what's wrong. You know what's wrong, Sakura. I hate going to the festival. Come on, Naruto. You haven't been to the festival since you went as a kid with me, Ino, Hinata, Hanabi, and Tenten. That was Hanabi's first festival outside the Hyuga compound and she was only 3. Then, and you know how disastrous that went. So a few drunks gave you trouble. Didn't Hinata's bodyguard take care of that quickly? But what if it happens again? If you think that those thugs were scared of the bodyguard, you haven't seen what Tamari-san can do. What do you mean? Once, Tamari-san and I were having a quick lunch here before she heads back to Suna. A few punks came by and tried a few pathetic pickup lines on Tamari-san. She stood up and walked out of the stand without saying a word. The punks thought they got her interest and followed her outside. Tamari-san sent those punks flying to the opposite end of the village as soon as they get out of the stand. The Anbu found them scared out of their mind in the forest of death 3 days later. I think those poor fools are still in the insane asylum. Well, anyway, what I'm trying to say is that Tamari-san has built up quite a reputation here in Konoha. No one dares to mess with her. Sakura turns toward Naruto only to find a petrified look on his face. Looking around, Sakura tries to find what he might have seen to put him in that state. Finding nothing, Sakura turns her attention on Naruto again. Naruto, what's wrong? Sakura-chan, you weren't kidding, right? Of course not. Ayame-san, you saw that too, right? Yeah, still amazes me what she can do with that fan of hers. Naruto, are you sure you're all right? You look a little pale. Yeah, I'm all right. I think I'll get some training and then go home. Mind if I join you? It's a lot better to train with others than by yourself, right? If you want to, Sakura-chan. But don't you have to work at the hospital? Tsunade Shisho usually gives me some time off when I return from missions outside the village. After paying for their meal, the two ninjas speed toward the nearest training ground, using the running as their warm-up exercise. When they get to the training ground, they find the Suna siblings already using that particular training field. Noticing that they aren't alone, Gaara walks up to Naruto. Before Naruto can greet his friend, Gaara puts his hands on Naruto's shoulders and looks him over, almost like he's sizing Naruto up. Confused, Naruto looks to the other two siblings for an explanation only to see Kankuro glaring at him while Tamari looks away whenever Naruto looks at her direction. Looking at the scene, Sakura could have sworn that Tamari has a hint of pink on her cheeks. Naruto, Gaara says, finally letting Naruto go, I expect you to take good care of my sister. Huh, great, of all the people this idiot is the one Tamari is going with. Kankuro complains, oh, you mean the festival tomorrow? Don't worry, Gaara, I promise you nothing would happen to Tamari-chan. Well, I had something else in mind. but you get the picture, Gaara says. I guess we shouldn't bother you guys training. Naruto and I would just go to another training ground, Sakura says, dragging Naruto away. The Suna siblings watch Naruto wave toward them as Sakura pulls him out of the training ground. Gaara and Kankura watch with a confused look on their face but soon turn their attention toward their sister, who is emitting a chakra darker than that of Shukaku. Looking at each other, Gaara and Kankuro slowly backs out of the training ground, not wanting to approach her until they can find out what is bothering her. Sakura only stops and lets go of Naruto when they get to an empty training ground nearby. Before Naruto complains about the treatment on his arm, he notices Sakura turning her back toward him, her shoulders trembling slightly. Sakura-chan, are you all right? Huh, oh, yeah, I'm fine. Sakura-chan, what's wrong? Well, Naruto, do you think that, maybe we can go out on a date sometime? Date? Naruto asks, shocked, of course. How about the day after the festival? Okay, I'll pick you up at 8. We Sether, Sakura says, cutting Naruto off. If I want to win, I need to keep Naruto's attention on me at all times. Temari may have Naruto all to herself tomorrow, but I get him before and after their little excursion. Naruto won't be able to escape from us. We can even get him to sleep over at our house, in our room, in our bed. Ra-chan, did you say something, Naruto? Sakura asks, startled out of her daydream. I asked if you're ready to get started. Get started, Sakura asks, still in the inner Sakura-induced haze. My, Naruto is so forward. Yeah, you wanted to spar, right? Oh, sparring, right. Just give me a minute to put on my gloves. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, Sakura puts the equipment on and gets into her battle stance. Smirking, Naruto gets into a stance that Sakura finds strangely familiar but has never seen Naruto use before. Discarding the thought, Sakura charges in, trying to the fight to distract her from the thoughts that inner Sakura keeps feeding to her mind. Leaping backward, Naruto easily guides Sakura's punch away with a gentle push on her arm. Startled by the move, Sakura loses her balance and tumbles to the ground. Wait, where did you learn moves like that? Sakura asks. Well, on the mission where I met Isaribi-chan, Hinata-chan was sent on that mission too. Oh, so I asked her to teach me a few taijutsu moves. Those were Gyuken moves. Well, not really. It's not like I can do the ceiling chakra stuff. But Ero Sennin said that their taijutsu moves are good for defending. So he told me to ask Hinata-chan to teach me 2 of the moves. Oh, so that means I can't use Guken against you like Lee-san does. Or else I'll lose every time like how Neji-san defeats Lee-san. Well, I can't use it as well as Neji does. I'm probably not up to the standard of a Hyuga who's just starting to train in Gyuken. Let's get back to the sparring. I know what you can do now. Let's add some meaning to the spar. If I win, you do what I want you to do during the date. If you win, I'll do what you want me to do. Well, if you say so, but I'm not going to take it easy if you put something on the spar. That's the point of the bet, Naruto, Sakura says, smiling and getting into her stance again. We got him now. He will never be able to resist our charm. Inner Sakura screams. The fight continues for a couple of hours, each dodging away from the other's strike. Eventually, Sakura shows a small smirk as she lets herself be hit by one of Naruto's punches. Falling to the ground, Sakura clutches her ankle and moans in pain. Getting worried, Naruto rushes over and checks on the girl only to be sent flying into a tree by Sakura. Taking out a kunai, Sakura rushes over and puts it on Naruto's neck. Looks like you lose, Naruto. Does it? A voice says behind Sakura as she feels something sharp poking her back. Looking over her shoulder, Sakura finds a irking Naruto holding a kunai on her back. Turning her head again, she finds the Naruto she is holding on the ground disappear after waving toward her. Kage Bunshin. That's not fair. You never said that I could only use taijutsu, Sakura-chan. Beside, you tried to trick me too. Naruto. Sakura says, putting her head on Naruto's shoulder, won't you just let me win? Sakura-chan, you aren't playing fair. I never said it has to be fair, right? Fine, you win, Naruto says, sighing. Like taking candy from a baby. It's getting late, maybe we should go home now. Yeah, you're probably right. You want to walk me home? Sakura says. The next day, after getting some early training in, Naruto heads back home for a quick shower and heads to the hotel to pick up Temari. All over the village, stands are starting to open in anticipation of the festival that will start in the afternoon and go on through the night. Finally getting to the Suna siblings' room, Naruto knocks on the door and Kankuro answers it. He is about to give Naruto the speech, until Temari screams out from the bathroom. If that's Naruto and I found out that you are harassing him, I'll make sure you regret it, Kankuro. Don't mind Kankuro, Gaara says, walking up to Naruto as Kankuro slumps back into the room grumbling. Temari is getting ready, she should be ready soon. Come in and wait. Thanks Gaara. Bringing up a chair, Naruto takes a seat at the table in the room with Gaara and Kankuro. Half an hour later, Temari finally walks out of the bathroom. One look at his sister causes Kankuro to spurt out the drink that's halfway down his throat right at Gaara, whom uses his sand to block the offending liquid. Temari has her hair down for this occasion. She has a light purple kimono with a pair of tight black pants underneath. If you pay careful attention, you can see a small bit of her cream color shirt, similar to the color of her skin, peeking out under the kimono. Temari also has a slight touch of makeup on, with a small fan to complete the look. Taking a seat next to Naruto, Temari wraps her arms around Naruto's, pressing her chest against it. Ahaya, Naruto-kun. Hi Temari-chan, Naruto stutters, sensing the killer intent emanating from Gaara. Okay, Naruto and I will be heading now. We'll see you two tonight. Waving toward her brothers, Temari drags Naruto out of the hotel room. Kankuro and Gaara keep casting glances between the door and each other. They remain silent until Kankuro decides to speak up. You think the punk would go along with it? I don't know. Do you think she'll force him to do it if he doesn't go along with it? Probably. The council is going to have fits about this, you realize that, right Gaara? I'll deal with it when the time comes. I plan on staying here until the ceremonies are over. Yeah, at least the old fools can't do anything to reverse the decision. I still don't see why Temari agreed though. It's not our job to ask why. Our job is to make sure that she is happy. If she is happy with her decision, then we have to support her, Gaara says, standing up. Where are you going now? I am going to What is so special about this festival? We never had a festival back at Suna, did we? The last one Suna held was back when I was born. Even Temari can't remember that far back. I guess I'll tag along too. As long as you do not interrupt our sister. I'll just make sure that the punk behaves around Temari. That's why you're going to, right? No, I'm going to make sure Temari behaves around Naruto. You're right, she's the one we should worry about. Let's get going then, while I can still trace her chakra. By the time Gaara and Kankuro is leaving the hotel room, Naruto and Temari has already gone through a couple of stands and Temari has two large stuffed animals to show for them, currently being carried by a cage bunshin. Whenever someone notices Naruto and shows the slightest of glare, Temari would move closer to Naruto and returns the glare, making that person run away in fear. Luckily, ever since Sasuke and Kakashi's little blow up after the fight at the Valley of the End, the people of the village has slowly changed their opinion of Naruto for the better, so Temari doesn't have to resort to using force. Hey Temari-chan, what is it Naruto? Do you have T's weird feeling that we're being followed? Yeah, and I bet I know who they are too. Don't worry about it, just lead me to the nearest hamburger stand. Are you hungry Temari-chan? No, but we can lose those two following us there. There should be one a few blocks down. Let's go. With Naruto leading the way, the pair ran down the street, pushing people out of the way. As soon as they run past the stand, Temari pulls Naruto around the next corner and asks him to form two more cage bunshin to go with the one carrying the stuffed animals just rounding the corner, making one of them transform into Temari. The kunoichi sends them back to the hotel. Peeking around the corner, Temari sees Kankuro sitting at the stand, waiting for his order while Gaara is heading back toward decoys. Stifling a giggle, Temari pulls Naruto back into the festival. What was that all about? It's just Kankuro and Gaara being idiots. Don't worry about it. Naruto and Temari continue through the festival, winning prizes and stopping at snack stands along the way. Slowly, the sky starts to darken and Naruto takes Temari to one of the fancier restaurants in the village, the one that the Hokage left reservation for them. As soon as they take their seat, the waiter immediately brings out the first dishes. Temari blushes as the dishes are being laid out, while Naruto is oblivious to the meaning of the dishes. It's the exact opening that she mentioned as the perfect Valentine's Day dinner during one of the few girls' night out with the Konoha kunoichi. She only made up the meal to avoid having the other girls nag her continuously. But it's the thought that counts. Looking up, Temari notices Naruto blushing ginger shades of red, checking herself to make sure she hasn't given Naruto any eye candy while she was deep in thought. Temari finds nothing but notices the problem sitting in the middle of the table, a dish in the shape of two hearts, the main dish that she mentioned to the other girls. For a brief moment, neither of them knows what to say or do. Eventually, Temari starts reaching for the food and the simple gesture shakes Naruto out of his shock and follows suit. However, neither side says too much during dinner, worried of what may come out of the mouth. They only start talking casually again when they take a side trip to a nearby park per Temari's request before heading toward the Hokage Tower. Hey Naruto, what is it Temari-chan? Do you have a girlfriend? No, any particular girl that you like? Well, no, not anyone in particular. So there is more than one girl then. Well, Naruto mutters, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. So, Temari says with her eyes darting everywhere, am I one of the girls? What, I guess not huh? It's okay Naruto, I can go to the Hokage Tower myself. Wait Temari-chan, no, you don't even realize what is going on. Today's festival is about you. Part of the, no, almost the entire announcement Hokage-sama is about to make is about you. Part of that announcement is about how we are engaged but Hokage-sama and I agreed that she would only make that part of the announcement if you agree to it. There is no point for her to make that particular announcement if you don't feel the same way. I can still go with. No, I think I can manage by myself. Temari-chan, please, I'll ask you one last question. Do you like me, as a potential girlfriend or even wife? Yes, but this is too sudden. I can't choose one girl over another just out of the blue like this. Then don't. You can marry all of us anyway. What? Oops. I wasn't supposed to tell you that. What is going on? What do you mean Temari-chan? Might just as well tell you. Hokage-sama is planning on telling you herself, but I guess telling you now can't hurt. Hokage-sama plans to use a law that allows you to marry multiple girls. But why? That's what Hokage-sama's announcement is about. It's best you hear it from her. Then why didn't you tell me before you asked? Because I don't want you to marry me just because you can. I want to know if you like me first. Well, now can I go with you to the tower? I guess so, if you're sure. Then let's go Temari-chan. Tsunade-ba-chan will get really upset if we're late. Grabbing Temari's hand, Naruto pulls her toward the Hokage Tower. Temari can only blush at how their hands are laced together. They arrive to find Shizune pacing about at the steps waiting for the pair to show up. They are already well over 15 minutes late because Temari tugged at Naruto's hand to pull him back so she could enjoy the feeling of them holding hands together for a while longer. Come on you two. Hokage-sama and Kazekage-sama are about to go crazy upstairs. Gomen Shizune-ne-chan. Temari-chan and I needed a bit of time to sort something out. What? Oh, did you? I told him about the law but I thought you said. I asked him before telling him. He does earn my feelings but there are other girls too. So I kinda slipped up and told him. Anyway, I'll just tell Hokage-sama when we get upstairs. I think Kazekage-sama is going to be out for blood if you two don't show up soon. He looked plenty upset when he arrived at the Hokage Tower as it is. When the teenagers arrive at the top of the Hokage Tower, they find that a large crowd has already gathered around the back of the tower. The opposite end from which they entered. The people all look slightly agitated, having stood there for almost half an hour waiting for the big announcement that the Hokage promised. The crowd's murmuring stopped the moment the Hokage approaches the railing, signaling that the speech is about to start. People of Konoha, I hope that you all have a pleasant time during the festival. I apologize for the delays, but there are injured things that I need to sort out before making the announcement. I have in my hands the final will of the Yondaime, handed down to me by Sandaime when I assumed my role as the Godime. Yondaime had specifically requested for this will to be read to the public 16 years after his death. The murmuring in the crowd returns with a vengeance upon hearing Tsunade's opening, each wondering what instructions the Yondaime left behind. Even the council sitting on top of the side buildings has a shocked look on their face, having no clue of the will's existence. Putting up her hands to silence the crowd, Tsunade opens the scroll and begins reading aloud. I, Namikaze Minato, head of Namikaze clan, Yondaime of Konoha no Sato, hereby leaves my last message to the people of my beloved village. In mere moments, I shall perform a task that will cost me my life, and places a difficult burden on a newborn child. I have already reiterated my desire for the child to be treated as the hero of the village for bearing this burden, and I have passed this wish to my predecessor Sandaime-sama, but I realize it is impossible for the people of the village to forgive or forget about the destruction the Kyuubi no Yuko has caused on the village, and thus it will be easy for the people to shift their anger on the child. Which is why I have entrusted the boy as well as his secret with Sandaime-sama and asked him to protect the boy and guide him. When this scroll is revealed, it would mean that the boy has come of age and it is time to reveal his secret to the public. The boy, Uzumaki Naruto, is indeed my son, the last surviving member of the Namikaze clan. At this loud gasps ring through the crowd. During the last Shinobi War, I have gained many enemies for my exploits. I decided to hold off on this announcement until Naruto has come of age in order to protect him as well as the village from foreign ninjas attempting to take his life and cause damage to the village. With the time that has passed since the attack, as my last order to the village, I request that the people of Konoha treat my son, the true hero of the village during the Kyuubi attack, with the respect that he deserves. I have sealed 2 scrolls within this one. One scroll is a personal message to my son, the other is a message to the Kazekage of Nagakure no Sato that I wish Kazekage-sama would uphold. Tsunade stops reading to give the crowd to digest what has been said so far and turns toward Gaara and gestures for him to step up. Walking next to the Hokage, Gaara looks at the crowd, trying to read their reaction, to see any sign on shame that might appear on their face, not only for Naruto, but also for himself to find a sign of closure for their difficult life. It would be appropriate for the Hokage who is in possession of this scroll to discuss this portion of the scroll with Kazekage-sama before making the following announcement. 2 years prior to the Kyuubi attack, I have traveled to Sunagakure no Sato to join in celebration Ikon child of Yondaime Kazekage-sama. During that visit, Kazekage-sama and I forged an alliance treaty in which if my wife should give birth to a child, that the child shall marry the child of the Kazekage, Tamari if my child is a boy, Kankuro if my child is a girl. With my death, my child's identity will be hidden. If Kazekage-sama feels that the treaty is no longer reasonable, then I will be willing to withdraw from that particular treaty without any harm on the relationship between the 2 villages. If Kazekage-sama is in agreement with the treaty, then, with agreement of all parties involved, this treaty shall be fulfilled, Tsunade says, closing the scroll. Therefore, with power invested in me as the Godime Hokage, with blessing from Godime Kazekage-sama, I am here to announce that Namikaze Naruto and Sabaku Tamari are engaged and the wedding ceremony will take place in 1 week. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade turns around and faces the people on top of the tower with her. Well, that does it. Naruto, come with me to my office, Tsunade says. You are welcome to join us as well, Tamari. Okay, Tsunade ba-chan. Very well, Hokage-sama. Kankuro, Gaara, please wait for me at the hotel. Actually, you can stay at Naruto's house if you wish, Tamari, to get used to living together. My house. Do you even realize how crowded that place is? Which is why you are moving to a new place. We'll talk about that in my office. In that case, you don't have to wait for me, Gaara. Very well, then Kankuro and I will go back to the hotel. Walking back to the office, Tsunade stops at the door and tells Shizune to prevent anyone from coming in. When she notices that Naruto and Tamari have their back turned, Tsunade puts a list of names on Shizune's table and says that they are the exception to the rule. When Tsunade have their attention again, she invites the two teenagers inside and gesturing for them to take a seat before sitting down herself. Gathering everything together, Tsunade hands a bunch of items to Naruto, including Yondaime's will, the letter it mentioned, and a key. Digging through her drawers, Suon pulls out another scroll and hands that to Naruto as well. What's the key for? That's the key to your new house. You know, the one we held the party at. What? Naruto and Temari cried out. Well, that was Minato's house, you're his son, so it's yours. Suddenly, there is a loud bang at the door and it suddenly slams open, revealing a very angry pink-haired Kunoichi. Not even realizing who else is in the room, the Kunoichi storms toward the Hokage. Tsunade Shisho, how can you do this? You know how I feel about him. Do what, dear? Who are you talking about? Tsunade asks, fainting innocence. I just told you yesterday morning how I feel about him and you urged me on. Why did you do that if you know this would happen? Sakura screams, I even got him to agree to go out on a date with me tomorrow. And now I find out that he is getting married. Sakura-chan, be quiet Naruto. Wait, Naruto. What are you doing here? Temari-san, you too. Hi Sakura, Temari says casually. Sakura blushes bright red as she takes a seat on one of the chairs at the desk, embarrassed at how she let the others see her in this berserk state, as we LL is the way she practically confessed her feelings for Naruto. It's not very often that she allows her inner self to take control like it did, but the circumstances call for such drastic measure, a measure that Tsunade has seen before on injure occasions. So, who is this boy that you have your eyes on, Sakura? Temari asks. I didn't know you were meeting with other people, I should come back later Tsunade Shisho. Oh, you should stick around. This concerns your problem as well, Tsunade says. It does. Right. Now Naruto, Shizune told me that Temari already told you about that law. I didn't know why you picked me before, but I know now. Good. So, do you have your eyes on other people? Even though I agreed to the application of the law Hokage-sama, but I thought that the would at least be a small break between my wedding and, you know, Naruto's next one, Temari says. I know it sounds like I'm backing out, but I just want a little bit of time so it doesn't look like that the wedding if forced on us. I'll accept even if it's just a month. Please Hokage-sama. Wait a minute, next one, Sakura asks, even more confused, you're not going to divorce Temari-san are you Naruto? I'll never forgive you if you do. Who's talking about a divorce? Tsunade says. Huh, Sakura asks, completely dumbfounded by now. I understand your concerns Temari. I think it is perfectly reasonable. How does 3 months sound? Tsunade asks, ignoring Sakura. That's more than enough. But Naruto, are you? Don't worry Temari-chan. That's fine with me too. Am I missing something here? Sakura asks, slightly agitated that she's being completely ignored. Oh, Sakura, you can still go out on that date with Naruto tomorrow. How did you know about that Temari-san? Oh, I was waiting outside while you were talking about your big plans for tomorrow. Sakura blushes again. She said some pretty nasty things about the other girls to Tsunade that particular morning. If Temari heard about the date, then that would probably mean that she heard all those things as well. Looking at Temari now, she doesn't look affected by what she heard at all. Sighing, she tries to excuse herself from the meeting. Wait Sakura, we're not done yet. You and Ino would be the best choice to spread this news to the other girls. I didn't urge you on to disappoint you Sakura, Tsunade says. Naruto is allowed to marry multiple girls in order to rebuild his clan. How? It's a law that Nadaime created after the Shinobi War. It is designed to allow the village to rebuild its strength after losing many males to the war. The council brought it up to rebuild the Uchiha clan, and I got them to agree to apply it to another unnamed person in exchange. They just didn't know that it was Naruto. Though I did bring it up to the clan heads and they were very supportive of it. Tsunade knows that Sakura would need a small bit of time to process all the information. Waving her hand, she say, NDS Naruto and Temari home with a promise that she will make sure Sakura gets home safely. Naruto, Temari, Tenten, Yugito, Sakura, Ino, Hinata, Hanabi, Haku, Isaribi, Sasama, Tayuya, Kin, Ayame. Sasuke, Fubuki, Karen, Hana. The three girls from the second movie, Fugal, Kamina, rank. Hana, I'm not sure if I want to put her in at all. The other three girls, that depends on how much info I can dig up on them and trying to decide whether to put them in with Gaara, Sasuke, or not at all. The two princesses themselves would not be involved. I can't come up with a realistic explanation as to why two princesses would leave their country just for the sake of marrying someone. The next morning, Naruto leaves the mansion before Temari wakes up. Moving through the streets when the stores are starting to open for the day. Naruto notices people staring at him once again, though this time the stares look more fearful than hateful. Apparently the people are afraid that Naruto would use his power to get revenge for all the terrible things that they did to him while he was younger. There was even news of unsuccessful suicide attempts by the people in prison for trying to stop Sasuke from taking Naruto to the hospital after their fight at the Valley of the End. Geez, I just got them to start respecting me as a ninja and now they're all scared of me again. Sighing, Naruto ignores them and rushes over to Sakura's house. Sakura's mother welcomes Naruto into her house before heads upstairs to fetch Sakura. When they come back downstairs again, Naruto notices that Sakura is still slightly confused about the news about his marriage arrangements. Hi Naruto. Hey Sakura-chan, you ready for breakfast? Sakura asks, trying to refocus on the task at hand with some encouragement from inner Sakura, Shinoru. So what if he's going ready missed out on being his first wife? I'll be darned if I missed out being the second too. So, where do we go for breakfast? I'm cooking of course, Sakura answers. Staring at her wide-eyed, Sakura's mother pulls her into the kitchen. There is a small argument, but to Naruto sitting in the living room, it sounds more like angry whispers. Finally, Sakura's mother emerges from the kitchen looking slightly agitated. Naruto looks at her with a confused look until he smells something burning in the kitchen. Rushing in, Naruto finds Sakura sitting on the floor and large plumes smoke coming out of the stove. Sakura-chan, are you all right? Yeah, breakfast is almost ready. Are you sure? Naruto asks, eyeing the smoke wearily. Yeah, oh, can you ask my mom to come in for a moment please Naruto? Sure. Sakura's mother rushes in as soon as Naruto leaves the kitchen. About half an hour later, Sakura's mother comes back out carrying trays of food with Sakura helping with a defeated look. Only one look and Naruto knows that Sakura's mother is the one who fixed the meal. After all, if all the missions they did together are any indication, Sakura isn't what you would call a good cook. During the entire meal, Naruto refrains from commenting on the cooking so he won't upset Sakura any more than she already is. After breakfast, Akira's mother kicks the two teenagers out of the house instead of letting Sakura sulk around the house. So Sakura-chan, where do you want to go? Why don't you decide Naruto? I lost the bet remember. You get to decide what we do today. Well, okay, but don't blame me if you get bored. Don't worry Sakura-chan, let's take a trip to the museum. Naruto allows Sakura to take the lead. With Sakura's back facing him, Naruto misses the dark grin that flashes across Sakura's face. However, Naruto regrets his decision to let Sakura choose where they would go when they arrive at the museum. There is a new wing added to the museum since his last visit which only allow access to the more mature visitors due to its more explicit displays. This looks new. Let's take a look inside Naruto. But Sakura-chan, you're not shy are you Naruto? I would have thought that you have seen stuff like this before considering you use the Oiruku no Jutsu. Well, about that. Come on Naruto. Wrapping her arms around Naruto, Sakura presses her body against Naruto's arm and guides him toward the displays. Naruto blushes at the contact but chooses to maintain his focus on the girl next to him instead of allowing himself to be distracted by all the objects around the display. If he does, he's not sure if he can make it out of the museum alive if Sakura catches him. Sakura smirks at Naruto's reaction, as it's the exact reaction she wanted. The old saying goes, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, but with her lack of ability in that area, she'll have to find a way further down. Naruto, are you all right? Your face is all red, Sakura teases. Turning around, Sakura presses her body against Naruto's front and puts her hand on Naruto's forehead. With their height difference, Sakura ends up breathing right down Naruto's collar. Naruto tries to lean away from Sakura but she keeps pressing forward whenever he leans back. Sakura-chan, really, I'm all right. It doesn't look that way. Your face is getting hot. Don't worry, Nurse Sakura will take good care of you. Nurse Sakura. Naruto can't help but look down at Sakura's face from the comment, even if just finding the slightest hint that Sakura is joking. That's when he notices that the zipper on Sakura's vest is lower than it usually is, and from his angle, he's getting a very good view of Sakura's cleavage. Even if their close proximity is covering most of the skin. After being distracted by the creamy skin for a few seconds, Naruto suddenly snaps his head up and tries to look away at anything other than the sight in front of him. Fearing the repercussions of being caught staring. Shikamaru. Of all the time he acts like a gentleman, it has to be now. Well, I just have to keep pressing. Peeing her arms around Naruto's and putting her head on his shoulder, Sakura pulls Naruto further into the displays. By the time the pair walks out a few hours later, even Sakura is blushing from the sight of some of the pieces on display. Refocusing on her goal, Sakura leads Naruto to a nearby restaurant for lunch before he can even move in the direction of Ichiraku. After all, Sakura needs to keep Naruto away from Ayame or else the ramen girl will move in before she can make a move. So what do you want to eat, Naruto? Do you know if they serve ramen in this place? I don't know, Sakura says. All he can think of is ramen. Which means he's thinking about Ichiraku and Ayame. How dare he think of another girl while he's on a date with me? Oh well, let's see what they do have. Hey Sakura-chan, what do you suggest? Oh, do you want me to order for you? Yeah, I don't really know what most of these stuffs are anyway. Naruto keeps his focus on Sakura when she's ordering, not caring what she is saying to the waitress at all. When the waitress returns with the food, Sakura notices that the girl is being unusually friendly with Naruto, though the teenager is oblivious to it. His attention still focused on Sakura. Sakura tries to keep her fury under control until that young waitress almost throws herself into Naruto's arms. By that point Sakura stands up, grabs her by the collar and lifts her up a foot off the ground and gives the poor girl her scariest glare before sending the waitress scrambling away. Afterward, Sakura makes a quick scan around the restaurant, daring anyone to even look at her and her date. Whenever Sakura makes eye contact with a person, that person quickly turns her attention back to the food in front of him, too scared to look up. Sakura-chan, is everything all right? Why of course Naruto. Naruto chuckles nervously looking at the glint in Sakura's eyes. Like all the other patrons in the restaurant, Naruto turns his entire attention to the food in front of him to avoid looking at Sakura. Say Naruto, what do you think about catching a movie after lunch? Okay, sure. You make the calls today, Sakura-chan, remember? Yeah, but I don't want you to get bored just to appease me. Are you sure it's really all right? Yep. Don't worry about me. A movie sounds good. The two head over to the movie theater as soon as they finish their meal. The owner was so happy to see them go that he paid for their meal, provided that they don't come back. Injured patrons have fled the restaurant after Sakura's little outburst. If that happens again, there is no doubt that he would lose all his customers. The theater is showing 3 movies for that day, a romance, an action movie, and yet another Ika movie. Sakura-chan, wait here while I get the tickets. Wait, you don't even know which movie I want to see yet. It's that one, right? Naruto asks, pointing to the poster of the romance movie. Actually, I want to see that one, Sakura says, pointing to the poster of the action movie. I thought she doesn't like those things. At least she's not pointing to the Ika one. After getting the tickets and the snacks, the pair enters and the usher shows them to their seat. Halfway into the movie, Naruto is regretting his decision to listen to Sakura. It seems that training with Tsunade has made Sakura pick up a taste for action movies and she gets very excited when she watches them. Combine that with the fact that she tends to lose some of those perfect chakra control when she's excited, Sakura almost destroys the theater and got them kicked out of the theater. Sorry about getting us kicked out, Naruto, Sakura says, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. Don't worry about it, Sakura-chan, Naruto says. I'm just glad that I'm still in one piece. Next time we should just rent a movie and watch it at home, Sakura says, Cha. How dare they kick us out? Oh, the good part too. Why, I oughta demolish this place. So what do you want to do now? Let's head over to the marketplace. I need to pick up some ingredients. Mom promised me that she'd help me fix dinner. You are coming over for dinner, okay, Naruto? During their trip through the marketplace, Naruto is becoming increasingly concerned about his health. He could have sworn that some of the things Sakura bought were picked out of the garbage pile. He didn't even get things that are as bad when he was still on the bad side of the villagers. Chuckling nervously, Naruto creates a cage bunshin to help carry the bags back home while Sakura and him go for a quick stroll at the park. In actuality, Naruto makes the cage bunshin go back to the stands to complain and get something that is actually edible while he has Sakura distracted. Once he has gotten confirmation from the cage bunshin that the proper goods have been delivered, Naruto leads Sakura, who is running short on patience, back home. Oh hello dear, how did the date go? Not now mom, you promised me you'd help me in the kitchen. Let's go, I still need to brew tea for Naruto. As soon as Sakura returns to the kitchen, she and her mother have another argument. This time, it's about what to make for dinner. Sakura wants a lavish dinner that her mother claims would be impossible to make given the limited amount of time. Eventually, Sakura gives up and settles for a slightly more elegant dinner. Before Sakura can even bring up the possibility of Naruto staying over, he claims that he should go home instead of leaving Temari by herself at home so close to their wedding day. Even if she says she doesn't mind about him going out on a date with Sakura, that doesn't mean that she's happy about it if the 3 months period she received is any indication. And staying over at Sakura's house would only make matters worse. When Naruto arrives home, he finds Hiyashi sitting in the living room. Confused, he looks over toward Temari, who is just coming out of the kitchen. Temari-chan, WH. Oh Naruto, you're finally home. Hyuga-san is looking for you. He's been waiting for 15 minutes already. Hiyashi-san, is something the matter? It's my daughter. Well, daughters. What's the matter? Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan aren't hurt, right? Well, yes and no. They're not hurt in the physical sense, but so, Naruto-kun has more admirers, huh? Temari asks, walking up behind Naruto and draping her arms over his shoulder. What do you mean, Temari-chan? You didn't really think that Sakura is the only girl that likes you beside me, right? But you mean Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan. They are unhappy with the Hokage's arrangement between you and Sabaku-san. I tried to tell them about the other part of the arrangement, but they simply refused to listen. I'm hoping that you would come over and explain it to them yourself. Okay, I suppose I should if you think that they really feel that way. I'll come over tomorrow, I guess. I'm eating by myself for the next 2 days too. What do you mean, Temari-chan? I'll let you go on dates with Hinata and Hanabi too. I'm going to need to share you eventually, so I might just as well start getting used to it now. I apologize, Sabaku-san. I know that it is not fair to you, but my daughters has been acting rather violently ever since they heard the news. Don't worry about it. I am surprised that Sakura and Ino haven't spread the news yet though. I would have thought that it would be all over the village now. Yamanaka, I think I saw her sitting rather distraught outside her F.A. Miley's flower shop today when I walked by, Hiyashi says. Now that you mention it, I think I heard Inoichi Jii-san complaining about something to Shikaku Jii-san and Shuza Jii-san at the restaurant. Naruto says, anyway, I'll come over to the Hyuga compound tomorrow, so don't worry, Hiyashi Jii-san. Good, I shall take my leave then. As soon as the door closes, Naruto turns his entire attention on Temari, who is sitting on the sofa staring back at him. You're going to make up for all of this, you realize. Hee. Don't worry, Temari-chan. I promise I'll make it up to you. After I go with Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan, we can spend some time together. What do you propose? I'll let you make the call. Fine, I'll accept for now. I doubt you'll be able to keep that promise though. Oh well, we did have that date on the day of the festival. Why, you know I never break my promises. You'll see. Come on, You better get some rest, you have 2 big days coming up. The next morning, AF. Chair enjoying a quick breakfast with Temari, Naruto sets out for the Hyuga compound. The guards move out of the way the moment Naruto shows up and led him to the dining hall. Naruto notices the guard scrambling away as soon as he walks through the door but shrugs his shoulder and turns his attention to the people inside. While Hiashi and Neji are eating quietly, Hinata and Hanabi are glaring at Naruto with a mix of hatred and regret in their eyes. Ahaya Hiashi Jii-san, Neji, Hinata-chan, Hanabi-chan. Good, you're here Naruto, Hiashi says. What are you doing here Naruto? Neji asks, looking up from his meal. Well, Hiashi Jii-san said that I should stop by, so, I'm done, Hinata says, standing up from her seat. I am as well, Hanabi says, joining her sister. Wait, Hinata, Hanabi. This conversation involves the two of you. What seems to be the problem Chichi-Yui? Yes, what could this be possibly about Otou-san? I don't believe Hanabi and I have anything to do with Namikaze-san. Hinata-chan, Hanabi-chan. Perhaps it's best if you explain the arrangement to them, Naruto. Well, how should I put this? You see, when Tsunade-ba-chan found out about the political marriage in my father's will, she went about finding a way for me to get together with the girls I like. So she found this ancient law back from Nadime's time that makes it possible for me to have multiple wives. I don't believe you. Look Hanabi-chan, why would I lie to you? I still don't believe you. What do you want me to then? Call Sakura-chan, she knows about that too. I just went on a date with her yesterday. Or better yet, call Temari-chan and ask her. Wait, what do you mean you went on a date with Sakura-san yesterday? Exactly what I said Hinata-chan. I promised her that I would go on a date with her the day before the festival. You want me to trust you, right? Yep, what do you want me to do Hanabi-chan? Well, if Temari-san really doesn't mind if you go on dates with other girls, then go out with me. Hanabi, don't worry Hinata-chan, you want to go out on a date with me right? How does today sound Hanabi-chan? You don't look like you're kidding, that's because I'm not Hanabi-chan. Great, then let's go right now. Oh wait, I have to change, wait for me okay Naruto-ni-chan, Hanabi screams, scrambling to her room. If that is the case Naruto-kun, perhaps, Hinata stutters after Hanabi vacates the room. If you want to we can go on a date tomorrow Hinata-chan. That sounds great Naruto-kun, Hinata says, back in blushing and finger fidgeting mode. I'm ready Naruto-ni-chan. Then let's go Hanabi-chan. I'll see you tomorrow Hinata-chan. Hanabi clings to Naruto as soon as they leave the dining hall, drawing a few curious glances their way from the other Hyuga clan members. However, one blood-curdling glare from Hanabi sends them scrambling away back to their original tasks. Once the pair arrives at the main street, Hanabi starts pulling Naruto into store after store, mainly the candy stores and the clothing stores. Naruto can barely even register what is happening outside of knowing that his arms get heavier and his wallet gets lighter whenever they come out of a store. Eventually, they arrive at a shopping mall on the opposite side of the village from the Hyuga compound. Look at all the stores. I've always wanted to come here but Chichi-Yui never let me come, Hanabi says. He says that it's too far away. Hamar rubbing his arms now that he has time to create cage buncheons to carry the bags. Why does this place look so familiar? I don't think I've been to a mall before. Yeah, this place has been open for 3 years now and this is the first time I've been here. 3 years. That's pretty long. I don't know why Hiashi Jii-san would be so against it, Naruto says, casting a glance at the buncheon struggling with the bags before adding a few more to their ranks. I don't know either. Hey Naruto-ni-chan, are you hungry yet? There are plenty of restaurants in this place. Well, now that you mention it, I am a little hungry. Let's get something to eat. When they start toward a particular restaurant, Naruto's right eye starts twitching. Getting a bad feeling, Naruto starts looking around the mall. Eventually, Hanabi notices her date is acting weird and turns toward him. Before Hanabi can ask what's wrong, Naruto sees a certain redhead inside an instrument store. Grabbing Hanabi, Naruto pulls the girl into the store next to them and sends the Bunchins scrambling back to the Hyuga compound. Naruto ni-chan, what's wrong? Quote, oh nothing, I just thought that you would want to take a look inside this store, that's all. But what about the Bunchins? I can always create more. Doesn't make much sense taking them along to the restaurants, right? I suppose. Are you sure you're alright, Naruto ni-chan? Yes, of course. Well, we can take a look at the stores later, let's go to the restaurant first. The restaurant, right, Naruto says as he sees Tayuya leaving the instrument store and heading toward the exit of the mall. That was close. The last thing I need is to explain everything to Tayuya-chan when I'm with another girl. She'll kill me before I can even get a word out. Sighing, Naruto leaves the store with Hanabi and follows the girl to the restaurant. Taking a casual glance around the restaurant, Naruto spots the Hokage's apprentice and assistant sitting at a table nearby. Before he goes over to greet Shizune, he spots another girl sitting opposite Tae of the medic Nin with her back turned toward him, a girl with long black hair that is currently complaining angrily to the medic Nin. Grabbing the menu, Naruto holds it in front of his face before Shizune notices him. Naruto is so focused on hiding himself that he doesn't even realize that the waiter is standing next to him. May I take your order? Oh, I'll take this and this, Naruto says, pointing randomly to the menu. Very well, I shall be back with your orders shortly. Naruto ni-chan, what is the problem? Hanabi asks, pouting, if you don't want to be with me, I'll just go home. It's nothing, really, Hanabi-chan, you're lying. Fine, Naruto says, sighing, I just saw Tayuya-chan coming out of the music store when I pulled you into that store downstairs. And right now, Haku-chan is sitting over there. Really, we should go and say hi. No, wait, Tayuya-chan and Haku-chan doesn't know about the arrangement yet, so we can tell them now. No, you don't know how they are. They'd kill me before letting me explain. That's why I haven't even gone home to pack my stuff yet. I guess that's why you pulled me into the swimwear shop. I knew it, my body isn't attractive enough. Hanabi-chan, I'm not attractive at all, am I? I don't have a great body like Tamari-san or Hinata-ne-chan. Now don't say that, you still have plenty of time to grow. Oh, so you think I'm just a kid? I'll show you, Hanabi says, grabbing the bottle on the table. Wait, Hanabi-chan, what are you? Uncorking the bottle, Hanabi starts drinking the content inside. The smell of alcohol is apparent to Naruto even if he's sitting on the opposite side of the table. By the time Naruto pries the bottle from Hanabi's hand, she has already emptied it. Naruto ni-chan, Hanabi slurs amidst hiccups. Hanabi-chan, you're drunk. No, I'm not, I'll prove it. Stumbling out of her chair, Hanabi walks over to Naruto while grabbing the table for support. Jumping into Naruto's lap, Hanabi grabs Naruto's hair and kisses him, forcing some of the residue sake down his throat. That draws the attention of everyone in the restaurant, including that of Shizune and Haku, who are in the front of the crowd. Standing there frozen in shock of the normally calm and reserved Hyuga Hanabi French kissing the struggling loudmouth blonde ninja. Eventually, Hanabi finally stops and slumps against Naruto, putting her head on his shoulder and drawing circles on his chest with her finger. Naruto-san, Haku screams, finally regaining her wits. Haku-chan, this isn't, how can you do this? Haku screams, bolting out of the restaurant. Wait, Haku-chan, I'll explain everything to her, don't worry Naruto. Thank you Shizune-ne-chan. Naruto-sama, do you still think I'm a little girl? Hanabi says. Giggling, still completely drunk. No, I never said that you're a little girl. Good, Hanabi-chan. Looking down, Naruto sees Hanabi sleeping soundly. Chuckling, Naruto pays for the meal and carries the sleeping girl back to the Hyuga compound on his back. Naruto-kun, what happened to Hanabi-chan? Hinata asks, seeing the state her sister is in. Well, Inda snatched the sake bottle when she thinks that I was treating her like a kid. Baka imo Udo-chan, thank you for bringing her home Naruto-kun. Well, it's my responsibility after all. I'll see you tomorrow Hinata-chan, if I survive. Naruto says, muttering the last part. Tamari is surprised when Naruto gets home. She was expecting for the date to go for a while yet, and when she asks Naruto about it, he tells her everything that happened during his date. So now you want me to go over to Haku's house with you to explain everything? That would be helpful. Well, I suppose it won't do. Are the groom to be killed right before the wedding? Arigato Tamari-chan. Come on, let's go. We might actually be able to make it back home in time to have dinner together. Naruto and Tamari arrive at Haku's house just as Shizune is running out of the house with senbons flying over her head. Giving the pair a quick greeting, Shizune runs away back toward the Hokage tower. Chuckling nervously, Naruto casts a glance at the stoic Tamari. Ignoring the frightened boy standing next to her, Tamari walks into the house, blocking all projectiles with her fan. Not one to let a girl face dangers alone, Naruto follows Tamari inside. So, Namikaze-sama has decided to grace us with his presence, Kin says. To what do we owe this honor, Namikaze-sama? Haku says, is it necessary for us to French kiss you in public like Hanabi did this afternoon? The temperature of the room starts to drop in degrees as snowflakes starts appearing around Haku. He can feel Kin, Tayuya, and Sasama's glare on his back. Naruto is about to bolt out of the room when Tamari grabs him by the collar and throws him into one of the chairs in the dining room. I thought there is another one of you, Tamari says, looking around the room. You mean Isaribi? She's in her room. What do you want? To show us you've won? Tayuya says, glaring at the pair. Nope, not really. After all, it's not like I won anything. If I did, then everyone here is a winner. Quote, what are you talking about now? Sasama says, polishing a kunai. Well, Hokage-sama found a law that allows dear Naruto here to marry as many girls as he wants. Of course, there would be some time in between each weddings, but he'll get to marry all of you eventually. Given that he wants to marry all of you in the first place, of course. And how long is the wait exactly? 20 years. Well, in my case it's 3 months. But you girls will have to get in line. After all, Haruno and the Hyuga sisters are already waiting. Naruto already went on a date with Sakura yesterday. Haku walked in on his date with Hanabi today, and he'll have another date with Hinata tomorrow. Oh, and the reason it took him so long to tell us this is? Kin asks, twiddling a senbon in her fingers. I'm sure Shishfir's better, from the way she was chased out of your house. Naruto, is what she says true? Haku asks, turning her attention on the silent teen. Yes. Good. Go upstairs and tell Isaribi yourself. She's been bawling her eyes out ever since the announcement came out. Nodding his head, Naruto runs upstairs to calm the hysteric girl. While he's gone, Tamari asks if the other girls know Tenten's address. What are you looking for her for? Tayuya asks. Might just as well tell the other girls about this. I still need to stop by the Yamanaka flower shop after talking to Tenten. I'm surprised that you would be willing to do all this for him, Haku says, taking a seat next to Tamari. I wouldn't be a very good wife if I don't help him out in his time of need, now would I? Yes, but to let him marry as many girls as he wants. It was either that or we don't get married at all. When I talked to him about it during the festival, he couldn't decide. Because he has other girls in his life. I can't run the risk of him picking someone else over me just because I'm not his favorite. The things we do to make him happy, Haku says, chuckling to herself. Well, it's not like we should complain. We get what we want out of the deal too, Tamari says as she hears footsteps coming from upstairs. I guess you're right about that, Haku says before too. RNING her attention toward the staircase. Are you feeling better now, Isaribi? Yes. Well, we really should get going, Tamari says, standing up. Naruto-kun, why don't you go to the marketplace and buy some ingredients for tonight's dinner? I still have some places I need to go. The next morning, Naruto rushes over to the Hyuga compound after a quick breakfast, hoping to get there and pick up Hinata before Hanabi comes out of her hangover state that she is no doubt mired in. However, luck is not on his side as he finds Hanabi sitting in the dining hall with Hinata, Neji, and Hiyashi. Good morning, Naruto-ni-chan. Hi, Hanabi-chan. So are you ready to go, Hinata-chan? Naruto asks, hoping to get out of there as quickly as possible. I still need to change. Please wait a moment. Naruto looks at the other occupants of the room nervously as Hinata vacates the room. Eventually, Neji puts down his bowl and excuses himself, slightly unnerved by the tension in the room. As soon as Neji gets out, Hiashi puts his bowl down and stares straight at Naruto. Naruto, I do not want a repeat of what happened yesterday. Am I clear? Yes, sir. Naruto Ni-chan. Did I really? Did we? Hanabi asks. Fiddling with her fingers like her sister, you know, kiss. Well, about that, yeah, French. Yeah, darn, I wish I could remember it. Doesn't matter, we'll just have to do that again when we make up that date. Make up? Yeah, we never properly finished our date yesterday. I expect you to make that up. After all, you let me drink that bottle of sake. But is that so? Hiashi says. Putting down his chopsticks, Naruto can feel Hiashi's glare on his back. The grin Hanabi has on her face isn't helping matters any either. Fortunately for Naruto, Hinata picks that particular time to return to the dining hall. I'm ready to go, Naruto-kun. Okay, let's go. I need to speak with Otou-san about something, please wait for me at the front gate. I will be there in a moment, Hinata says. As soon as Naruto leaves the room, Hinata turns her attention toward her father and sister. Otou-san, I would prefer if you don't send anyone to follow Naruto-kun and I. I would be very upset if you do that, Hinata says before turning toward her sister, and I expect you to stay away from my date. I didn't interrupt yours yesterday and I don't want you to do it to me today. Hiashi and Hanabi back away from Hinata, nodding their head. Before the festival, they would have just laughed it off and ignored the shy heiress. But seeing the destruction she caused after the festival, with the branch house still repairing the damages around the compound after Hinata's practices with Hiashi, the thought of going against her never even crosses their mind. Smiling sweetly, Hinata leaves the room and joins Naruto. So, where do you want to go, Hinata-chan? Wherever Naruto-kun wants to go is fine with me. That won't do. You have to be more assertive, Hinata-chan. I'll try. I heard that you went to the mall with Hanabi, would you want to go there again? I'll let you make the call today, Hinata-chan. Remember, be more assertive. Well, I want to see what the mall is like, let's go then. Come on, it's this way. Instead of sweeping through the streets like a tornado like yesterday, Hinata pulls Naruto back as soon as he starts speeding up, wanting to enjoy the feeling of being with Naruto instead of rushing through everything. No matter how confident she is in front of her family or how much Naruto tries to encourage her, one look at Naruto's grinning face turns Hinata back to the blushing and stuttering mode. When Hinata tries to fidget her fingers, Naruto grabs hold of her hands and looks directly into her eyes. Hinata-chan, what did I tell you about being so shy? Don't. That's right. So why are you acting like this again? Come on, I want to see the confident Hinata. I like that Hinata better, like how you were when we were still kids. I'll try. Good. Before Naruto can turn around and go on his way again, Hinata holds Naruto's cheeks and presses her lips against his. Naruto is too shocked to even move, neither backing away nor leaning in. By the time Naruto is back to his senses, Hinata has already let go of him and is looking on with a concerned look on her face. Well, that was a lot more than what I was expecting, but that's a good start. Come on, I still want to see them all. We'll never get there at this rate, Hinata says, giggling. All right then, here we go. Naruto grabs a hold of Hinata's hand, lacing their fingers together. Hinata blushes at the contact but steels herself to keep up with Naruto, though her mind is still reeling from the kiss. She doesn't know what made her act as boldly as she did. All she can remember is that she didn't want to disappoint Naruto. Now that she is thinking straight again, she can only pray to find that strength again so she doesn't look like such an idiot whenever she's around the blonde ninja. After stopping at a few shops on their leisurely walk, they arrive at the mall just around lunchtime. Hinata suggests for them to catch a quick lunch before checking out the mall. Naruto is hesitant at first, not wanting to risk a repeat performance of what happened the day before, but all logic goes out the window when his stomach joins Hinata's side of the argument. Nodding reluctantly, Naruto picks out a restaurant and makes it especially clear to the waiter not to bring anything that is even remotely alcoholic near the table. Naruto-kun, you seem nervous. Hinata, you have to promise me that you won't drink anything that's alcoholic. I would really get into trouble if you got drunk too. I can hold my liquor much better than Hanabi, but I promise you. You mean you. Whenever we have a large family dinner, Otou-san will allow us to drink a little bit of sake. Hanabi usually gets drunk after a couple of cups, but I think I can manage for about 6 or 7. If I have something to eat. Hanabi-chan downed the whole bottle on an empty stomach yesterday. I'm surprised she stayed awake for as long as she did. I wish she did fall asleep quicker. Did you not enjoy it? Naruto spurts out the water that he's drinking. Concerned, Hinata moves next to Naruto to calm his coughing fits. When Naruto finally catches his breath, he notices he close proximity between Hinata and him and almost falls out of his chair in surprise. Hinata's question brings back the memory of exactly what happened yesterday and Naruto can't help but to focus on Hinata's lips. It takes him a few moments of seeing Hinata's lips moving before he realizes she is talking to him. Naruto-kun, Daijobu ka? Yi, ninjas are getting back into their seats, the wait. R brings them their order and sets the food on the table. Halfway through the meal, when Naruto notices that Hinata isn't paying attention, Naruto sticks his fork into Hinata's dish and tries to steal a piece of food only to have it knocked out of his hand by Hinata's spoon. Naruto-kun, I wouldn't be much of a ninja if I just let you steal something from me like this. But if you ask nicely, I might let you try some of it. All right then. Hinata-chan, please, Naruto says with the tone that he heard plenty of girls use. No, Hinata answers, giggling at Naruto's antics. Hinata-chan, you're mean. Here you go Naruto-kun. No, because you're so mean, I want you to feed me. Hinata blushes as Naruto leans forward and opens his mouth. Hesitating slightly, Hinata shoves the fork into Naruto's mouth, almost choking him in the process. Naruto-kun, are you all right? Give me a second. By the time Naruto finally recovers, he notices that his plate is missing quite a bit of food. Whenever Naruto makes eye contact with Hinata, she starts looking at every direction but directly at him. Narrowing his eyes, he reaches for Hinata's plate again only to have it batted away again. Every now and then Naruto would try again, until they finish their meal, but even by then he still can't get anything from Hinata's plate without her permission. Sighing, Naruto pays for the meal and follows Hinata to the stores inside the mall, reminding himself to go through some stealth training later on. There are a lot of clothing stores in this place. Yeah, too bad Hanabi-chan never got the chance to go through them. Well, that's her own fault. Naruto-kun, let's see what they have in this one. Naruto stays on the sideline as he watches Hinata goes through rack after rack of clothing. After about 30 minutes, Hinata finally walks back to Naruto holding injured articles of clothing. Naruto-kun, do you think these would fit me? You can try them on Hinata-chan. Really? I never bought clothes myself before. The servants buy them first most of the time and they would invite tailors over. Otherwise, come on, I'll take you to the fitting rooms. Closing his eyes, Naruto leans against the walls as he waits for Hinata to come out. After about 5 minutes, Naruto starts to become concerned as Hinata still hasn't walked out. Walking over, Naruto starts knocking on the door. Hinata-chan, are you all right in there? Naruto-kun, can you come in and help me? But, don't worry, I'm properly covered. I just can't reach the zippers on my back. Okay. Naruto walks in to find Hinata with her back toward him looking into the mirror and struggling to reach the zipper on her back. I thought that kunoichi are supposed to be pretty flexible, Naruto jokes. You are mean Naruto-kun. Sorry, where is that zipper? Let me get my hair out of way. I see it now, Naruto says before something on Hinata's back. Hey, Hinata-chan. What is it Naruto-kun? Quote, you are not injured or anything right? No. Why do you have all these bandages on you back like this? Naruto says, touching the said object. Hinata jumps from the contact. Mistaking that as a sign of pain, Naruto ignores Hinata's protests and continues to inspect the bandages. Finding no trace of blood, Naruto stands up straight, turns Hinata around and stares into her eyes. Nah, Naruto-kun. Those aren't for injuries. What are they for then? Those are chest bindings. Why would you need to do that? Otu-san is a very conservative person. He doesn't want us to show our bodies. Beside, they do get in the way sometimes. A lot of kunoichi have them. Well, I think they are the best way to deal with perverted enemies. Look at how well my Oiruk no Jutsu works against them. Anyway, I should help you with that zipper. People will get the wrong idea seeing that I've been in here for so long. Hinata blushes at the words, implication and turns around instantly. After helping her, Naruto stays in the fitting room for a split second longer to show his appreciation in Hinata's taste before trying to leave. That is, until Hinata grabs onto his arm again and gestures toward her back. Oh, I guess you need help to unzip it too, right? After a few trips in and out of the fitting room for Naruto, Hinata brings all tea. He clothes to the counter and pays for them. Creating a cage bunshin, Naruto makes it take the bag and pushes Hinata to the next store himself before the cashier can say anything. After their trip through the mall, Naruto sends the handful of clones back to the Hyuga compound before leading Hinata to a fancy restaurant near the compound for dinner. Instead of taking the seat opposite of Hinata, He sits down next to her and leans over so they can be as close as possible. Are you ready to order? A waitress asks, not entirely sure what to do in this situation. Oh right. I'll have a steak, 3/4. Roast pork. Very well. I'll be back with your orders soon. Naruto straightens up after the waitress left, but he stays in his seat instead of moving across the table. When the waitress finally returns with their order, Naruto rubs his hands overdramatically in anticipation as Hinata giggles at his antics. With a small smile, the waitress leaves the pair for the rest of their meal. As soon as the waitress leaves, Naruto and Hinata resume the game they've been playing during lunch. Frustrated at his continued inability to win, Naruto waits until Hinata puts a pie of food in her mouth before grabbing her cheeks and kissing her, stealing the piece from her mouth in the process. Finally snapping out of her trance, Hinata finds her mouth empty of both Naruto's tongue and the piece of pork. Hey, see Hinata-chan, I can steal food from you after all, Naruto says, noticing Hinata's blush, although I don't think you would mind if I keep stealing it the way I did. Hinata does not deign that tease a response, out of embarrassment and annoyance. Instead, she turns her attention back toward her plate onto to notice that the roast pork is missing a significant chunk of meat. Turning her stare at Naruto, who is looking to the side whistling innocently, Hinata sticks her fork into Naruto's steak and moves the whole thing to her plate. Hinata-chan, you seem to be pretty interested in my dish. It's only fair that I get some of yours too. But, what am I going to eat? You can eat it from my mouth again if you want to, Hinata says, blushing. Smirking, Naruto takes Hinata up on her offer and smashes his lips against hers. However, instead of letting Naruto pull away with the piece of meat, Hinata grabs a hold of Naruto's hair to keep him from leaning back. By the time she lets go, both teens are breathing heavily. Well, that wasn't so bad. Naruto-kun, here you go. Refocusing, Naruto notices that his plate has just gotten with a large piece of roast pork and half of the steak that Hinata took. Hinata-chan, what? I never said I was taking the whole thing. I couldn't eat it all anyway. Hinata-chan, you tricked me. Are you upset? Well, not really. Can't say I didn't like it. Anyway, let's hurry up. Hiashi-jii-san will get angry if I bring you home too late. Hinata nods her head in response before turning her attention on her meal. The pair leaves the restaurant half an hour later and heads back toward the Hyuga compound. Before Naruto can even say goodbye, Hinata grabs Naruto by the hair and kisses him on the cheek before rushing inside, leaving a stunned Naruto at the door. Out in the streets is one thing, but right in front of the compound where everyone inside can see you is not something Naruto was expecting. Finally regaining his senses, Naruto chuckles lightly and heads home, looking rather similar to a certain toad senin with lip gloss on his lips and cheek and an idiotic grin on his face. Naruto is rudely awakened by a sudden top of him while he's still in bed. Irritated, Naruto grabs a hold of the object and holds it close to find his old orange jumpsuit. Completely confused, Naruto turns toward his closet only to be pummeled by more clothing. Thinking that there's a horribly unskilled thief in his house, he slips out of bed quietly and pounces on the thief from behind. Naruto, what are you doing? Tamari-chan, what are you doing in my room so late at night? Naruto asks, taking note of the darkness in the room. Night, you won't wake up no matter what I did, Tamari says. Walking over to the windows and lifting the shades, it's already 10 o'clock. 10, already. I know you got back late last night, Naruto, but I've never seen you this tired before. You didn't do anything to poor innocent Hinata, did you? What? Of course not. Good. Well, come on. Where did you put your best clothes? I think in that first drawer. After going through the drawer like a crazed woman, Tamari pulls out a simple black short-sleeve shirt, a pair of dark blue pants and a black trench coat and tosses them at Naruto. Hurry up and change. You have a lot of things to do today, Tamari says as she pulls out his swimming trunks. Oh, and put this on underneath. I do. Yes, now hurry up. You still need to eat breakfast and then we have to go to the flower shop. Flower shop? Why? You'll see when we get there. Scratching his head in confusion, Naruto does as Tamari tells him and heads downstairs for breakfast after getting ready. After finishing his breakfast, which consists of Tamari stuffing everything on his plate into Naruto's mouth, Tamari drags Naruto to the only flower shop in town. Tamari-chan, why are we heading to the flower shop? I'm going to pick the flower arrangement for the wedding, and you are going to pay for it. But I don't think I have enough money. Who said you're going to pay with money? What? But, here we are, Tamari says. Walking into the shop, Oi, Ino, we're here. Mom, Tamari-san is here. Help her get things set up for her wedding. I'm heading out. Ino screams, okay, Naruto-kun, let's go. Wait, what? I said you're going to pay for the flower arrangements, right? Get going. But do I have to lay everything out for you? The payment is you going out on a date with Ino. But Tamari-chan. Let's go, Naruto-kun. Before Naruto can even finish his sentence, Ino pulls him out the door and toward the village gate. Giving up his struggle, Naruto allows the girl to lead him to whatever destination she chooses. When the pair finally stops, Naruto finds himself in front of a small waterfall with a small stream leading back toward the village. This place looks familiar, isn't it? Is the place I trained with Ero Sennin and Tsunade Ba-chan. Here we are. Isn't this place great? Yeah, I guess. I didn't pay too much attention to the surroundings the last time I was here. You were here before. Yeah, before the Chunin tournament when Odo attacked. I was training here. Oh, I guess that explains all the damages I saw when I found this place. Well, you get to enjoy the scenery instead of only focusing on training this time. I suppose. What are we doing out here though? Doesn't look like there is much to do out here. Well, we can always just enjoy the scenery. But I intend to go swimming. It's still warm enough. That's it. It'll be lunchtime in a couple of hours. Don't worry, I brought food. Where? Naruto asks, looking around the clearing. The food is stored in a scroll. I'll take them out when you get hungry, Ino says, taking off her clothes. Ino-chan. Oh, don't worry, I have my swimsuit underneath. Oh, beside, it's not like you haven't seen me in revealing clothes before, Ino says, stretching in her bikini. Don't remind me. I've been trying so hard to forget it. But why would you want to do that? Ino says, tracing Naruto's chin with her finger. Am I not attractive enough for you? I'm hurt. Naruto turns his head to the side, trying to take his eyes off the ample amount of cleavage as she bends over in front of him. It doesn't help that he can feel Ino's breath on his face as she brings her face ever closer. Giggling at Naruto's reaction, Ino decides to leave the poor boy alone and walks over to the stream. You can join me whenever you want, Naruto, Ino says before diving in. Naruto watches in amazement at how good a swimmer Ino is. She easily glides through the water, even against the current, however weak the current is. Once he's sure that Ino has her attention elsewhere, Naruto starts taking off his clothes, glad that he listened to Tamari and put his swimming trunks on underneath. A loud splash. H alerts Ino that someone has joined her in the water. Grinning, Ino dives under the water and swims around behind Naruto while he is still adjusting to the water, haven't really swim before even now. He had his fair share of experience of almost drowning. Jumping out of the water, Ino dunks Naruto in the stream while laughing. As the seconds tick by with no sign of Naruto resurfacing, Ino starts to become more and more concerned. As she's about to dive in to look for Naruto, she sees his body floating back up, face down in the river. Dragging Naruto back onto the shore, Ino is about to perf. Orm mouth to mouth when Naruto squirts water right in her face. Naruto, that's what you get for surprising me, Ino-chan. Humph. Ino grunts, pouting and crossing her arms. Okay, so that was a bit mean. I guess I overdid it a bit. But I'm not a good swimmer, you shouldn't surprise me like that. If the current is stronger, I really would have been in trouble, Naruto says, even though the last part is a bit of a lie. He can always uses his chakra to help him float back to the surface. I guess I was wrong too. Tell you what, I'll teach you how to swim properly. Really? That'd be great. Well, come on, let's go. By the time they get back on shore, Naruto had already been complaining about his empty stomach for about 15 minutes. Taking out the storage scroll from the pocket in her blouse, Ino orders Naruto to gather firewood while she leaves to get some clean water further upstream. After they have everything in place, Ino uses a small Kaiden jutsu to boil the water. Naruto Biko. Mi's increasingly irritated as he watches Ino staring at the pot. Ino-chan, where's the food? Oh hush, I guarantee that you won't complain once you see what I brought. Oh, the water's ready, Ino saw. As she takes more things out of her scroll. Aren't those instant ramen? Yeah, I'm not much of a cook, so this is all we'll be having. But I thought you don't like those stuff. I eat it once in a while. Every now and then I'll go to Ichiraku with Sakura after I sneaked into one of her lessons with Tsunade-sama, Ino says as she pours some water into one cup and hands it to Naruto. It does. Nt take long for Naruto to clean out everything Ino brought with her. It still amazes her how quickly Naruto can eat. He manages to clean off 21 cups in the time she eats 3. As Ino packs all the empty cups in her scroll again so as to not leave a mess behind, Naruto walks over to the stream, eager to begin his lesson again now that his stomach isn't complaining anymore. Get back here, Naruto. You're going to get cramps and you go swimming right after eating. Ah, but Ino-chan. No, here, Ino commands like she's talking to a kid. Fine. Hey Naruto, can you do me a favor? What is it, Ino-chan? Can you give this to Sakura for me? Ino asks, handing Naruto a somewhat worn red ribbon. Sure, but why don't you give this to her yourself? I did, twice, and I got this ing shoved back in my face twice afterward. Why? Well, this is the ribbon I gave to Sakura after I met her the first time. It was supposed to be the sign of our friendship, but she gave this CK to me after we graduated from the academy. So that's why this thing looks so familiar. What about the second time? I rather not say. Come on, Ino chanced, giving her the puppy face look. Even using the Oiruk no Jutsu to complete the effect. Fine, just don't give me that look. It was about 2 months after you and Sasuke left. Ino finds Sakura sitting on top of the Cage Tower after another draining training session with the Hokage. Hey Sakura, Ino, shouldn't you be training with your team right now? Training's over for the day. Asuma-sensei and lazy ass got called away on a mission. Sakura, what is it? Here, Ino says, shoving the red ribbon in Sakura's face. Isn't this? Well, I've decided that I'm no longer going after Sasuke. So, I was kinda hoping that we can be friends like way back when. So, you've finally decided to submit to the fact that I'm much more attractive than you. Don't push your luck, Sakura, Ino says, eyebrow twitching. Fine, Sakura says, taking the ribbon from Ino's hand and pocketing it. I'll put my hatayat on it later. So, what made you decide to give up on Sasuke? Is it another boy? What are you talking about? Ino screams, blushing. So it is. Who is it? I'm not telling. Is it Shikamaru? Or maybe it's Choji. No. Asuma-sensei is going out with Kurenai-sensei. So it's not anyone on your team, Neji. Lord no. I've had it with chasing after emotionless gorgeous guys. Well, Shino's certainly emotionless, but he's not exactly gorgeous, and I doubt he's your type, Kiba. No. No chance in hell, Ino says, a look of pure horror on her face. No. Please don't tell me it's Lee. No. That's even worse than Kiba. Is he a shinobi? Yeah. Anyone we know? Yes. Kakashi-sensei. Arg. No. I don't like old guys. Kakashi-sensei isn't exactly old, you know. Well, if he's young, Konohamaru. No. I am not into little kids. So Udon is out too. Of course. It's Gaara, isn't it? No. Kankuro. No. Ino screams, contemplating jumping off the building, but decides that her ninja reflex would probably prevent her from dying. Who else can it be? You sure I know that person? Yes. He's only been with you for almost 6 months after you graduated from the academy. But you said you're not into Sasuke anymore. You're just teasing me, aren't you? No. I really don't know. It's Naruto. You happy now? Ino was expecting Sakura to laugh at her expression, but she finds a look of genuine shock on Sakura's face instead. Suddenly, Sakura leaps up from where she's sitting and throws the ribbon back in Ino's face before stomping off, leaving behind inch-deep footprints in the floor and a shocked Ino. I guess she felt that way about you as well, and was just hoping that I would be interested in anyone but you, Ino says, concluding her story, and since we'll be, sharing you. I thought she might be willing to take it back this time. But I don't want to make a fool out of myself again just in case she doesn't. Sure. I'll give this to her, Naruto answers, shocked from the revelation. I guess it's true that you don't know what you have till it's gone. I didn't realize how much I liked you until you left on your training trip, Ino says, snuggling against him. This is comfy. Not for me, Naruto says, looking down at Ino sitting on his lap. His entire body stiff as a board. Relax, Naruto. I don't bite too hard. Yeah, that's really comforting. Ino giggles at Naruto's response before putting her head on his shoulder and slowly closes her eyes. Before he can even move away, Ino has already fallen asleep. Sighing, Naruto creates a few cage bunshin and have them start fishing in the stream aloe. With having one of them bring a blanket over so he and Ino don't catch a cold in their current state of dress. By the time Ino wakes up, the sky is already dark and she finds herself lying on her side while she is still on top of Naruto. Looking up at the blonde boy, she giggles at how he's snoring and has a small trail of drool coming out of the corner of his mouth. Naruto-kun, wake up. Wah. Oh, Ino-chan, you're up. I think my clones have everything set up. Have what set up? Looking over to the side, Ino finds a cage bunshin keeping a small bonfire going with a small package lying next to him. Getting up and stretching, Naruto dispels the clone and takes over the duty. Curious, Ino peeks over as Naruto opens the package to find about 20 fish inside. This isn't all we are having for dinner, is it? I mean, I know I'm on a diet and all, but this is nowhere near enough for dinner. No, think of it as a snack. I'll take you to a fancy restaurant afterward. Good. Here, let me help. I haven't had this in a while. Choji keeps eating them all every time we're on a mission. Asuma-sensei, Shikamaru and I always end up only eating ration. After spending another hour in the wilderness, Ino and Naruto end up in a restaurant near the entrance of the village. Naruto is surprised to see that Ino still has any appetite for dinner after devouring almost all the fish that his clones caught. Naruto also finds out that when someone else is paying, Ino tends to pick the most expensive food on the menu when she orders. He knows he has more than enough money to cover the tab. But his eyes almost bulged out of the sockets when the waiter lays the dishes on the table. Not only is the food pricey, the dishes barely have any food on them. Just because they are expensive doesn't mean they have a lot of ingredient. The ingredients are what makes it so expensive, Ino says when she notices that Naruto is about to go after the waiter. But it's not exactly very filling. I'm not all that hungry anyway after eating all those fish. I've always wanted to try these dishes but I can't afford them. Well, as long as you're happy, I guess. Don't worry, Naruto. I'm not always a big spender. Beside, these dishes doesn't cost anywhere near as much as what you paid on our first date. You won't spend any money on this date other than this dinner. I suppose that's true. This is cheaper than going to the mall, and I'm pretty much sick of going there anyway. I've already gone there for 2 days straight. Bad memories. Of what? Hanabi Frenching you in public. How did you? Did you forget that I happen to be the queen of gossip in Konoha? It's not every day that the Hyuga princess would embarrass herself in public like that. I'm surprised that he is. Hijii-san hasn't killed me for that yet. He might just do that if that happens again. These are really tasty. What? You're almost finished already. How can you eat so quickly? I guess I picked up that trait from you. Come on, hurry up. If you don't get me home quickly, my dad will kill you before Hyuga-sama gets his hands on you. Temari stands next to Naruto's bed glaring at the blonde boy. She has been trying to get him to wake up for the past half an hour with no luck. When she's about to give up, Temari comes up with idea and smirks at the unsuspecting victim. Suddenly, the asleep Naruto feels his bed shift slightly and something warm lying down next to him in the cold morning. Out of instinct, he turns on his side and wraps his arms around the warm object and snuggles against it. Just as Naruto is about to fall back to sleep, he hears a content sigh as a pair of arms warps around his head, pulling him closer to the warm object. Snapping his eyes open, Naruto sees Temari lying next to him, nestling her cheek against his hair. Blinking a few times to adjust to the light and to give his brain to start up properly again, he notices that his cheek is buried in something soft on Temari's chest. Temari-chan, what are you doing? Naruto screams, jumping out of Temari's hold and out of the bed. Good, you're finally up. Get ready, we have a lot to do today. Naruto eyes Temari wearily, remembering what happened the day before when she said the exact same thing. Temari stares at Naruto with her confident smirk as she props herself up on the elbow, knowing exactly what is going through the boy's mind. Don't worry, you want the other girls today, or the next 3 days for that matter. Then what is so urgent that you have to wake me up this early? Well, beside the fact that Hokage-sama wants to talk to you, or that Gaara wants to talk to you before our wedding, or the part where we have to get our measurements done for our kimono, nothing much. Right, I get it, tight schedule today. Who knows, getting married would be so much work. Well, you better get used to it. You'll be going through quite a few more yet, Temari says, getting up from the soon-to-be-there bed as she likes to tell herself, get freshen up. I'll fix breakfast. It doesn't take very long for Naruto to get ready and for the pair to finish breakfast and leave the mansion. Imari met with the Hokage the day before after making sure that all the decoration is ready, and the Hokage made it blatantly clear that she will not tolerate any lateness from the pair. When they arrive at the tower, Shizune looks at the pair in confusion as they are doubled over trying to catch their breath, having run to the Hokage tower from their mansion on the opposite side of the village. Hokage-sama, wanted to see us. Temari says in between heavy breaths. Yes, please go on in. Having recovered quicker than his fiancé, Naruto bursts through the door and finds Tsunade sleeping on the paperwork lining her desk again. Smacking her forehead, Shizune rushes in and awakens the Hokage. Before Naruto can complain, Temari elbows him in the stomach before he gets them in trouble. Oba-chan, what did you want to talk to us about? Naruto manages to blurt out before Temari can cover his mouth. I was going to tell you about the wedding arrangements, Tsunade says, eyebrow twitching, trying to contain her anger. The wedding ceremony will take place on the roof of the Hokage tower, then the reception will take place at your house. But the mess that everyone would make. I'll tell them explicitly not to do that, Naruto. Fine. Good. The wedding ceremony will take place at 12 and the reception will take place when the ceremonies are over. I will send people over to your house tomorrow to help you set everything up. Fine. Are we done here yet? Just one more thing. After your wedding, you will have 2 more days to enjoy yourselves, then you are expected to go back to ninja duties. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Yamato will be administering the training with your team, Tsunade says. I have already received information about the 2 Akatsuki members from Yugito. Though I didn't find out all that much since they didn't engage in combat. Jiraiya feels that they should accelerate your training so that you will be better prepared against them. Finally, I barely get to do anything ever since I got back from the last mission. I'm glad you're excited. Now get out of my office. I still have other things to take care of, Tsunade says, turning toward Shizune. Is the Uchiha brat here yet? I still have to train Sakura this afternoon. I don't have all day to wait for him. I'll check. Shizune pushes Naruto and Temari out of the room before Aide can throw a tantrum that Shizune knows is coming from the Hokage. After being waken up from her nap and having Naruto calling her old once again. As soon as the door closes, Tsunade lets out a frustrated growl that scares the three away. Having escaped from the enraged Hokage, Naruto and Temari say goodbye to Shizune, who is on her way to look for Sasuke before Tsunade gets angry enough to rip him apart with her monstrous strength. Naruto is about to head toward Ichiraku when Temari tugs on his sleeve and pulls him toward the hotel that Gaara and Kankuro are staying in. When they arrive and knock on the door, Gaara and Kankuro walk out of their room without a word and head down to the restaurant, prompting Naruto and Temari to follow. So, what did you want to talk to us about, Gaara? Naruto asks after about 15 minutes of uncomfortable silence with the four shinobi staring at each other. Do you remember your promise, Uzumaki? Promise? Naruto asks, gulping. The last time Gaara calls me Uzumaki. He was seriously pissed at me. Before you took Temari on the day of the festival. Ah, right, that I would take good care of her, right? Yes. Don't worry, Gaara, I never break my promises. Good. I understand that you will have multiple wives. However, I would prefer that you don't sleep around with the others until the buffer period is over. Chima. Ri and Naruto spray Gaara and Kankuro with the drink that has just entered the mouth to ease their worries after the conversation started. While Gaara can use his sand to block the liquid, Kankuro is covered by the foul liquid yet once again. Gaara, I would prefer if you don't be so selfish next time. This is the second time already. I will try to react quicker next time. I'm going to the bathroom to clean up. Very well, Gaara says before turning his attention on the pair in front of him again. Well, don't worry about that, Gaara. I promise. Thank you. So, anything else? Naruto asks, hoping to get out of the place as soon as possible. What's the rush, Naruto-kun? You said you were hungry, right? Let's eat here, Temari says. Yes, I still have things to talk to you about. Let's order our lunch as we wait for Kankuro to return. Good, I'm starving. Let's order. Kankuro, how are you back this quickly? All I need to do is dry up Karasu. How long can that take? I thought we are doing something serious here. You go and hide behind that darn puppet of yours. What is the meaning of this? Temari screams. You think you are the only one who sprayed water all over Gaara. What did you think my reaction was this morning when we were going over what to say? I almost didn't make it out of that conversation, Kankuro says before turning toward Naruto. If you think that was bad, kid, you still got a long way to go. Oh well, might just as well get used to it now. You'll be hearing this for quite a few times yet. What is that supposed to mean? Naruto screams, getting caught up in the argument. We aren't the only father figures you'll be talking to now, are we? Naruto slumps back into his seat pouting. Deciding to take Kankuro's advice, Naruto starts practicing ignoring whatever was said to him, only nodding his head when he thinks it's the appropriate time to do so. It doesn't take the Suna siblings long to see what Naruto is doing. Chair a couple slaps to the back of his head courtesy of Temari. Naruto once again has his entire attention on the conversation. Eventually, seeing the exasperated look on Naruto's face, Gaara decides to take pity on Naruto and let him leave. Kankuro is about to pick up where Gaara left off, but Temari silenced him with a glare and proceeds to pull Naruto out of the hotel toward the commercial district. Temari-chan, how long is this going to take again? Well, we are going to get our measurements done now. Then we'll have the rest of the day to ourselves. The rest of the day to ourselves? You promised you'll make it up to me. But I thought you said. I said you won't be going out with the other girls. That doesn't include me. Fine, let's just get this over with. You don't want to? Temari asks, slightly hurt by Naruto's reaction. No, It's just that today's been really tiring. Don't worry, no one will bother us where we're going after this. Ah, here we are. Before Naruto can even focus on his surroundings, Temari pulls him into the dimly lit store. As soon as they enter, an old lady comes out and ushers Temari further inside while an old man comes out to help Naruto. After standing completely still for about half an hour for the old man to do his job, Naruto finds himself back at the front of the store waiting for Temari to come out. Eventually Naruto starts dozing off and is awakened when he hears someone talking. The kimonos and the gowns should be ready by tomorrow morning. Thank you. We'll pick it up by then. Very well, and conrank you. Are we done yet, Temari-chan? Yeah, let's go. Temari smiles at how Naruto stretches as soon as they walk out of the store. Noticing how Temari is staring at him, Naruto turns his head toward her and blinks a few times in confusion. So, Temari-chan, where do you want to go now? Well, remember how you told me about all these places that you love to spend time at? What about them? Show me those places. I want to see if they are really as beautiful as you say they are. Okay, come on. Grabbing Temari's wrist, Naruto pulls her in the direction the Hokage Tower. Temari is confused at first until the pair runs past the building toward the Hokage monument behind it. Stopping at the foot of the hill, Naruto is about to head for the stairs until Temari pulls him back with one hand while reaching for her weapon of choice with the other. Holding onto Naruto's wrist, Temari swings her fan a few times before pulling him with her onto the fan and allows the draft to carry them to the top. Wow, that was so cool. I'm glad you like it, Naru-chan. You're the first person to share the fan with me. I don't even let my brother use it. Well, I should feel honored then, shouldn't I? Of course you should, Temari says, giving Naruto a quick kiss on the cheek. So, what are we supposed to be looking for up here? Well, we're not looking up, Naruto says, turning around and pointing toward the village. Isn't the view great up here? Wow, you can see the whole village up here. Yeah, and I always liked to sit on top of Yondaimi's head when I was a kid. I guess in a weird way, it's kinda like sitting on my dad's shoulder. Quote, I guess, he is your dad after all. Well, I hope he doesn't mind if his daughter-in-law joins you. The sun should be setting soon. This is a great place to watch the sunset. I don't know if this is a good place to watch the night sky though. All the light from the village would probably get in the way. I guess, but the roof of our house should be good though. Now that you mention it, I've been too busy to give that a try. I think I'll do it tonight. So, where do you want to go for after this? Well, it'll probably too dark to go to the flow. Our field or that forest clearing you told me about. How about just a quiet stroll in the park then head for dinner? Hey Naruto. What was it like when you were a kid? I've seen how Gaara was treated. Your life must be pretty tough too. I guess, at least it was in the beginning. Then I met Sakura-chan, Ino-chan, Tenten-chan, Hinata-chan, and Hanabi-chan. It got better for a while and I entered the academy with them. After a while, Sakura-chan and Ino-chan started paying more attention to Sasuke-tem, Naruto says as Temari snorts. Hiashi-jii-san became stricter with Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan. I've always been pretty close to Tenten-chan though, even though we didn't get to spend much time together. I guess that's because we are both orphans. I see. So, were you angry when I almost snapped Tenten's back during our first Chunin exam? You mean you forgot? I was going to fire all the weapon on the floor at you before Kakashi-sensei and Gai-sensei stopped me. You wouldn't have hit me anyway. You saw what I did against Tenten. Yeah, now that I think about it, I would have probably missed even if you didn't dodge or block them. Why? Was it because of my exotic beauty? Temari teases. Nah, so you don't think I am pretty as that, it Buster? No, I just can't aim to save my life, that's all. I know, I've seen you training with Gaara. I think Baki still holds a grudge against you, Temari says. Flicking the tip of Naruto's nose, why didn't you get Tenten to help you on your aiming if you two are such good friends? Well, I usually train with Lee when it rain with her team while she trains with Neji. Any particular reason why? I was more of a brawler, so Gai-sensei put me and Lee together so he can teach both of us in taijutsu at the same time. Nten-chan usually practices her aim and Neji just trains in Jiyuken so they can train together by having Neji deflect Tenten's weapon with his Kekkei Genkei. I guess that makes sense. Hey look. The sun's setting. You're right. This is really pretty. Still amazes me every time I see it. Too bad sunsets are always so brief though. But that's why it's so pretty I guess. Beside, if you put your mind to it, you can see it every day. That's true. Anyway, let's be on our way. Yeah, it's going to get dark really quickly. Using Temari's fan, the pair glides back toward the ground. When they pass by the Hokage office's window, Naruto notices Kotetsu and Izumo scrambling about the room picking up paperwork that is scattered all over the floor while cursing up a storm. Apparently the window was open when Temari created the two huge drafts to allow the fan to float up to the top and now glides back to the ground and the paperwork got blown all over the place. Snickering, Naruto tugs on Temari's sleeve and gestures toward the office with his head. In response, Temari elbows Naruto in the rib and tells him not to laugh at other people's misfortunes, but it loses most of its effectiveness with the grin on her face. After strolling through the park, they find themselves at a restaurant near their mansion, which happens to be Ichiraku. Oi old man, Ayame-chan, give me the usual. I'll take the shrimp ramen. One Naruto special and one shrimp coming up, Chuki screams out from the back. So, Naruto, Temari, your big day is coming up. Ayame tries to start some small talk while they wait for her father. Yeah, we'll have to pick up the kimono and go through a rehearsal tomorrow. What, a rehearsal too? Man, who knew getting married is so much work? Don't worry Naruto-kun, the ones after this would be easier. Ones after? Ayame asks, looking completely confused. Oh, that's right, you don't know about that yet. Naruto is given permission to marry as many girls as he wants. What, and you agreed? Ayame screams, leaning over the counter. Girls. Not now Naruto, Ayame-san and I are talking. Naruto pouts as he looks at the two girls chatting, completely ignoring everyone else. It's not that he's upset at the two, but he can really go without them announcing to the world that he is allowed to practice polygyny. Temari might not notices the look on the nearby girl's face, but he can practically see drool coming out of the corner of their mouth. Having nothing better to do, he begins to imagine what would happen if he were to tell those girls that the law also applies to Sasuke. There probably won't be enough room for all the girls crowding the place. He can almost hear Sasuke's cried out of terror and Kiba's cried out of anger now. In fact, now that he's out of his daydreaming state, Naruto can almost swear that he did hear their cried out, but all thought of pursuing the idea escapes him when Chuki puts a bowl of ramen in front of him. Before Temari can even put her chopsticks into her bowl, Naruto has already polished off his and is asking for seconds. It never ceases to amaze me how quickly you can eat those things. Maybe even or so that trying to figure out where you put all those food, beside on your face of course, Temari says before turning her attention to her dinner. What do you mean Temari-chan? You have a few pieces of noodles stuck to your cheek Naruto. Oh, thanks Ayame-chan. In the end, Temari eats 2 bowls while Naruto only finishes a modest 10 bowls before calling it a day. When they get home, Temari heads for the roof while Naruto goes inside his room. Temari is about to complain about Naruto not wanting to spend time with her until Naruto emerges with a blanket and 2 pillows. Let's go Temari-chan. I think they left the beach chairs on the roof after the party. The next morning, the pair is woken up abruptly when someone pulls Temari out of her beach chair. Rubbing her eyes, Temari stares at the 5 girls that are standing in front of her with smiles that rivals Lee's. Haku, Sakura, Ino, Hinata, girls doing here? And what's more importantly, why did you wake me up? You have a wedding rehearsal to prepare for and we are going to help. Who says that I need Hokage's orders? The girls say before pulling Temari downstairs. Wait, where are you girls going? Don't worry Naruto-san, Sasuke, Neji, and Shikamaru will deal with you soon enough, Haku answers. Wait, what? Let's go Naruto. We have too many things to deal with for you to still be in bed, Neji says as the 3 teens arrive. What? Wait, where am I going? You're coming to the Uchiha compound with us. We have your stuff there, Sasuke says. Let's just go already. The girls will kill us if you're late. Why did I agree to do this again? This is so troublesome. Before Naruto can complain, the three teens drag him to the Uchiha compound where two girls greet them. Seeing them approaching, the two girls nod toward Sasuke before leaving the compound and leaving the boys to themselves. Who are they? Naruto asks. Someone the Hokage sees fit to push on my hands. They are the ones that Uchiha are going to marry. They look familiar. Where have I seen them before? Well, you saw Fubuki at the Hokage office after the mission where we were supposed to meet the informant. Right, now I remember. But who's the other one? That's Kiba's older sister. Aha, so I did hear you and Kiba cried out yesterday. What? Sasuke asks. Let's just forget about that for now and do what we need to do before the girls decide to kill us. This is so troublesome. Quit your complaining, Shikamaru. I'm the one you guys drag all over town. Nara is right. Go to that room, your kimono is inside. Make sure that it fits, Neji orders. Hi, I'm going. 5 minutes later, Naruto comes back outside, tugging at the kimono every other second. Neji, Sasuke and Shikamaru watch in silence for a few moments until they run out of patience. What is the problem? Sasuke demands. I think the sleeve is a bit loose. It's fine. You're just not used to wearing kimono. You really think that it's fine, Neji? Yes, Uzumaki, it's fine. Let's go to the Hokage tower then. The Hokage must be fuming by now, Sasuke says. But we just got here a few minutes ago. Yes, and while you were trying on your kimono. The Hokage is awake and waiting while she could have been still asleep, Shikamaru says. Ah, right, let's go. Given the relatively short distance between the Uchiha compound and the Hokage tower, it doesn't take the four boys too much time to arrive. They proceed to wait for over half an hour along with the Hokage on the roof of the Hokage tower for the bride-to-be to show up. One look at Temari and Sasuke and Neji immediately cover Naruto's mouth. Noticing Naruto's struggling look, a scowl appears on Temari's face. Laugh, and I'll kill you, are we clear? Temari growls. Despite having two hands on his mouth, Naruto manages to nod his head with cold sweat forming on his forehead. Temari is dressed in traditional wedding clothing. She has a white kimono while a large headpiece holds up her hair and she is painted in white from head to toe. This is why I thought it best to have a dress rehearsal, Tsunade says, if only to get Naruto used to seeing how you would look. It'd be rather awkward to have the groom rolling in laughter on the floor during the actual ceremony. Naruto, you're going to be a married man by tomorrow. Why can't you act more mature? Sakura says. Gomen Temari-chan, but this is the first time I've seen someone look like this in person. I've only seen people looking like you in the picture of princesses in history books. I don't even know whether to take it as a compliment or an insult. Can someone remind me why I said I want a traditional wedding again? You didn't, Temari-san. The council and the clan heads decided that it would be you. Befitting to such a prestigious clan to have anything other than a traditional wedding, Hinata says. I suppose I would have to look like you in my own wedding as well. Ah, right, the old buffoons. Normally, I would be angry that you call my daddy that, but I'll agree with you this one time, Ino says, come on. Let's get things started. Okay, well, this is the place where the wedding will take place. So that even though the people of the village can't see the ceremony, they would be able to hear it. As for those who will show up, the two families will be sitting in the first row on each side. Well, we won't have too many people there, Naruto says. I only have Gaara and Kankuro. I think Gaara sent a secret message to bring Matsuri and Baki-sensei here too. I'm going to be up here doing the ceremony. Who would you want sitting there, Naruto? Well, if it's okay, I want Jiji, Ero Sennin, Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and Konohamaru. Shizune, did you get that? Tsunade asks. To which her assistant responds with a nod. Okay, then behind them would be the honored guests. In other words, the old buffoons, Naruto jokes. Yes, and behind them would be all your friends. As for the ceremony itself, it would a pretty simple affair. Once everyone is seated and the ceremony is ready to begin, Shizune would hand you the wedding vows. After you read it, Shizune would bring out 2 trays with 9 cups of sake each. After you drink that, The ceremony is over. While the guests file out, the head of your families, well, I guess that would make Sarutobi-sensei a. ND the Kazekage will introduce each member to the other family. After that, we will head to the wedding reception at the Namikaze mansion. There will be no shortcut taking while we are heading there. You two will receive the best wishes of the entire village. Wait, you're telling me that I have to walk around the village looking like this? Can't I wash this paint off first? Well, the wedding ceremony is technically over by that point. I suppose I can let you do that. You're still going to wear that kimono and the headpiece though. So, are there any more questions about the wedding ceremony? By the way, I hope you're taking notes, Sasuke. Yours are going to be the same thing. Well, doesn't look like there are any questions, Hokage-sama, Ino says. In that case, let's put all your chakra to work, Naruto. There are a lot of things to be moved. What do you mean, Ino-chan? Well, someone has to carry all the flowers for the decorations from my family's shop to your mansion. I'm thinking that a few cage buncheons would do the trick. I'm not going to carry all those flower by myself, and my dad, Shika and Choji are too lazy to help. How troublesome. We're not lazy, we just have better things to do. Right, like my dad hanging out with Shikaku-san and Shuza-san while Choji eats at the barbecue restaurant and you go off to look at the clouds. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Now stop being so troublesome and leave us alone. Why, you little, Ino-chan, you know that's how Shikamaru is. Come on, let's go over to your shop and pick up the plants. Tamari-chan, why Don? You go home and wash those paint off, then you can tell us how you want to decorate the mansion. It ended up taking the rest of the day for Naruto to move everything into his mansion and set things up to Temari's satisfaction. The next morning, Naruto and Tamari leave for the Hokage Tower early to beat the crowd per Temari's request. After waiting for about an hour, everyone has arrived and the ceremony proceeds without a hitch. It turns out that Baki and Matsuri both arrived the previous night with an angry message from the council that Gaara promptly ignored. Naruto and Tamari have already asked the Sandaime and Gaara respectively to take their time talking to each other so it wouldn't look odd for them to come out so late, with Tamari taking a quick bath beforehand. It takes the pair almost 2 hours to move through the crowd and get back to the mansion so they can set up for the reception. Somehow, Tsunade manages to convince those of the council who isn't too close to Naruto to miss the reception, although many of the clan heads, especially those close to Naruto, decide to show up. While Naruto and Tamari doesn't mind, the younger generation ends up grumbling about not being able to enjoy a few drinks with their parents present. You two have done a really nice job decorating this place, Tsunade comments, though with all these flowers, I'm surprised that Inoichi still has any left at his shop. We've specially ordered them a few days earlier from nearby towns, Ino answers for the married couple. Are you Uzumaki, Naruto? A red-haired girl with eyeglasses and an odd hairstyle asks. Yes, but who are you? I have a present and a message for you from an old friend. An old friend. This book has all the information he knows about the Akatsuki. And he wants to tell you that Orochimaru is dead, killed by the gift you left behind for him. Who's this? He. I'm sure you can figure that out. Now, where's Uchiha Sasuke? Why should I tell you? Tell me before I decide to make your new wife a widow. Quote, that's enough. Who are you and why are you here? Tsunade says, shut up, you old hag. I'm not talking to you. What are you doing here? Sasuke asks, walking over. Sasuke-kun, I've missed you so much, the girl screams as she glomps Sasuke. Karen, let go of me right now. You seem to have forgotten that we're on the opposite side of the battlefield. Not anymore. Orochimaru's dead, so I don't work for him from now on, which means I'm not an enemy of Konoha, which means I can stay here and be with you. She's an Oto Nin, Tsunade asks, getting into a battle stance. Tsunade-ba-chan, I think it's fine. She seems obedient to Sasuke enough. Plus she did give us this book on Akatsuki. I'll give this to Ero Sennin. Fine, he's over there. I'm not an enemy, honest. I'm on whichever side Sasuke-kun is on. You better watch your step. I'm keeping my eyes on you. After prying Jiraiya away from a very annoyed Anko and handing him the book, Naruto tries to find Tamari, only find her chatting away with the other girls at one particularly large table. Sighing, Naruto takes a seat at the table next to him and reaches for a drink before he notices someone else already sitting there. Oh, Yugito-chan, why aren't you enjoying the party? I'm not a party person. I see. I hope you don't mind if I sit here. Not at all. Actually, I want to properly thank you for saving my life. Don't mention it. Jinchuriki are supposed to look out for each other. Naruto. Who's this? Ah, Gaara. This is Yugito-chan. She's the Jinchuriki of Nibi. Greetings, Gaara says, nodding toward her before Matsuri pull Gaara back to the party. Please excuse him, he doesn't talk much. It's okay. Actually, if you don't mind me saying, I think it is you who talk a lot for a Jinchuriki. I think Kage-sama and my personality are normal for who we are. Ah, well, I didn't know about Kyuubi till I became a ninja. So I guess I just keep talking so people won't ignore me. It must have been difficult then, to not know why you are so hated. You get used to it after a while. Only makes me more motivated to show them how good I am. And I did pull some great pranks on them if I do say so myself. My proudest was painting the Hokage monument. They didn't even know what hit them till I was almost done. Man, I wish I have a picture to show you. I see, Yugito says, looking oddly at the eccentric ninja. Naruto, I need your help, Sasuke says, walking up to him while looking around him in a paranoid manner. Oh, the great Uchiha Sasuke needs my help. This I gotta hear. What can I do for you? Create a Kage Bunshin and have it transform into me and lead Fubuki, Hana, and Karen away from here before they start a fight. Why, but it'll be a lot more fun to see a three-way fight. Trust me, it's not something you want to see, especially not in your own house. Good point. Okay, hide here while I lead them away. Thanks. Oh, and I probably need you to rub up against the Kage Bunshin. And pray tell why I would want to do that. Hana-san is from the Inuzuka, right? That means her nose is as good as Kiba's. I'm pretty sure that if Hana doesn't leave, the other two won't either. My Kage Bunshin needs your scent to lead them away. Just pour some sake on it and pretend it's drunk. I guess that'll have to do, Naruto says, shrugging. Following Sasuke's suggestion, Naruto sends the wobbly Kage Bunshin to lure the three girls away. It's all working fine until about a minute after they left, Naruto suddenly falls out of his chair. Before Sasuke and Yugito can ask what's wrong, Naruto suggests Sasuke to run away. Instead of taking Naruto's advice to heart, Sasuke demands to know the reason. Immediately regrets it when three very angry girls burst through the doors. Grabbing Yugito's hand, Naruto pulls the girl out of harm's way while Fubuki, Hana, and Karen marches over to Sasuke and starts arguing and making a scene. Much to the chagrin of Jiraiya, Tsunade and Inuzuka soon manage to stop the fight before the three girls make bigger fools out of themselves than they already did. Rest of the night progresses pretty smoothly after that, especially after Sasuke promises that he would spend time with the three girls individually as long as they behave. There is the occasional banter between Ino and Sakura, as well as Tenten and Temari, along with Hinata and Hanabi, and of course Kin and Tayuya, but none of those are anything that the Konoha nins haven't seen before, but to outsiders like Fubuki, Karen, and Yugito, they almost thought it was the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War, which Naruto and Sasuke assure them that it is, indeed, like any normal day in the village. And that would take the girls quite some time to adjust to. Naruto wakes up to find a pair of green eyes staring back at him and promptly falls out of his bed. Huffing, Temari crosses her arms and glares at Naruto. She starts trembling in anger when Naruto convinces himself that he is dreaming and falls asleep again. Jumping off the bed, Temari kicks Naruto on the side to wake him up. Naruto, we've been married for 3 days now. Why are you still so surprised to find me sleeping next to you? Gomen Temari-chan, I have no problem with you sleeping next to me. I'm just not used to seeing someone staring at me the moment I open my eyes. Fine, get up. Hokage-sama wants to see us at the Hokage Tower today. Oh yeah, training starts again today, Naruto says, yawning. Get ready, I'll fix breakfast. The pair heads to the Hokage Tower after breakfast. On the way, they still receive congratulations from the civilians they meet on the street. Naruto is about to walk through the NT door when they arrive when a voice screams at them from the roof. Naruto, up here. Sakura-chan, you're here already. Yeah, we are meeting on the roof instead. Okay. Looking to make sure that the windows are closed. Temari whips out her battle fan to lift Naruto and her to the top. Unfortunately, Shizune opens the window to see who has cried out so loudly just as Temari swings her fan. Ska. Tearing all the paperworks inside the office again. Cried out for Kotetsu and Izumo to clean up the mess again. A smiling Tsunade heads up to the roof with a concerned Shizune. All right, it looks like everyone is here, Tsunade says. There has been some minor changes to the team arrangements. A loud, "What?" is the youngsters' response. With the addition of a few members to our ranks, we have decided to create a new squad. So, Team 7 will now feature Yamato, Naruto, Sakura, and Temari. The new team will feature Sasuke, Fubuki, Hana, and Karen. Please tell me you're joking. No, I am not joking, Uchiha. But what about Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asks. He will be the new leader of Team 10. How troublesome. What about Asuma? Since he got Kurenai pregnant, I thought it would be best if he takes over for her and be the leader of Team 8. A few snicker rings through the small crowd at what Tsunade said, namely from Naruto and Kiba. That is, until an exhausted Asuma stumble. Sade reminds Naruto and Sasuke the purpose of them marrying multiple girls. After that, Kiba is rolling on the floor in laughter from seeing the look of horror on the two teens' face. All right, Ri is one more person I would like to introduce. Ni Yugito will join Zabuza's team while Hanabi will be moved to Haku's team. That is all. I'll take over from here, Tsunade, Jiraiya says, jumping down next to her when she finished. All of you will be training together for the next week. I've already alerted Guy and Ebisu's team to head to the training ground. So, let's go, follow me. How troublesome. What are we training together for? I know that Tsunade already arranged Konoha ninjas into a group called the Niju Shoutai. My job is to improve that and turn all of you into Konoha's best line of defense against Akatsuki. Jiraiya says, taking out a book. I've received some new information on our targets, so I've come up with a training plan accordingly. Pray tell, what does your Ika research have to do with the Akatsuki? Naruto says. Oh, wrong book. Wait, here it is. This is the right one. There will be no researching until the training is done, Tsunade says, plucking the first book out of Jiraiya's hand, and if you want to see this thing stay in one piece, you will train them properly. If I hear so much as one complain about you behaving inappropriately. Jiraiya gulps as Tsunade leaves the warning hanging. Nodding his head like a bobblehead, Jiraiya takes the teams gathered and heads for the training ground where the other two teams are waiting. On their way, Temari spots Gaara, who has decided to stay in Konoha for a few more days while sending Baki, Kenkuro and Matsuri back, and asks him to join them. About halfway to their destination, the group hears Guy and Lee making their loud declaration of youth and Jiraiya makes up his mind that the first lesson is to get them to shut up before they attract the entire Akatsuki. As soon as they land, Uchiha screams in frustration as Karen glomps him. All right, second lesson, teach the girls some restraint around the Uchiha. Jiraiya thinks to himself as he turns toward the group, better make that around the Uchiha and Naruto. Okay, what are we supposed to do out here? Sasuke asks. Actually, before you start Ero Sennin, can I talk to Gaara and Yugito-chan for a moment? Just hurry it up, Jiraiya says while looking back toward the rest of the group with a slightly annoyed look. Leading them a few steps away out of the earshot of the others, Naruto turned toward Gaara and Yugito. ND looks at them with a serious look that neither has seen from him before. I need to know, do the two of you know the Kuchio's no jutsu? Yes. I have seen my sister use it quite often, though I am not associated with any particular familiar. I've seen it used a few times. Do the two of you think that you have a good control over your Biju's chakra? I am quite confident over it, yes, Gaara says. I am as well. Okay, Naruto says, looking back toward the others who are staring at the three trying to figure out what they are talking about. I hope they don't go crazy over this. Gaara, Yugito-chan. Please back up a few steps. Now, I want you to perform the Kuchio's no Jutsu with only your Biju's chakra and none of your own. Gaara and Yugito are about to mention the fact that EY have no familiar again but stop when Naruto gestures for them to go ahead and performs the technique himself. Thinking nothing of it, Gaara and Yugito do as Naruto says and are surprised when they feel something forming under their feet and lifting them into the air. Oi, Kit, what's the big idea bringing me out here again? A loud voice rumbles through the training ground. Gomen, I'm just trying to show Gaara and Yugito-chan what they can do. Finally, I'm out again. A second loud voice screeches. It's been a while since I have breathed the fresh air of the human world, a third voice says. So, Shukaku and Nekomata are here as well. Yuko-sama, you darn fox, now I can get you back for what you did to me last time. Shut up you stupid raccoon. You'll never beat Yuko-sama anyway. What did you call me you dumb cat? Enough. My apologies Yuko-sama. Look at you, bowing down to him like he's your master. Shut up you stupid raccoon. At least I showed up in the final battle. Why I said enough. Go. Gomen Nasai Yuko-sama, Nekomata says as Shukaku grumbles. Now Kit, why did you bring us out here? Ah well, the Akatsuki is hunting down Jinchur. Iki so I thought Ikibi and Nibi can help Gaara and Yugito-chan like you helped me. But I thought that they probably won't listen to me so. You want me to order them around. And what exactly do you want us to do? Shukaku says. Well, letting Gaara sleep would be nice. I know I get irritable when I don't get enough sleep, much less not being able to sleep at all. You are always irritable to me Kit. Hey, you're not helping. The Konoha nins watch dumbfounded as Naruto argues with Kyuubi. Even Jiraiya, who knows about Naruto's ability to summon the great beast, didn't realize how close those two have gotten. To the others, they are concerned that Naruto might anger the great beast enough that it would turn its anger on the village. Eventually, everything settles down and the two R-tailed beasts agree to follow Kyuubi's commands before dissipating. Just as Naruto is about to boast about his accomplishment, Sakura runs up to him and pounds him to the ground. Idiot, do you have any idea how worried we were? What if Kyuubi decides to take care of unfinished business and attack the village again? Don't worry Sakura-chan, Kyuubi never wanted to destroy the village anyway. What? It's a long story. I think I fell asleep halfway through it. Anyway, the point is that Kyuubi attacked Konoha because he thinks that Orochimaru was there. So Orochimaru was the target. Araya asks when he heard his former teammate's name. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Anyway, now that you're done scaring us out of our mind, let's start the training. According to my knowledge, Akatsuki has 9 members. This book only talks about 6 of them and you've already managed to defeat Sasori and Deidara, so I will focus on the other 4, Itachi, Kisame, Hidan, Kakuzu. I think that EY have Itachi and Kisame going after Naruto and have Hidan and Kakuzu going after Yugito, but there is no telling if they would change the assignment with both of you here. Okay Ero Sennin, let's just get on with it. I've brought in a few helpers to get you guys in shape. Just as Jiraiya finishes the sentence, 3 people enter the clearing. Looking over, they find Kurenai, Hayate and an Anbu, watching them with an amused look on their face. Kurenai, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be moving around, Asuma says. Oh hush, I can move around just fine. Beside, I'm not doing anything dangerous. Quite frankly, training them might be safer than teaching at the academy. Yugo, what are you doing here? Kakashi-senpai, Jiraiya-sama asked Hayate to help so I thought I'll tag along. But what about you team? Like it wasn't trashed when you pull Yamato off my team, Yugo says, rolling her eyes. Alright, that's enough, Jiraiya screams. Hayate, Yugo, you two will train Kin, Tayuya, Ino, Haku, Fubuki, and Tamari. They are too dependent on long-range attack, your job is to get them used to closed-range attacks. Hi, Jiraiya-sama, Kurenai, you will train Sasama, Isaribi, Sakura, and Moegi in Genjutsu. Outside of Sakura training under Tsunade, they don't have any specialty techniques. Females tend to be able to grasp Genjutsu better, so your job is to get them up to par at Genjutsu. Hi, Ebisu, you will train Konohamaru, Shikamaru and Udon. You have already been training Konohamaru since he started on his path of becoming a ninja, and Shikamaru and Udon have the best potential to becoming strategists. You are to get them to achieve their potential. Hi, Zabuza, beside your Suiten Jutsu, your Strongetu on your back. Lee and Choji are the only ONES that have enough strength right now to handle that blade. You'll help them along with that. Understood. Guy, your job is to train Neji, Hinata and Hanabi in Guken. They are too dependent on Air Jiyuken and that makes them predictable. You will teach them the value of variability in their techniques. Oh, and you three, no using Byakugan or Jiyuken at all during this phase of training. Hi, if I can't teach them Guken, then all right, whatever, Jiraiya says, cutting Guy off before he slows down the training. Asuma, your job is to teach Karen, Kiba, Hana, Shino, and Tenten in ninjutsu. Show them why your father is called the professor. Hi, Kakashi, Yamato, you two will be training Sasuke, Naruto, Yugito, and Gaara. I'm sure you know how to do that, don't you? Hi, Jiraiya-sama, all right, get to it. Wait a minute, what are you supposed to be doing during this then? I'm not going to be sticking around. I need to find my contacts and see what I can dig up on Akatsuki's next move. If I find out that you are researching, this is serious stuff. I don't have time to be doing that. You brat, how many times did I research when we were on the training trip? Often enough. Why you, Jiraiya-sama, there is no need to get angry at a child. Perhaps it's best if you set out right now. The nearest town is half a day's journey away. All the inns will be closed by the time you get there if you wait much longer. You're right, Ebisu. I'll be heading out now. After Jiraiya leaves, the groups break up as assigned and begin their training. With Hayate and Yugo, the former Anbu has just summoned 6 swords and asks her temporary students over. All right, these are standard Anbu katanas. Just pick one and we can start training, Yugo says as he girls scramble over and start fighting over the swords. From what we gathered, most of you are familiar with long-range weapons. Mostly Senbons, Haku says, standing off to the side after picking up the katana closest to her. That's what Kin and I are familiar with. That's mine as well, Fubuki says. I use this battle fan mostly. I only have this flute. I'm more a basic kunai shuriken type. I'm nowhere near as good as Tenten, but I'm pretty confident. From the report I got, you're confident is the least of our concern, Hayate says, looking over his notebook. Thanks. Hey, are you saying I'm overconfident? I think it's rather obvious, Yugo says, enough arguing. We're not going to have enough time for you to practice your cut, so we'll do this slightly differently. What do you mean, slightly differently? The girls asks, unnerved by the smirk on Yugo's face. You are to parry these kunai with your katana. Just a heads up, these are sharpened kunai. If you get well, let's just say that it won't be pretty. The group gulps at what Yugo says. They starts taking injure steps back when Hayate and Yugo creates dozens of cage bunshin, each with a sadistic look on their face. At first, the cage bunshins only focus on firing the kunai one after another, but they eventually move in using the kunai as cover to begin slicing at the girls, forcing them to respond even quicker and preventing them from backing away. About 2 hours later, the girls are sitting on the ground trying to catch their breath with cuts all over their body. The 2 instructors aren't faring any better since the girls finally decide to fight back about half an hour before they call it quits. Most of the cuts both sides suffered are the result of the girls fighting back, with the girls no longer focusing on defense and the 2 instructors not expecting them to fight back at all. All right, that's a good start, Hayate says in between breaths. Keep up this fire and you'll be able to grasp sword fighting in no time. Hi sensei. Just as the 4 girls follow Kurenai off to the side to start their training, they see Kurenai crumble to the ground clutching her bulging stomach. Alarmed, Moegi, Sasama and Isaribi move next to Kurenai to calm the Junin while Sakura checks for any sign of problem. 5 minutes later, 4 loud slaps ring through the training ground. As Kurenai snaps them out of the genjutsu, I was expecting at least one of you to see through the illusion. Kurenai-sensei, please don't do that. You almost gave me a heart attack, Sakura says. Quote, The four of you needs a lot of practices to be able to use genjutsu in an actual fight. Gomen-sensei. That's all right Moegi. Okay, I'll teach all of you how to detect a genjutsu as it's being cast. That way, you can avoid being caught in an illusion altogether instead of trying to break out of it after you're caught. In order to do that, you need to improve your ability to detect chakra. How do we do that? I've planted 5 capsules containing something with a high chakra source and another 5 with a low chakra source while the 4 of you were caught in my genjutsu. Your job is to find those 10 capsules amidst this training ground while everyone is training. 2 hours later, the 4 girls managed to find the 5 high chakra sources, but haven't even come close to finding the other 5. Moegi, Sasama, and Isaribi are on the verge of giving up while Sakura is still concentrating on detecting the chakra. So, any luck? Kurenai asks, smiling at them. No, we have no idea where they are. You realize that the person that used the small amount of chakra to perform the genjutsu would have enough time to kill you quite a number of times already. Yes, check the back of your necks. What? The girls asks as they reach for their back, pulling out a small capsule each. When did you put these on us? When the 4 of you were caught in my first genjutsu. I'm standing on the last capsule, Kurenai says. Moving to the side to show the girls the last capsule, they emit a chakra that is similar to your own, similar to what a genjutsu would do to confuse your senses. I see, that was the real test then. Sakura asks. That's right. Now that you know where the capsule are, tell me if you can sense the difference. Now that you said it, it does feel a little different. The difference is so small that it's difficult to detect if you're not looking for it, Sasama says. Sometimes we can't feel it even if we're looking for it, Isaribi says. The moment you can feel it, you would be able to detect any genjutsu, Kurenai says. That is the goal of this training. Anyway, let's take a break for now. Hi. Ebisu looks at his 3 students as the others spread out to begin their lesson. It is true that Konohamaru has become much more focused ever since he had his run-in with Naruto almost 3 years ago. However, Ebisu still has his doubts if the young kid can handle the responsibility. As for the other 2, Shikamaru does look like he's paying attention at first glance, but all one has to do is to look at his eyes to see that his attention is everywhere but on the instructor. Udon, meanwhile, is chatting away with Konohamaru without a care in the world. Sighing, Ebisu clears his throat to get the 3 ninjas' attention. So, what are we going to be doing, Ebisu-sensei? Udon asks. Well, the first thing is for you all to learn a Chunin level Kinjutsu. Wow, which one is it? Konohamaru asks, eyes lighting up. The one you've been bugging forever for. You mean, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? Yes, after that, we'll start training officially. But why? Kage Bunshin has a very special use. You remember everything it sees when you dispel it. So that's how Naruto Oyabun gets so much better so quickly. Enough talking. Let's get started. Just one problem. None of us have enough chakra to make training with Kage Bunshin viable, Shikamaru says. It's not like we have a second source of chakra to tap into like Naruto. That's why I brought along these, Ebisu says, taking out a small pouch. There's enough soldier pills in here to last you the week. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Shikamaru says, eyeing the bag wearily. You train by my rule. Let's go. 2 hours later, Konohamaru's frustrated growls ring through the training ground. Shikamaru already has the technique down pat after injure tries. Udon manages to create and hold a Kage Bunshin after about 20 tries. Both are trying to recuperate their lost chakra natura. While waiting for Konohamaru to learn the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. According to Shikamaru, Konohamaru's Kage Bunshin comes out in worse condition than Naruto's normal Bunshin. Getting bored, Shikamaru creates a Kage Bunshin and starts playing shogi with the Bunshin while he waits, and Udon soon joins him and observes the match. Ebisu occasionally casts a few glances over at the board to check the game's progress while he continues to point out the flaws in Konohamaru's attempts. Come on, Konohamaru, concentrate. I'm trying, okay. You are not putting enough chakra in your Bunshin. Don't worry about saving your chakra or how many you can make. All you are doing is wasting chakra. Just worry about making one successfully first. In fact, put all your chakra into it. Fine. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A large plume of smoke erupts and when it clears, two Konohamaru are staring back at Ebisu. Walking up, the Chunin puts his hand on the two to test if the boy did manage to create a solid clone. Looks like he finally managed to get one, Shikamaru says looking up from the game before turning toward his clone. This game isn't going anywhere anyway. Let's just call it a draw. Fine, it'll be too troublesome otherwise. The clone answers, actually, it'll be lunchtime soon. You can keep playing for now, Ebisu says, I'll check on the other team's progress. How troublesome. Fine, your move. After leading his two students off to the side, Zabuza turns toward them and takes out a small scroll. Biting his thumb, Zabuza smears a small amount of blood onto the scroll and summons two large swords and plants them into the ground. Which one of you is the stronger one? If I'm not using my Baika no Jutsu. Probably Lee. Okay, Lee, you take this one. Choji, you take the other one, Zabuza says, stepping aside. I hope the two of you have better luck with them than Haku did when she tried to learn how to wield this thing. What happened to her? I think she strained her shoulder trying to swing the sword. Of course, she was just 10 or 11 years old then. Whoa, this thing is heavy, Choji says, pulling the sword out of the ground. I can manage to handle it though, I think. Yosh, I will master the skill in using this fine blade in 1 week or else I will run around this training ground 500 times using handstand. And if I can't do that all right, let's just get to actually learning how to use it. Just ignore him. He's always like this. I'm ready to learn sensei. It doesn't take very long for Lee and Choji to end up gasping for breath. On the ground with their blade next to them. Considering that it's the first time either of them wielded something so heavy, Zabuza decides to give them a small break and proceeds to tell them about what they should do with the blade once they get used to its weight. By the time they've recovered, Naruto's clones are already all over the training ground gathering everyone for lunch. When the Hyugas finally catches up with Guy after he sprinted off to one corner of the training field, they find the Chunin searching for something hidden inside his spandex suit. What is he doing? Hanabi asks. I don't think we want to know. Neji answers, eyeing his eccentric instructor wearily. Ah, my youthful students. From today on, you will be training with these. Guy says, pulling something out of his spandex. Leg warmers. Guy, are you nuts? Neji screams, Hinata and Hanabi won't be able to handle those. Why, you should have more faith in your cousins Neji. We won't know for sure until they try them. They are just about the same as when Lee just started. Don't underestimate me Neji-ni-sama, Hanabi says as she snatches the leg warmers out of Guy's hands and promptly falls to floor. What the heck are in these things? Only about 200 pounds of training weight. That's what Lee started with. It took him about 3 days to be able to move with them on. Well, I didn't intend for her to take all 6 of them out of my hands, it was meant for each of you to carry 2. It only comes out to about 100 pounds. That shouldn't be too bad, Hinata says, taking 2 leg warmers out of Hanabi's hands and putting them on. 100? Doesn't sound too bad, Neji says. Yeah, now it doesn't feel too bad at all, Hanabi says, putting on her share. All right my youthful students. Give me 500 kicks with your left then another 500 with your right. 500? Are you absolutely nuts? Don't argue Hanabi. But Neji-ni-sama, if Lee can handle it when he started, I'm sure we can manage to survive. All right, let's get to it. I'll be keeping count. Hi, I can't hear you. Hi, Asama's group, which happens to be the closest to Guy's group. All turn their attention back toward the Chunin after the Hyugas start their training. Sheesh, I'd hate to be on his team. That guy's crazy. There are still a lot you need to learn about Konoha Karen, Hana says. Like I care. The only person I care about in this village is Sasuke-kun, Karen says, turning to stare at Sasuke's retreating back. Karen, you can stare at him during lunch. Let's get started, Asuma says. Drawing everyone's attention, all right. Do any of you have any special ninjutsu in your arsenal? My brother and I have a few of our family techniques, that's pretty much it. I can track people with their chakra. My techniques are mainly based on my bugs. Does sealing and unsealing weapons count? Right, given that all of you are at least Chunin level. Let's start with a few Chunin rank ninjutsu. After showing the group the Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu, the Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, and the Doden, Ritsudo Tensho, a Naruto clone suddenly comes by and asks to speak to Asuma. Following Naruto, Asuma leaves his student to their own device as they begin practicing. By the time he comes back, he finds Tenten, Kiba and Shino cowering to the side. A drenched Karen and a slightly singed Hana glares at each other. Do I even want to know what happened here? That jerk attacked me with a water clone. You were the one that sent the fire dragon at me. Enough. I didn't teach you those techniques to use on each other. The two of you are the oldest in the group. Is it so much to ask for a little bit of maturity? Gomen, the two girls say, shoulders slumping. Forget it. Just get back to practicing. That goes for the three of you as well. Hi. Kakashi leads the group to the far side of the training ground a long distance away from the others. His aloof attitude soon gets to Yugito and Gaara, but neither decides to do anything about it considering that Naruto, Sasuke, and Yamato seem to be taking it much better than they do. All right, this should be far enough. Kakashi says. What exactly are we doing out here? Naruto asks. I've already told Sasuke about this, and I'm sure Gaara and Yugito already understand the concepts, Kakashi says. Digging through his pocket to retrieve a small slip of paper, channel your chakra into this. What's the big deal? Naruto says, doing as Kakashi orders and finding the paper splitting in half. Wind. Same as Temari. Gaara comments. What do you mean, Gaara? Now Naruto, I know you've clamoring about how I won't teach you the Reikiri. You're finally going to teach it to me. No, not exactly. Not yet at least. I've been training you in your chakra control, and I'm sure Jiraiya-sama has as well considering your volatile chakra. Yeah, just get to the point. I'm going to teach you a more advanced chakra control exercise. What? Oh come on. If you do well, I might just teach you the Reikiri if you do well enough. Okay, I'm all ears. Is he always this, emotionally unstable? Yugito asks. Enel a new technique to bait him, Sasuke mutters. All right, listen closely Naruto. There are two kinds of chakra manipulation, form manipulation and element manipulation. Form manipulation is the ability to mold your chakra into a certain shape. You already have some sense of form manipulation by learning how to form the level 3 Rasengan. Okay, so what's element manipulation? That is more related to my Reikiri and Sasuke's Kaden techniques. That is the ability to add a certain element, mainly the type you are associated with, to your chakra, like how I added lightning element into my Reikiri. Or how Sasuke added fire element into his Kaden techniques. So I need to learn that why. Well, if you don't learn it, you can't learn the Reikiri or any element-based technique with any degree of efficiency. The more powerful techniques all have some degree of elemental chakra. So you want me to learn how to control lightning chakra then? Well, that can come later. You'll learn how to control your own element, wind, and Yamato has the perfect exercise for you to do that, Kakashi says. Meanwhile, Gaara and Yugito can work with your Biju while I get started with Sasuke on his form manipulation. A short while later, while the other three young ninjas are progressing in their training, Naruto is staggering under the intense glare of Yamato. So far, even with the help of Cage Bunshins, Naruto hasn't made any progress period. Sighing, Yamato asks one of Naruto's clones to go and speak with Asuma. Minutes later, Naruto looks like he has an AW fire in his eyes and the Narutos all start working again. By lunchtime, they have made significant enough progress that Yamato can talk to Kakashi about the next stage of Naruto's training. Trainin'. G continues late into the night after lunch. After a late dinner, the group decides to retire for the night and starts fighting over which room they would get in the numerous houses Yamato creates with his Mokuden, Shichuka no Jutsu. Later into the night, after everything has settled down and everyone has gone to sleep, Temari wakes up to find Naruto missing. Alarmed, Temari rushes out and finds him training a short distance away from the houses. Instead of joining him, Temari finds herself content just standing off to the side and observing. He may be an odd person, but there's no denying that he works hard. A voice says next to Temari. That's the only way he knows how to work, Temari says. You should know the feeling Yugito-san. If your life is anything close to Naruto or Gaara's, nothing is ever handed to you on a silver platter no matter what lineage you may have. Yes, that is most certainly true. Beside, you won't find him odd once you get to know him better. Actually, I found him to be quite a playboy at first. Turns out I was right in a way, but not with the negative connotations it comes with. You were willing to accept that his heart is divided over injured girls. Why? I would think it would be in our nature to get jealous. Maybe, but after really getting to know him, I don't think I really care about that. So, why are you just standing here instead of helping him train? Oh, I'm just waiting for him to collapse so I can take him back inside. Waiting for him to collapse. There's no other way for him to quit once he has his mind made up. Hey Temari, can I talk with you for a moment? Quote, Sakura, okay. Excuse me Yugito-san. Don't mind me. By the time Temari gets back, she finds that Yugito had gotten bored of waiting and asked Naruto for a small spar. Smirking, Temari moves closer and leans against a tree and watches as the two exchange glancing blows, neither side managing to land a solid hit at all. Be careful Yugito-san, Naruto is no WN to have his hand land on a girl's chest during fights, Temari says smirking. Kin and Sasama already fell victim to him. Temari-chan, those were accidents. Taking advantage of her opponent being distracted, Yugito lands 2 solid punches on Naruto's stomach, sending him flying into a tree. Walking next to his husband, Temari finds him laid out unconscious. Picking him up, she heads back toward their temporary house. Thank you for knocking him out for me Yugito-san. I almost thought I would have to stay up all night. Was what you said. You can ask Kin and Sasama in the morning. They can tell you personally what happened. Quote, walking back inside, Temari unceremoniously dumps Naruto on the floor, letting the impact wake the unconscious Chunin. Leaving the boy behind, Temari walks veer to the small storage space and brings back some water to ease Naruto's coughing and wheezing. Temari-chan, that really hurts you know. Serving you right for leaving me alone in our bed. Well, I couldn't sleep so I thought I might as well do some extra training. Back to bed mister. You're too tired to keep training like you did. I don't want them getting the wrong idea when you can barely stay on your feet the next morning. We are married you know, Naruto says after catching the meaning of Temari's words. Yeah, but I'm not that demanding. Well, at least I don't think so. After all, there's no way for me to test it considering you still haven't tried anything yet. On second thought, with Yugito being the witness of you training overnight. Catching the look in Temari's eyes, Naruto starts backing away from the girl, trying to find a way to escape. Cold sweat forming on his forehead, Naruto pulls a desperation Kawarimi to escape before Temari manages to wrap her arms around him. Well, look at the time. Good night Temari-chan, Naruto screams as he flies into the sleeping bag and wraps it tightly around him so Temari would have no room to slip in. Humph, you never want to have any fun. Fine. Good night Naruto. Temari smirks as she waits for Naruto to get into his sleeping bags before moving hers over and snuggles against her husband. Naruto's body tenses for a moment before relaxing again when he's sure Temari won't push her advances, something that he realizes he shouldn't have to worry about in the first place with all the other girls in the room with him. The next morning, after breakfast where Naruto complains about the lack of ramen, everyone once again breaks up into groups and resume their training. It doesn't take very long for everyone to end up in the same exhausted states they were in the day before, with the only exceptions being the 4 training with Yamato and Kakashi. The other instructors decide that it would be best if they improve their followers' endurance before continuing the training. Therefore, all the instructors decide to put their students under the care of Maida-gai, much to the chagrin of Karen, and head over to serve Kakashi's squad's training after lunch. So, how are you doing with your chakra training Naruto? Oh, it's getting there, I think. You're going to have to ask them. Naruto says, gesturing to the cage bunshin behind him. They are doing the work. Well, I'm working too, kind of. I'm studying right now. Studying. That's new. What are you studying? It's nothing really. Anyway, back to training I go before my clones start complain. See you later Asuma Jii-san. Shrugging off Naruto's antic, Asuma tries to look for the new Chunin for his team and talk to him about each individual member so he can get to know them better before the team gets sent out on a mission. Soon enough, Asuma finds Kakashi in a clearing searching for something while Sasuke has an annoyed look on his face. "Oi, Kakashi, Sasuke." "Greetings Asuma-sensei." Sasuke responds as Kakashi continues to search. "What's wrong with Kakashi? He lost his book." "Ah, which one is it? Maybe I can borrow it from my old man." "I don't know, but I think it's the unpublished special edition that Naruto gave him when Naruto came back. Perhaps I should come back later then. Better yet, tell him I'm looking for him when he finds it." "Okay, I think he's about to quit soon though." "Oh, it's not like Kakashi to give up on those books. I'll make him quit. He's delaying my training." "What is he chakra form manipulation?" "I see. Well, let's leave Kakashi alone for now. I can teach you that." "Fine, let's go." Suddenly, the ground starts trembling and a small outcrop of land rises and soon, a waterfall comes flowing down from the top. Sasuke and Asuma along with everyone in the vicinity look up in amazement. Even Kakashi stops his search to look at the new terrain change for a brief moment. What is that?" Sasuke asks. "Oh, probably just Naruto moving on to the next stage of training, though I didn't think that Yamato would go quite so far," Kakashi says as the outcrop and the waterfall continues to grow wider and wider. "Yeah, it's Naruto all right," Asuma says, shielding his eyes from the sun as he looks up. "In fact, I think I see him and his clones going up to the waterfall. He's not trying to block the waterfall with his wind chakra as he. That would be the goal, yes. Sheesh, and I think Guy works his students tough. He has nothing on you Kakashi. Maybe. Say, Asuma, if you find any Ika books around, can you bring it to me? I seem to have lost one of my copies," Kakashi says, taking out yet another book of the Ika series. "Then what are you reading now?" "Oh, this essay backup copy I got from Jiraiya-sama just in case this happens." "Then why the heck have you wasted 2 hours of my trainings just searching for that book?" Sasuke growls. "'Cause I have my place marked on the book. It'll take me a while to find it again in this book. Actually, I wanted to talk to about your new team. Give me a moment to get Sasuke started on his training, then we can talk, okay?" "Sure, go ahead." Outside of Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy, who is still keeping an eye on the others' training, all the instructors rush over to Yamato to check on the Chunin's condition. Reaching for his pouch, Ebisu takes out some soldier pills to help Yamato recover. "Don't you think you've gone a bit too far, Yamato?" Yugo says, making sure her former teammate is fine. "Hey, the kid keeps complaining how slow the progress has been, so I give him some more room to work. I think Sakura may be the most normal person in Kakashi's team," Kurenai says. Suddenly, a column of light shoots up from where Sasuke is training. But it dissipates just as quickly as it appears, leaving only small traces of electric sparks behind. "Cha, if Naruto and Sasuke think they can leave me in the dust again, they got another thing coming." Yash, Sakura-chan is burning brightly with the flames of youth. A billow of dust cloud comes rising up from where Guy is training the younger generation. Upon a closer look, Zabuza comes back and informs the others that it's merely Sakura flying around the clearing at top speed and kicking up all the dirt in the area. "That is normal," Yugo says, looking at Kurenai incredulously. "I said out of the 4 of them. I never said that they are normal compared to everyone else. Are you sure you can handle your new squad, Yamato?" Zabuza jokes. "Do you guys think that it would be too late for me to reinstate to Anbu?" "Hey, Hayate-kun, what are you looking at? That kid'll be someone special. Look at how quickly he is already starting to grasp the training." "What do you mean, Hayate-kun?" Yugo asks, walking up to the Chunin. "The current of this river has been getting weaker and weaker." "River? I don't remember any river around here." "Oh, this is the runoff from the waterfall, right?" "Yes, and the fact that the current is weakening means that there is not as much water flowing downstream. In other words, he's already starting to block the waterfall. It's still going to take him a while to complete the training though," Yugo says. "You don't really know what kind of person he is, do you?" Zabuza says, chuckling. "What do you mean, Zabuza?" Yugo asks. I don't claim to completely understand him either, but I know this. If he wants to do something, he'll do it, without regard for his own health. I better tell Haku to keep an eye on him. Falling off a waterfall from chakra exhaustion is much more dangerous than falling off a tree doing the tree walking exercise. I am certain Temari can do just as fine a job, Gaara says, leaving his meditation state and joining the conversation. I saw the way Temari convinced Naruto to sleep. She watched as Yugito knocked him out in a spar. That is correct, though if I knew last night what I know today, I would have done a lot more damage than just knocking him out. All the Junins look at each other trying to figure out what Naruto has possibly done to Yugito to warrant that response. They all turn their attention back to Yugito when she starts taking her anger out on a tree with numerous fire techniques. Kurenai and Yugo notices a familiar glint in Yugito's eyes but can't keep a place where they have seen that look before. They abandon their quest to search through their memory when one particular fire attack strikes right next to them. Outside of Yamato, who is keeping an eye on Naruto, and Gaara, who is protecting Yamato with an earth wall, the others all scramble out of the clearing. True to Zabuza's word, Naruto ends up training well into the night. Haku ends up watching him the entire time, struggling to stay awake. Suddenly, someone puts his hand on her shoulder. Turning around, Haku finds Sasuke staring at her. Get some rest. I'll talk some sense into him. Eyeing the Uchiha wearily, Haku eventually gives up and nods her head before heading back inside. Looking up, Sasuke sighs and joins Naruto at the small bridge about halfway up the waterfall. Don't you think it's about time to rest? I'll stop when I'm done training. How about a spar? No thanks. The last I sparred against anyone, I ended up waking up when Temari dumped me on the floor. They're worried about you, you know. Yeah, but I just know that I can almost stop this waterfall. I just don't understand what is that small bit that's stopping me from actually doing it. And Perch, Ant's chakra exhaustion have something to do with that, Sasuke says sarcastically. Come on, a few hours won't be a life or death difference. I don't think I can fall asleep though. Then how about we just talk? Oh fine, Naruto says, turning around and jumping off the bridge into the waters below. Are you absolutely nuts? Sasuke screams, taking the safer path down from the side. When Sasuke reaches the bottom, he finds a thoroughly soaked Naruto grinning at him. After yelling at Naruto again for his recklessness, Sasuke finds a spot in the clearing and sits down, leaning back against a tree. Scratching his head, Naruto picks out another tree and sits down next to it. So, what did you want to talk about? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know, Tem? You were the one that suggested it. I figured with your inability to shut up that you'd bring up something. Fine, well, I did want to ask you what's the deal with that Karen. What do you mean? Like how did you meet her and stuff? And I still haven't figured out what the things she told me means. What things? Well, she told me that Orochimaru is dead thanks to the gift we left behind. That would probably be the two Akatsuki members we left behind. What were their names again? Hidan and Kakuzu. What about the old friend that gave us the book? Kabuto used to work for Akatsuki, right? Oh, I get it now. But really, how did you meet that crazy woman? She was part of a team that Orochimaru sent after me. She tracked me down pretty easily, but she thought that she could take me on her own and didn't tell her teammates. Leaving her teammates behind to do things on her own, huh? Sounds like someone I know. As I was saying, she left her team behind one night and sneaked off trying to fight me on her own. Instead, she wouldn't leave me alone and keeps throwing herself at me until her team finally catches up to her. A quick fight and she was the only one on her team to survive. You have no idea how difficult it is to lose her. Took me a good deal of cage bunshin. And because unlike you, I can't create a Tunut using the curse seal, it was even more difficult. So you finally admit that you aren't as good as me. That is not the point, Sasuke says, eyebrows twitching and temporarily regretting saving Naruto back at the Valley of the End. Karen and I crossed paths a few more times after that. But she had more capable people with her those times, so she couldn't get too close to me. I see, so how did you and Hannah ended up together? I bet Kiba threw fits after finding out. You have no idea, it took 4 dogs and a threat to hold them down. What, Hana's 3 dogs and her mom's 1 dog pinned Kiba to the floor, and before Orochimaru can move, Hana threatened it with injure. Veterinarian checkups. That's it. That's all it took to stop Orochimaru. Apparently Hana is a certified veterinarian. Oh, but how did you and Hana? I was getting to that Dobi. Quit interrupting, Sasuke says. That's just a small mess that my clan left behind. It was supposed to be some kind of alliance between the 2 clans where the Inuzuka would provide some animals to help the Uchiha. A clan in their work if we agree to unite with them. Unite. Marry one of them. Ah, so that was before the clan was wiped out by Itachi, right? I don't suppose you take people's feeling into consideration when you speak, do you? Anyway, yes, it was supposed to be some obscure member from the 2 clans, but I'm the only one left and they thought that the daughter of the clan head would be the only one fitting. Well, if it's some age-old thing, why did they bring it up again? I mean, even my dad says that Konoha should check with Suna before confirming the marriage proposal because it was so long ago. Apparently, Hana was the one that dug up that scroll and took it to her mother. She wasn't going to take no for an answer. Oh, so you mean she's got the hots for you, I wouldn't put it quite that bluntly, but yes, I would guess so. Now, about that Fubuki. She's from Naru no Kuni. I had a mission as a test for my loyalty to Konoha to escort the princess back to her country. After it was taken over by her uncle when she was still young. I think Kakashi was the one that saved her, so they decided that he would be the logical choice to help her back. Anyway, Fubuki was under the command of the princess's uncle, but she surrendered after the princess took over, and now they send her over for marriage as a political alliance. Man, why can't I be the one that saves the rich princess? You always get the best missions. What, you interested in Fubuki too? No, it's just that I always dream about being in a difficult mission protecting some daimyo or some princess. Besides, I have enough headaches with all those girls already as it is. I don't need any more. Good, I might just decide to kill you if you are. So, the stoic Uchiha finally found someone he likes. No, she's tolerable compared to the fangirls, that's all, Sasuke says, looking away from Naruto and blushing. Why am I not surprised that you 2 are still awake this late at night? Sakura-chan, what are you still doing up? Can't sleep. What are you 2 still doing up? I was making sure that Naruto doesn't drown himself in the waterfall, so I dragged him down here to talk. Oh, that's right, I keep forgetting to give this to you, Naruto says, digging through his weapons pouch. Isn't this the ribbon that? Yeah, Ino-chan gave this to me about a week ago. She says she wants to be like before again now that you 2 get to share, or something like that. I don't really remember what she said. This is the 3rd time she's giving this back to me, Sakura says, taking off her hata. IATE and replacing the bandana with the ribbon. I guess she's right though. No reason to fight over something we're going to share. I should thank you for getting them off my back. Sasuke, you just don't know what you're missing. How can you keep saying no to a killer figure like this? Sakura says, striking what she considers to be a sexy pose, if it's not for the fact that you're marrying Fubuki-san, Hana-san, and Karen-san. I would have thought that you're into guys. Then we'll really be the new Sanin, won't we? After all, I think that Orochimaru is like that. And what exactly gave you that idea, Dobi? I think that crazy Anko is still a virgin. With the way she acts and dresses, I'm surprised that Orochimaru wouldn't take advantage of her when she was studying under him. Don't say that about Anko-san. She's actually a really nice person. I think she may even be together with Iruka-sensei. Although she's pretty close to Kakashi-sensei too. Naruto suddenly looks like he's lost in thought. Eventually, Naruto starts shaking his head to clear whatever thought his mind conjured. What is it, Naruto? Sakura asks. It's nothing. Naruto, what is it? Sakura asks again, glaring at the teen. It's just that, I tried to picture her with Iruka-sensei and Kakashi-sensei. It was disturbing. Really, what did it look like? Tell me. Well, with Iruka-sensei, it ends up having him tied down and Anko whipping him into submission. You think Iruka-sensei is into that? Sakura says, slightly disturbed by the particular image about the respected instructor. I don't think he has much of a choice with that crazy woman. I'm telling you, Anko-san isn't that bad. You're just angry that she cut your face during the second exam. Anyway, what's it like with Kakashi-sensei? Well, they'll probably share Kakashi-sensei's book and eventually try to act out some of the scenes. Somehow I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case if they are together, Sasuke says. All three teens shudder at the two mental images. They fall into an awkward silence, each trying to find the appropriate thing to say in the situation. Thanks a lot Naruto, I don't think I can look at Iruka-sensei. Kakashi-sensei or Anko-san the same way again, Sakura finally says. Hey, you were the one that wanted to know. Why would you think about them like that anyway? Well, you know, Kakashi found out that one of his books was missing this morning. Could it be that, Naruto, you didn't? Why you little, Sakura screams, rolling up her sleeves. Wait, I can explain. This has better be good. Looking from side to side, Naruto gestures for Sakura to come closer. Sasuke watches as Naruto whispers into Sakura's ears. Suddenly, Sakura bolts up blushing bright red. Well, I suppose that is an acceptable explanation, Sakura stutters. I don't think I want to know what Naruto's explanation is. You probably don't Sasuke, Sakura says. I think I'll go to bed now. I think I'll do the same, Naruto says, following Sakura out of the clearing and back to his temporary house. By the time the week is over, most of the younger generation has resorted to whining and complaining about the amount of training they have to do every day. Because Jiraiya has not yet returned from his trip, the Junins decide that they will keep the youngsters around to further their training. However, after finding that they have exhausted most tactics to keep the youngsters' spirits up and continue their training, the Junins finally decide to give them one day off. But order them to stay in the training ground so that they don't attract any potential enemies by their movement. Most of the teenagers complain that Yamato's technique would have attracted the enemies if there were any in the area. But the Junins stand their ground and the teenagers eventually accept their decision. While everyone is hanging out amongst themselves, Naruto wanders off to the side to continue his training. He has finished the waterfall training just a couple of days ago and was ordered to spend yesterday in bed to recover from chakra exhaustion by Sakura. It doesn't take long for Sasuke to join him, who has also completed his phase of training. Kakashi has shown the two of them how to use chakra and form manipulation to improve on their signature technique, promising the two of them that he'll teach them when they finish improving their own technique. So, how far have you gotten along, Tem? Further than you, I'm certain. We'll see about that, Sasuke-kun. This is supposed to be our day off. Come on, don't you want to have some fun with me? Karen, I'm busy. But Sasuke-kun, just let them go. Once they have their little rivalry going, nothing you do can break them up, Sakura says. And why should I listen to you? You're only wasting your time, Sakura says, walking away. Uzumaki, I challenge you to a spar. Yugito-chan, okay, I guess. It's not like I'm making any progress here. Turning around, Yugito walks off toward a bigger clearing, leaving Naruto to catch up to her with Sasuke and Karen closely behind. When the pair starts loosening up, everyone else in the training ground gathers around them to watch the match. While Naruto is oblivious to how Yugito's opinion of him shifted during the week, it certainly hasn't escaped anyone else. By the way, Uzumaki-san, do not hold anything back. I intend to fight at my full strength. Okay, I never liked holding back in a fight anyway. The pair starts out with simple taijutsu moves, that is, till Naruto starts mixing in some of his Jiyuken moves to throw Yugito off balance and land injure solid hits. Jumping back to put some distance between them, Yugito starts forming hand seals and sends out injure of her weaker fire techniques. Naruto manages to use Rankuden to blow out the fire techniques. However, Yugito is waiting for that move and uses Karyuinden to take advantage of the wind. Everyone in the clearing winces as the enlarged fire dragon rushes through the spot Naruto is standing and Sakura is almost ready to rush in to tend to Naruto before Kakashi stops her. Boy, that was close. I didn't know you would be this serious, Yugito-chan. How did you get behind me? I've always been behind you. That was only a cage bunshin that you were fighting, Naruto says, grinning. Well, If you're going to be that serious, I'll just have to step it up too. Looks like Sakura-chan'll be busy when the spar is over. Yes, I'm sure she would be quite busy putting you back together. Your spar will have to wait, Kakashi says, stepping in before either side can make another move. We are being called back, Asuma says, pointing to a messenger bird in the sky. 15 minutes later, everyone is gathered in front of Tsunade in the Hokage's office. Standing next to the Hokage is a stoic Jiraiya. From his reactions, Naruto knows that something serious must happen or else Jiraiya would have stirred up some kind of trouble by now. All right, what happened, Ero Sennin? On my way back, I found an injured monk. His temple was attacked by the Akatsuki who were looking for Chiraku. No, Chiraku, is he? Unfortunately Asuma, yes. Kurenai walks over and places her hand on Asuma's shoulder. Looking back, Asuma nods with a sad smile at Kurenai's gesture. Everyone turns their attention back to Tsunade when she clears her throat. I'm sorry for you loss Asuma, but as heartless as it is for me to say it, we do have more pressing matters to attend to. Like facing off against the two Akatsuki members. From the report Jiraiya got from the monk, it would appear to be Kakuzu and Hidan that attacked the temple. It's best if we go out and attack them Han for them to come into the village to search for Naruto. So should we gather the Niju Shotai then Hokage-sama? Asuma asks. No, we should still have a couple of days left. Jiraiya arrived at the temple just after the Akatsuki members left and he headed back here at top speed. I left the information on Akatsuki with Ebisu. Did you get a chance to look it over Shikamaru? Yes, out with it. What's the plan Shikamaru? Ino asks. How troublesome. Why do you always have to be so loud? Shikamaru grumbles. From the information, we will need a lot of raw power to fight against this team. I propose a team of Naruto, Gaara, Yugito, me, Sakura, Sasuke, Yamato, and Kakashi. I'm going too. That will not be necessary Asuma-sensei. I considered other people, but as I've said, this mission requires raw power. The ability to obliterate the target on impact. While I'm sure everyone here are very capable in eliminating targets, the impact range of the others' techniques are more local. I've considered Guy and Lee as well, but we need them as backup in case Itachi and Kisame decide to start their hunt as well. Guy's team should be near the village scouting the area for those two Saint in case and Guy has the best chance of holding off Itachi. I'll go with Sasuke-kun too. I can help you guys track them down with my ability. Then help Guy's team, Sasuke says. Yes, I have an idea why they hunted down Chiraku. We only need to search the bounty centers around the temple, Shikamaru explains. So Sasuke-tem, looks like we only have 2 days to complete our new techniques. Like it would even take that long. If there's nothing else Tsunade-ba-chan, Sasuke-tem and I need to get back to training. Fine, the 8 Shikamaru picked can go to training and organizing for the mission. The rest of you stay here and Jiraiya will give you instructions on protecting the village. 2 days later, just as Hidan and Kakuzu walks out of the bounty center, they find Gaara and Yugito standing there waiting for them. Unleashing his scythe, Jiden manages to slice halfway through Gaara, which turns out to be a Sunabunshin, before his weapon is stuck in the sand. Looking over to their other target, they find Yugito slowly dissipates into a sand raccoon. Psycho Zatai Kushiki. Shukaku no Hoko. A voice screams from behind the bounty center. The two nuke nins manage to jump out of the way before the spear makes contact. Just as they do, Kakuzu is caught in the back by Kakashi's Reikiri while Hidan is caught by Shikamaru's cage main. No jutsu. Just as Kakashi jumps away, a pile of black goo starts pooling at Kakuzu's feet. So I guess the information is correct after all. We need to kill him more than once. Information. So I guess you have some help from a spy. Then you must know what our abilities are. Yet you are still foolish enough to challenge us. We will do more than just challenge you. We'll defeat you. Kuchio's no jutsu. Yugito screams. 2 large louds of smoke billow from behind the bounty center. Turning around, Kakuzu is shocked to see Shukaku and Nekomata charging toward him when the smoke clears. Turning toward his partner, Kakuzu attacks Shikamaru so that he will release the technique before grabbing Hidan and escaping the scene. The 2 giant beasts come to a screeching halt right in front of the other 2 ninjas and lay down to all Ow, the two Jinchuriki to get off before transforming into two Narutos, whom disappears after making sure everything is alright to report back to the original. Kakashi, did you manage to get it? Gaara asks. It's right here. Looks like the first steps are successful. Not to mention that this should buy Naruto and Sasuke a couple more days to recover, Shikamaru says. Look at it this way. At least they did get their new techniques down, Yugito chimes in, but to think that it would take this much out of them. It's probably a one-shot deal if they want to use it in the next fight, especially for Uzumaki. If they miss, we're all in trouble. How troublesome. I would have a bit more confidence in Naruto than that. You might not have known him for too long, but the rest of us have seen him done the impossible too many times to count. Yes, I suppose I would be a living proof of that, Gaara says. Let's head to the next checkpoint. Naruto should have found out what happened here. Rough the cage buncheons and told the others. When Kakashi's team arrives at the designated spot, they find a wooden shack standing there. Without another thought, Kakashi opens the door and walk in. Knowing that Yamato's team have already arrived and are waiting inside. It looks like you two are doing better, Shikamaru says as he walks in. Hey, I was just a bit tired. You know, thing like that slow me down. I was just suffering from slight numbness from an electric shock. It doesn't take too long to recover from that. How about giving me some credit for putting you two back together? Sakura screams, punching Naruto and Sasuke on the top of the head. Ugh, and they wonder why I was short when I was growing up. Do you prefer if I'm not around then? Sakura growls through her teeth. No, Naruto says, grinning. But you could stop hitting me on the head. Fine, Sakura answers, smiling. Noticing the smile on Sakura's face, Sasuke carefully moves out of the way, trying to keep the pink-haired girl's attention off him. A solid punch to the stomach later, Naruto is sent through the ceiling of the first floor and slams against the roof of the building. Gaara, Shikamaru, Kakashi, and Yamato stare at the unconscious form of Naruto, who has created another hole in the ceiling on his way back down, shaking their head and muttering about idiots. Sakura stomped off inside the kitchen after the punch to get some food, which sent the hiding Sasuke jumping out the window before coming back inside through the front door. Shall we prepare a funeral? Gaara asks, nudging Naruto's body with his foot. Sakura'll come around to heal him soon enough. Until then, leave him alone or Sakura will turn her anger on you, Kakashi says. Can you fix those holes, Yamato? Huh, oh those, sure. Half an hour later, Sakura walks back into the living room and finds the still unconscious Naruto on the ground. The others outside of Yugito have cleared out a long time ago so that they are no around to infuriate Sakura any further. Nibi's Jinchuriki has deemed it amusing to draw an outline around the unconscious boy's body and is now leaning against the wall to gauge Sakura's reaction. As she watches Sakura walk over to treat the wounded, Yugito notes that Sakura seems to be struggling to hold in her laughter and keep up her anger mask. It is perfectly fine to laugh, you know. It's not funny, Sakura says. Obviously struggling. I think you really did some damage this time. I would have thought he'd be up by now. He is up. He's just trying to draw attention to himself, Sakura says. Hitting Naruto on the head. Sakura-chan, that punch really hurts. And I'll send you to the basement if you don't get up this instance. We don't have a basement. Exactly. Naruto practically jumps off the floor and hides behind Yugito. Smirking, Yugito reaches behind her and throws Naruto at Sakura, causing them to hit the floor in a heap. Suddenly, the door opens, revealing the others with a bunch of wild fruits and a few small dead animals. Are we interrupting? Kakashi asks. No, Sakura screams, scrambling away from Naruto. It was. Anyway, what did you guys bring back? Yugito interrupts before Sakura can finish. Oh, just some food we gathered in the forest. We had to leave at such short notice that we barely have any time to pack, Yamato says. All right, give me those and I'll fix lunch. Sakura-chan, perhaps I should cook. You've done a lot already. Naruto is right. Naruto, Sasuke, do you have a problem with my cooking? No. It's just that Sasuke-tem and I don't want you to, overwork. Yeah, that's it. We don't want you to overwork. Why, you little The others sigh at Naruto's stupidity. While Sakura is re-educating Naruto's thought process, Yugito takes the food off Yamato's hands and walks into the kitchen. After turning Naruto into a pile of broken limbs, Sakura notices the sweet aroma coming out of the kitchen. All right, lunch is ready. Yugito screams from the kitchen. Wow, they look great, Yugito-chan. A miraculously recovered Naruto says as Yugito lays the dishes on the table. Sasuke elbows Naruto while gesturing toward Sakura with his head. The pink-haired girl has her head down with her bangs covering her face. Looking up with a fire in her eyes, Sakura screams out that she's not hungry and stomps to her room. A while later, Sakura tries to leave her room in search for food, thinking that everyone has finished lunch. Just as she is about to open the door, there's a knock from the other side. Sakura-chan, are you still angry? Naruto screams through the door. I wasn't angry, right? Anyway, I brought you some food. I figured that you must be hungry by now. I'm not hungry. Ah, come on Sakura-chan. I even took the time to cook this myself. You cook? Sakura asks, opening the door. Of course, living by myself for so long, I have to at least have some idea how to cook. I don't kn. How good or bad I am at it though. So, you get to be the test subject I guess. This is the first time I cooked for someone else after all. So, you're offering me your first time, is that it? Sakura asks smirking. Yeah, you have no idea what I meant to you. Sakura asks again, her smirk slipping slightly. Of course I know what you mean Sakura-chan. I told you, this is my first time cooking for someone. Just put down the food and go back to reading. You're not angry at me for reading that. Let me put it this way. I don't intend to live like a widow after I marry you. Now shoo. Sakura pushes a completely confused Naruto out of her room before slamming the door and leaning against it with a blush on her face. Shrugging and giving up on understanding his teammates' words, Naruto decides to head outside to catch some fresh air and get back to reading like Sakura told him to. After all, he is scared stiff of taking that book out ever since Sakura found out about it. Even if Sakura says she understands it, that doesn't mean that she's okay with it, but what she just said seems to give him the green light to continue. He has already gone through that book once and he is still completely clueless about half of the stuff said in the book, but that's why he needs to read through it a few more times so that he can understand it. After finding a tree just outside the small wooden shack to his liking, Naruto takes a seat and leans against the tree trunk before taking out his book. He is so focused on his reading that he doesn't even sense someone walking up to him. Ika, tactics, you pervert. You, Yugito-chan. Don't you Yugito-chan me, you stinking pervert. How dare you read that garbage? I might have forgiven you for what you did to Kin and Sasama after they told me exactly what happened. But I will not forgive you for this. Ah, Naruto, I see that you found my book, Kakashi says as Yugito turns sharply toward him with fires burning in her eyes. I guess now would be a bad time to ask you to return it to me. No wonder your student turned out this way. You were a pervert yourself. I'll come back later, Kakashi says before running away from the irate girl. It would appear that I need to re-educate you about your views on females, Yugito says, turning her attention back to Naruto. Wait, Yugito-san, Sakura screams, running out of the house after sensing a spike in Yugito's chakra. Haruno-san, please excuse me for a moment. I shall be done with him soon enough.